Many battles have been fought, Now, it's time for the Vikings, the most fearless warriors of them all.
Oh my God!
Fast, flawless, and full-scale gameplay guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
As the best players in the world come together to define the new champion.
He's making it!
Only the most daring will earn the right to feast at Odin's table.
What a huge moment. What a performance in Red Bull Wololo.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
16 of the greatest players of Age of Empires assembled to kick off Red Bull Wololo 4, and we have winnowed them down to a field of just 4. Today, you will see a champion from among them crowned as we give away $30,000 in prize money in total. Hello, everyone, and welcome to coverage of the final day of Red Bull Wololo 4. My name's Riley. I'll be your host as we get underway, joined by an all-star lineup of casters, including Mem, Nilly, Dave, and of course, T90, backed up by one of the best production crews in the business. We couldn't be more excited to bring you all the action as we get underway with the very last day, the semi-finals, and indeed the grand final of this monumental tournament. My goodness me, we've seen some incredible Age of Empires played, but we have not seen stakes such as these yet this weekend, and it is going to be incredible to see how our competitors get it done in the featured matches. We've got 4 world-class players today. There's Vinchester, the young Russian with everything to prove here. We've got Liereyy, the Austrian micro genius, ready to get it done. There's Hera from Canada, who is in exceptional form. And of course, TheViper. Always impossible to bet against the Norwegian, one of the greatest players the world has ever seen. We couldn't be more excited to get underway, my friends, and we hope you are too. Clear your schedule for the rest of the day because we've got incredible, stellar games of Age of Empires coming up for you to enjoy. Of course, the format today is Empire Wars. Some of you may already be familiar with this exciting, fast-paced and very aggressive game style. For those of you who don't know, however, what this format is all about, if you've joined us for the first time today, welcome, by all means, welcome. But to bring you up to speed, or perhaps give you a bit of a refresher on what the rules of Empire Wars are, we've put together this short video to explain the rules so you can understand all the action you're about to see. Let's throw it over now to this video so you can learn a little bit more about the format known as Empire Wars.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players begin in the feudal age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. Unlike the first edition of the Red Bull Wololo, players begin with a standard scout to explore the map. Due to the quick start nature of the game, players can pile on the pressure from minute 1, resulting in fast-paced, aggressive gameplay. Each player begins with a barracks, blacksmith, and houses to accelerate the player's choice of strategy. Loom has already been researched, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 900-year time limit, roughly 1 hour 15 game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the current highest score wins the match.
Well, let's remind ourselves again what is at stake this weekend. Of course, a $30,000 prize pool that I've already mentioned that's going to be divvied up between the players, and of course, the lion's share of it going to the player coming in first. $8,000 for first, $5,000 for second. That'll be the stakes up for grabs for our grand final, while third and fourth position, $3,000 each. So the minimum amount of money that a player will walk away from today, $3K. Just imagine the meats and cheeses you could buy with such a king's ransom there. $1,250 down to 8th, $850 for 9th through 12th, and then 13th to 16th place, $650. So quite a payday for all of our players over these weekends. But of course, the champion of Red Bull Wololo 4, not just walking away with the prestige, the glory, the bragging rights that come with such a win, but also $8,000 in the back pocket. Not too bad. But who are the players that will be competing today, and how do they get here? Well, we can remind ourselves again of the people who have competed throughout this entire tournament here. Of course, if you followed us through the group stages, you probably will be familiar with all 16 names that competed hell for leather throughout the entire period. Here you can see amongst the fallen, Nikov, Sito, Dugao, Vivi, Jordan, Song, Valese, and Valas, all going down in the earlier stages before we winnowed the names down to just 4 yesterday. Mr. Yo departed the tournament, as indeed did Doubt. ACCM also saying goodbye alongside MBL, leaving us with just Liereyy, Hera, TheViper, and Vinchester, setting up some blockbuster matches today. What are those matches? Well, I'm glad you asked, in a figurative sense, because I'm about to explain it to you even if you didn't. Here is the bracket. You can see that we're going to kick things off with Vinchester and Liereyy, and then we'll follow that up with TheViper and Hera. And it's very important to note here that these matches are being played concurrently. It is of critical importance to the competitive integrity of this tournament that all players receive an even playing field. And it's not particularly fair on a player to play a semi-final and then go straight into a grand final when their opponent might be rested up after a couple of hours if they were lucky enough to play the first semi-final, and indeed have had a chance to adapt and improvise and figure out more of a strategy for the play that they will be facing. So in the pursuit of fair play, and I know this may be unpopular with some viewers, but just rub 1 or 2 of those brain cells together and you'll figure it out. It is utterly important. It's of critical importance that the integrity of this tournament is protected, and therefore we will be playing these semi-finals concurrently. We will be showing them consecutively, meaning the second semi-final won't be live. But hey, it won't stop the red-hot action from being beamed directly into your eyeballs, my friends, and you go to enjoy every minute of it, regardless of whether you like it or not. So stay tuned, of course, for those semis and the final coming up after that. Now, one final thing we have to get across here before we move on is the ranking system that we use for these players here. The true ranking, the Red Bull Wololo true ranking system gives viewers more or less a sense of how the momentum and the performance of these players has been as time has gone on. And you can see in first place Liereyy here, third place TheViper, fourth place Hera. These are the names that are still in our tournament, second and fifth to Mr. Yo and Doubt, the former champion there. And the true ranking is based on points that are awarded based on positioning and game and match wins throughout these tournaments. I'm led to understand, I may be wrong on this, I'll double check, but I'm led to understand that these positions cannot change today. And these positions are important because they do influence factors like future invitations to upcoming Red Bull Wololo events. So important to get across, and we can look at the back half of the top 10 here, and you're going to see another name that you've got to keep an eye on today, which is, of course, Vinchester, who I believe is in our top 10. We can take a quick look at that. But the ranking system here, you'll see points applied to people based on, again, their positions and wins. And it gives you a sense of who's got it, who's on the way up, who's scrabbling for position, and who is achieving true dominance in this tournament series. You can see there Vinchester in 8th place, a name that certainly has risen in the estimation of many throughout this weekend. I don't doubt it for a second. Well, my friends, the good news is that it's time for me to stop flapping my gabber, and we're going to get stuck in to match number 1, and indeed game number 1, which of course will be the first semi-final held between Vinchester and Liereyy, I'm led to understand. And we do have Memb and Nilly standing by, ready to take us across all the action you're going to see from this semi-final. So buckle up, my friends. You paid for the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge of it. Let's get stuck into our first semi-final, a best-of-1 match. Memb and Nilly standing by to take it away.
Hello, everyone. I have news to tell you because I was supposed to be with Nilly here, but I'm lonely, as you can see. Nilly sadly has been, converted by a monk or abducted. And it's not Nilly, it's a militia. It's a men-at-arms. Who is this guy? I need to recover my caster. This is not serious. Where's Nilly? Nilly! Come here. I don't have a caster anymore. I have a Lone Source. Lone Source is a unit that is beautiful, but we have not seen in the tournament. We're going to see now as a co-caster. Nilly, how you feel being...
Yeah, it feels a bit like being a berserk here and going full force into the semi-finals. It has to be a great, great day of Age of Empires ahead of us.
Well, after this, we can go serious mode activated soon. But we have Liereyy versus Vinchester. I need to get this axe out of my hands because I'm getting a lot of good feelings now. Okay, but now seriously, Liereyy and Vinchester. Vinchester and Liereyy. Vinchester is the surprise in the tournament, right? Helmet? Nearly?
Yeah, it's confusing for me as well. Yeah, Vinchester, I did count him out twice, right, against Mr. Jordan. I also said that it's going to be really unlikely that he wins yesterday against Mr. Yo. Normally should have been a better one for Mr. Yo, but Vinchester, oh boy, did he deliver, especially knowing what civilization is good, what civilization he wants to play. The last acclivity game, he looked in full control. He's looking hot.
Well, we just hope that Vinchester is going to keep that consistency. We were talking yesterday about that consistency. He keep it and he got the upset. Do you really think then that if he played the same level, is an oath to beat the kid, like I like to call him?
Liereyy, it feels like he's on another level, right? Maybe not that great playing against off-meta strategies, as we saw in KOTD against Out there, but certainly craziest micro, craziest macro, so clean, and he might be in the comfortable position that he constantly has the aggression, constantly attacks, and then there's no mind games that Vinchester could do because he will always be kept honest and always has to produce some army.
Well, you can see here how Liereyy in the true ranking position is the first, and is the first for a good reason, and he's, well, 2 steps or 1 step to be in another grand final. The performance from this guy has been amazing for so long. Yeah. Do you think the winner of in this event, depend who is, we can always that debate in the Age of Empires community, it can mark, okay, but now this is the first. I still think that no matter who is winning, and this is what it makes the community at the moment, for me, really special, we don't really have a clear number 1 anymore.
Yeah, that's the beauty thing, right? It feels like Hera, Liereyy, Viper can win any tournament on any single given day, and one of those days is today, because today we will crown the Red Bull Wololo 4 champion.
Wow, Red Bull Wololo 4 champion. I'm not going to say anything. Just keep tuned, because it's going to be a nice day. And would you know that when I tease like this, well, maybe there can be something that will happen during the stream. So let's see what is going to happen. Do we have something? Do we have the draft? We have the civilizations, the maps? Because if we have, we can go jump into this right now. There you go. We have Greenland banned by Liereyy. Vinchester pick on Northern Ireland, like we were talking yesterday. He said that is one of his favorite map. And then civilizations, Nelly, and we go to analyze. Vinchester with Franks, Vikings, Mayans, Bulgarians, Chinese, Portuguese. Britons being sniped by Liereyy. Liereyy favorite civilization, he said in the interview, was Briton, so Vinchester took it immediately. And then Ethiopians, Magyars, Khmer, Berbers, Tatars, Italians, and Aztecs being banned, so Liereyy don't have any meso. I like Vinchester civilizations.
Oh yeah, especially that he also gets Vikings, right? Vikings a really late draft here. Most of the time we see it as number 1, latest as 2-3 on the Liereyy side there. So really surprised that we see that late and then not banned. People are really fearing Britons and Aztecs here apparently. Also really good to see Vinchester having Bulgarians back on the menu.
Yeah, Bulgarians, Portuguese, now he has a great variety. Vikings can be for Northern Islands, but can be for Arabia, then can use Portuguese on Northern Islands. His draft is amazing.
Oh yeah,
I
like it as well.
It's not that Liereyy draft is bad. He got Ethiopians, very popular, Magyars as well, Berbers that has been used a lot in, but in a map that is not being picked as well. But I don't know. This makes this series even more exciting, Nelly, because I think the draft is 0.5 to 0 for Vinchester, I will say.
Okay. I see lots of good options here for both players. Obviously, Vinchester is so diverse here, right? Vikings in there, Bulgarians, he already showed crazy games there on Meadow. The big question mark will be for me, where is he squeezing in Chinese? Right now it feels a bit like Frigid Lake? That could be problematic for him if it goes up against Magyars.
Let's see. Well, we are about to jump into the game number 1. We can talk a little bit also, if you want, about the other cities, because it seems that they are not starting. I don't know if you talked about the other city with you like this, but I will try. Viper, TheViper, and Hera is the second series of the day. TheViper and Hera is the second series of the day. Can't be more excited for that series. What are your feelings for that one?
It's a complete coin flip for me, right? Both players really knowing what's on the line. Both players hungry. I can't believe that I'm saying it, but neither player won a Red Bull yet. Yeah. And even if they win, they still have a colossal task ahead of them in the finals there. That's going to be pretty damn tricky. And I think I will give the slightest of edges to the Viper, but it's like 52-48. It could easily go all results. And I wouldn't even be surprised if it's a 3-0 either way.
Whoa, that's prediction. Well, I was thinking about the maps. The maps doesn't look that aggressive in this edition. There has been always people telling, well, Viper is a little bit more defensive. The maps might benefit him. Hera in the late game. I don't think that he is missing anything, so it can be an epic series, actually.
Well, he did look shaky against Stout yesterday on Northern Isles, so I think if we have water included, Hera doesn't like that one too much, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Viper is going for something like Greenland, Northern Isles, and try to force some long games, but obviously remember, Hera will have a ban, but let's focus on Vinchester versus Liereyy first. Arabia, we're kind of expecting range versus range here. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like Ethiopians versus Vikings.
Yeah, we have seen how... Are you going to wear this the whole series?
I think we will put it back as props here.
Wow.
The thing is, I can't hear through the helmet. So right now, I'm only hearing you actually. Normally, how casting works is you also hear the co-caster on your headphones, so you can always have the proper signal. Right now, I'm only hearing you like in real life and can't hear myself. So it is actually, you won't believe it, it's not as comfortable as it looks.
No, it is not really comfortable. We were talking, who is going to wear the helmet? Who is going to wear? I was telling in a moment, I want to do it. I took it. I said, okay, Nelly, you can go for it. You can go for it. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen because the game is not starting. I'm getting nervous. And now I want a name, not a favorite. I want to see the crowd. The crowd, what you want, who you want to win this series. Liereyy, or the surprise of the tournament. I want a name right now. Vinchester or Liereyy. I want to check now the chat here. This series, Hera is in the next one.
Yeah, Vinchester obviously will have a lot of fans there, crazy playstyle, and really, really good there over and over again. So I think that's a big, big favorite. Wow. And, well, lots of people obviously loving Liereyy, and now the poll in the chat over on Twitch if you want to join as well.
Yep. Vote there, guys. You can see that you are spamming in the chat. Vote in the poll and see what you really want because the numbers are going to appear in the poll, not in the chat. But I see a lot of names. I mean, look at the spamming. Someone won that meme is winning. Sadly, my times as a player never was there, so it's not going to be now. Anyway, what happened? We have some delay for the game?
Well, people, they know, okay, important set on the way, right? The draft happened. Maybe they still strategize a bit, okay, you are picking this one, I want to pick that. And, well, both know how much on the line. Obviously, probably biggest tournament performance of Vinchester ever.
Yeah. Well, I never usually say who I think is going to win. I think today I'm gonna go for my predictions. I think that I see a Liereyy versus the Viper final. Don't ask me why. It's the feeling that I have. I don't know. Is that Memstradamus? How some people joke about that? It's gonna be true, but I feel that one. Why? Many people say that Vinchester style is similar to Liereyy. I don't know if you agree about that.
Vinchester style is similar to Liereyy? Well, when it comes down to the first two archers, yes. But have we seen Bulgarians from Liereyy? No. Have we seen some massive timing attacks from Liereyy? Most of the time only after his text finishes. Vinchester actually does it against other text finishing. So a bit of a difference there. When did we ever see Goth from Liereyy? Neither, right? So I think when it comes to the aggression in the first archers, yes. But then it differs heavily. Vinchester going for more like trying to be the outsmart kind of guy and the approach, and Liereyy is just, I will press my army in your face.
Yeah, I was checking yesterday games from Liereyy. I remember the first game, and Liereyy was losing 12, 13 villages with MBL, didn't kill a single villager, and then you were checking the game, and he was 2,000 score ahead. Like, I was like, how this can happen? Was controlling the macro completely, and then he got, with Korea, if I'm not wrong, the first game, 70 archers or something like that.
Yeah, he's so good at preserving those numbers, right? We did see a massive amount of Arbalests. I can't really remember seeing that many Arbalests from a Korean player on Arabia to start this one off as well. That was really surprising to me. He's just so good at keeping those numbers alive, and yeah, it's just so tough to ever kill this one because Liereyy is not the guy who gives you bad engagements.
Nearly helmet. You got a new emoticon, man. Love it, love it. Well, let's see if we're going to start. I'm really, really motivated to watch this series. I just really want a 3-2 in both, like close series.
Yeah.
Close series, I mean, they can play their best, and then in the decider, let's see who's winning.
Anything can happen, obviously. Vinchester did look good in the decider yesterday, kept a calm head, although he was under a lot of pressure, and we are jumping into the first semifinal then.
Into the first semifinal, Liereyy versus Vinchester. Liereyy versus Vinchester, we are going to see what they pick, but no surprise, as you were pointing out, the Vikings versus Ethiopians. Vinchester as a red in the north, Liereyy as a yellow in the south, with okay goal, even if he's in front. Forward, the wood is in front as well, so he's covering already RT range, opening. Let's see, because we see how the kid, like I like to call Liereyy, but well, we could call the kid as well to Vinchester, because they are pretty much the same age, are, well, doing similar opening. Remember, guys, that the Vikings get the wheelbarrow for free, as you can see already, and that's always a great, great boost in the economy, like we have explained many times, Nelly.
Yeah, and it feels like Ethiopians are kind of forced to do something against that, because if you just go archer v archer, what are you really doing? Yeah, your archers are firing faster, but then if skirms are being mixed in, it will become a bit more tricky. So we see most of the times Ethiopian players committing to more archers, some skirmishers mixed in, and trying to force the issue. Most of the time even with Mangnulls, where it feels like Vikings and Ethiopians, both without bloodlines, both without having the option for more HP on their knights, kind of handcuffed.
Okay, we can see now, Fog of War. He discovered already the artillery range, no surprise. Doing already the armor. That's interesting, quite fast. Do you think he's going to commit in a lot of feudal aggression? I would love to see feudal, because we are not watching a lot of feudal aggression in the tournament.
Yeah, obviously people got so good at walling, right? And trying to scout where the opponent is going and coming from. Skirm defense so powerful, but as you can see, both players committing there. So yeah, Memp, I think that will grant your wish, and we will see some aggression. But for now, Vinchester with the Skirm helps out in the short term.
Liereyy is not walled yet completely. You can see those military numbers that are growing and growing for both players. Who has more numbers right now? Liereyy seems to be, well, it's pretty much the same, a little bit ahead, trying to get the hills. Hills are very, very important, because guys, it's take, well, +1 from those hills. And I mean, if you have a great micro, every hit from the hill, it gives you a boost, Nelly.
Yeah, and that's why you can't really engage into those scenarios here. And oh, look at that one. Liereyy loves his extra deer. That's kind of one of his signature moves that he went for the early deer. Does it even in different game formats. And now we have a second building added there. Liereyy knows, okay, this one will be an aggressive one. I will double down a bit. But resources looking reasonable to think about Castle Age. Similar for Vinchester.
Yeah, they are going pretty much the same. At the end, they will go for Castle Age. As you can see, guys, in the minimap, I feel Liereyy is missing the bottom left corner. Well, that's a huge wall, but I still think that he's missing a wall also at the bottom left. He's now going back with those hunters, but he's dealing perfectly fine with that skirmisher and the archer. Look at that hole. He can see that, Mopo. Let's see if he can. Because, well, after this battle, we need to see that scout doing damage, and he forced to send a villager, but he got an archer. This is a good one, but he got an archer as well. And going back, Liereyy always do this, Delhi. Random map in Power Wars, he doesn't see the hole, and I was about to point out that he always go for the deers.
Yeah, absolutely his favorite choice. And look at that one. Lots of skirmishes by Vinchester trying to counter the counter of Liereyy, and still no stable. Lierey's trying to press this one up. Villager is going to die. And look at that one. Beautiful move here by Vinch. He knows he will kill the villager at the front anyways, and already trying to damage the ones behind.
And he's doing one villager ahead for Vinchester, which is great because he has the Vikings, but Liereyy, how he's doing this almost every time. How Liereyy, without even selling the stone, always reach Castle Age faster than his opponent.
Yeah, he's so good. And that's maybe the deal, right? It's maybe being that clear in his build-up and so clean there, and absolutely lovely for sure. The thing is, that counterattack didn't do too much. Lost the scout, lost one archer, Vinchester looking good. And clicking up to Castle Age, not even a minute behind.
Yeah, pretty much the same time. Not, 50 seconds. It's still open. And let's see if Vinchester is going to find that hole. He's still a little bit stuck in front of the town center, trying to kill some units. He's not taking too much for now, and now he's gonna hold a little bit the position. He has double archery range. Liereyy, and he keep Liereyy at home. That's something really good.
Yeah, and that's what we said, right? Vikings, they are fine if the game prolongs without taking too much damage in the face. The woodline can be raided now. Also, when do you ungarrison those archers? Yeah, there are 10 units inside. Maybe he can jump out pretty soon, or is he waiting for the upgrades?
Let's see. We're going to find out very, very soon. Still 25 seconds to be in castle. The truth is that now no more units for Vinchester there, and we need to see how many archers he has in the archer. Oh my, he got some units there. Now all the archers are out, but he's coming with more archers, so maybe Vinchester can hold the position, or maybe not. Crossbow and Botkin arrow right away. I think Nilly is not gonna hold anything, and this is a siege workshop right away.
Oh yeah, and Vinchester needs to run. Why is he taking this fight? What's happening here? I'm really confused. Why does he think this is a good idea? Yeah, hill advantage there, but you're so heavily outnumbered. I think Vinch's archer count will be completely reset. Look at that. He goes for skirms exclusively. He will die to those mangonels.
He will take absolutely everything there, because now he has the crossbows, Botkin. The archers are going back, but the numbers, yes, the same, but he got the upgrade advantage. He's adding a second TC and siege workshop. Do you agree with the siege workshop upgrade, or you will go maybe for ballistic?
I like the siege workshop. Ballistic is only if you know that you can force the fights. Right now, Vinchester is running away. Third archery range. It feels like mangonels will just do so much damage. Look at the mass upgrade that Vinchester can afford.
Wow. Okay. But even like that, Liereyy seems to be pushing. He has a little bit more army. Vili is the same. If he lost one before in the early game, 3 archery ranges to try to outnumber his opponent, but the archers are coming from the right side. I don't know if he's going to be able to break in or even take some villas from that area. Let's see reaction from Liereyy. One villager down. He's gonna take another. Not yet. He's going back. He's taking one. It's very, very important, this one, because you're gonna put your opponent out of gold. 0 villagers of gold right now.
115 still in the bank. Still has some archers in the queue, but needs to clear this one up if he wants to keep up production. And mangonel count only at 1. That's something we really need to take a close look at, because that one should pressure Vinchester quite a bit.
And now he's coming with the mangonel as well. The mangonel is about to be there. There's a lot of army also in the north, but we need to pay attention in several spots. Need to be quick. Let's see if that mangonel is gonna make the damage. He's coming as well with the crossbows. He might be able to clean that army, Nelly, with some good micro. He maybe is gonna do it, because the skirmishes are not really powerful against the mangonels.
Yeah, that's so true. And now crossbows from the hill. Liereyy will love that one. And I really have to question the siege workshop position there from Vinchester. Yeah, it is nice for some aggression, but you can never reinforce. And Liereyy is now in the center, right? He can either decide, do I invest my forces into defending, and I will be fine, or not with the biggest distance, attack you at home Vinchester, where he does not have a siege workshop. I think Vinchester, we will see some villager losses on his side.
Yeah, and pretty much he cannot protect that siege from there anytime. And Liereyy has a decent micro, nearly.
Decent micro indeed. Arguably the best one in the game. He just makes so much happen with so few units. Absolutely love it to see that over and over again. And crossbow mangonel, he has to love this army.
Let's see if now with this aggression Liereyy can achieve something great. He's on the way to get it. 2 TCs already. Second TC for Vinchester. Economy, 1 billion different only, but remember the Vikings economy, as you can see at the top left, he has the hand card already. Both for both players. Liereyy don't even have the horse collar. That's definitely not the best. And now it's time to go for the goal. Let's see if Liereyy Fog of War Mopo and see if he can see all the resources. I believe that he can see absolutely everything.
He was raiding earlier than Feudal Age, remember, with the 3 archers, 1 scout, so he has a good idea, as we can see on the minimap. Good job there by Liereyy. And now the big question, did you maybe want to have the mangonel defending here? Could have made it so much easier for Vinchester. Or you're trying to take the fight here while he takes the mangonel. Nice start.
Well, he takes the mangonel, and in the north he has the hill advantage with so many crossbows. But I think what Lierey's achieved here might be better than what Vinchester is getting in the other one. Why? Because all the reinforcements will be here, but this is a lot of scheme. Oh, nice there as well from Liereyy. He has to be careful. Look how he's now dancing with the knights. He tried to split those, but he's taking absolutely everything with the knights. But at the same time, the archers in front are having a bad time, Nelly.
Oh, and the mangonel is saved as well. Good night. Aggression there for Vinchester. Look at that one. Crossbows are now going back, and Liereyy has to be happy with that defense.
Liereyy is definitely so happy. Numbers is still a little bit ahead, but now that hole is gonna force him to go back with many villages. A lot of idle time. Take 1 villager down. Vinchester has killed 5 villages to Liereyy nearly, and Liereyy is still ahead in villages.
Yeah, no idea how he is always making this one happen. But 30C only now for Vinch in the back. And those Knights, well, let's see if they will actually get the clear up. Feels like yes, because the skirmishers on stand ground won't really fight back.
Yeah, and also the Knights got the +1 armor. Those Knights are going to clean all the skirmishes. The Knights on the right are cleaning as well the Siege Workshop. This is looking nice for Liereyy, but it's incredible how he controlled the units. It's true that sometimes with those holes, it's forced him to lose some economy. He has lost 5, but doesn't matter. He's still getting, or seems to be getting the control. Anyway, the game is still really close, nearly, and it's only 19 army, 23 ballistic, and Vikings economy.
But still, Siege Workshop now against no Siege Workshop. Ground attack there to the side, anticipating the split micro. Also repairs. Good shot here for Liereyy. And keeps the Mangonel alive.
Oh, and coming with a second. This is a good Badaboom for sure. He has to be really careful. The numbers start to increase more and more. These 2 Mangonels with so many crows. Now those skirmishes and crows need to go back. And what else now? Going for the buildings? Or stay in that area?
I think Liereyy just can do a straightforward push, right? Knights, Mangonels, crossbows. Vinch can't really do anything against that, and that Siege Workshop might be the second most too aggressive Siege Workshop that he's building. I'm not sure if that's a great place. He needs numbers.
It's definitely not a great place, and now he has 26 army, but the problem is not the amount of army. It's not the quantity, it's the quality. It's the quality of that army. Look at the bottom right in the value. The value army from Liereyy is much, much bigger. Why? Because he got a much better army composition.
Oh yeah, 2.7k to 1.6k. Also more gold investment there for Mr. Liereyy, and now tries to take search fights against the skirm, trying to get away.
He's trying to get it, almost get absolutely everything, and at the same time, he's raiding in the north. Oh, wow. Well, this is starting to look very, very nice for the kid, because if we check at the top right corner, he is about to go up to Imperial, man.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
really
I have
unbelievable.
no idea how that is happening. Obviously using the market there quite nicely. Now only missing the second building, as you can see in the overlay. As you can see the castle age. And
Nearly.
2 dots are,
Controlling all this without even ballistic, while his opponent got ballistic. It's crazy.
True, yeah. And the second dot would indicate University is finished, and click, clickety click click to Imperial Age. He was spamming that clicking key.
8 p.m. we will see. Remember this time?
Yeah.
Remember this time? And then maybe in 18 he clicked 20,000 million times to Imperial. It's true that he's coming now from the right side and gonna pick up some villages. It's crazy how Vinchester has killed more villages than Liereyy all the time, but I saw that yesterday. We saw that yesterday against MPL. A lot of crossbows is gonna pick more villages probably with ballistic, or maybe not, and now it can be a huge battle for Liereyy.
Liereyy won't really take the fight, right? He will just use the Mangonel, scare the opponent away. He won't lose a single crossbow between the time he clicked up to Imp and the 2 important upgrades kicked in. He's just so good at preserving those numbers.
All right, let's see if he's gonna keep a little bit, let's say passive, because he's on the way to Imperial. He's gonna be a Badaboom, not too much, heal advantage, still. Ooh. Well, he went back at the right time, but it's split. They are on point. They are on point. Both now. He's dancing with those arches. He's dancing with those arches. He's not dancing anymore. What the? Badaboom there by Vinchester. He took absolutely everything by Liereyy, sorry.
Dancing on the graveyard of his friends there, because oh boy did he lose a lot. And now military counts 34 to 18. Vinchester, yeah, on the way to Imp as well, but crossbow numbers not really fair. Liereyy will have a nice timing.
Nice timing, look at that. And also 36 army. The army composition now doesn't even matter because he got a lot of more. And being said that, doing the Thumbri in 30 seconds, when he's doing the Arbalest, he need to go, but I see something that it can really maybe hold a position for Vinchester. Stone to make a castle, well, Liereyy doesn't have, but your favorite unit again can appear, the bomber cannons.
Yeah, it could be something. Let's see where the castle is being built. Relatively aggressively. There's a 1 minute timing. Vinchester still going for it. Crossbows trying to find another angle and some nice aggression. Let's see what the Mangonels can do. Still a castle age army. Vinchester, does he dare? No, he's not going, but well, he's able to make that castle. Let's see how many villages he's gonna take now. Liereyy is taking 2 villages, and with those archers fully upgraded, he can do a lot of damage on Vinchester economy. It's true that now he's coming with archers as well, and can take the monk, and can, well,
went great on that area from for Liereyy. Took the monk, but I obviously like this position here for Liereyy, denying pretty much 20 villages, 30 actually, 32.
Wow, so many idols.
Wow.
That's really unusual at this point. Most of the time you want to send them into another spot there. It is only one raiding group of Arbalists, right? So you can maybe deal with them if you went for more skirmishes, but only 9 skirmishes on the field. Feels like a bit too few against Ethiopians.
It's really too few, but we check the numbers. It's only 9 villages ahead. Military is 10 ahead, but the most important is not the numbers, right, Nelly? You feel that he has a little bit of map control. Being said that, the score keep extremely close.
Yeah, it is simply Vinchester's aggression now from that side. Mangonel missing the first shot, missing the second shot. Oh god.
Oh, that was a little bit of misplay by Liereyy. He lost now villagers, another villager down. The Mangonel is still alive, gonna lose the skirmishes. That Mangonel is doing a lot more damage than we expected. And the score, it's almost the same with population. Pretty much the same as well.
What a hero Mangonel here. Oh man, and yeah, Liereyy is simply behind, right? Still no farm upgrade, man. Still no handcard, and even engagements will be good for Vinchester. Still, would love to see him waiting for the last armor upgrade and then engage with his skirms.
Let's see if he's gonna be able to do something with bombard cannons, because now the game is getting much closer than we expect. But then you check the numbers, and in a moment he's taking absolutely everything, taking all the units, 17 army of 40. I mean, it was even numbers in 1 minute ago.
I said wait for the last armor upgrade and then engage. Oh, Vinci losing so much there before he had the crucial upgrade. That helps out so much if you have skirmishers in those scenarios. And yeah, he still has a reasonable control here, but I think he could have traded off way better against the army on the left-hand side.
Vinchester is still with 2 relics. Now the score is switching even. It's even switching the score. Not a single farm upgrade, as you said, no hand card. So if the game keep going longer, maybe Vinchester can take this game. It was looking so good during all the time for Liereyy. I see that he still have more army, but we see right now how Vinchester is on Lierey's base.
Oh yeah, full control bombard cannon, most expensive unit of the game, instantly goes down without even shooting once. Nice pick off there here by Vinch, and he takes the score lead, man.
Taking the score lead, the Rasen is trying to make a gain the surprise, killing more villains, but the score lead is there for Vinchester. I don't know what is happening in this game. He's fighting with villains, daily.
Oh man, and he only has 2 TCs, right? So he can't really replace them too easily. 109 goes for the counterattack, but Vinchester is ready here as well. Maybe 2-3 more skirms. And now look at the queue. 15 skirms on the field, 10 more on the queue. He will deal with that army beautifully. Liereyy needs to make a tech change. It's 2 skirms and only Arbalists.
Yeah, he needs to do something else. Definitely his economy is not on point. He needs also bombard cannons. We see some bombard cannon in the queue, but what the hell was that fight? We are talking that he needs army, and now the kid taking the lead again and killing absolutely everything.
Pushed away at the left-hand side, is getting pushed away at the right-hand side. Those skirms will defend this one quite nicely. Finally clears up at least the traps there, but even population now, and it feels like Liereyy playing this one 2-dimensionally, and you feel like, why is he not taking into hussars? Well, only 20 farmers.
Yeah, only 20 farmers, only 2 town center. He's not really rebooming well. Not a single farm upgrade. Now doing the hard card. Still killing some villages, but the Vikings economy and 2 castles. He's doing another castle, controlling there. 1 stone and 1 gold. That castle at the bottom right corner, but still, the ratings on the left, the rating on the left are being absolutely fantastic. A lot of damage. 1 villager, hero, doing the castle, man.
Oh yeah, she will have some stories to tell for sure. Vinchester heavily buying wood here. That's quite surprising. He has 50 villagers on wood and still has to buy it. Boy, he's spending his resources.
Okay, Liereyy is still doing a really good battles. His economy is not the best, and that bombard cannon, if he's gonna be killed by 10 skirmishes, hard to see this. Oh my god, it's very important. And you might think that Liereyy is really ahead. The problem is that he really doesn't have siege, but he keeps a lot of numbers all the time. Like, look the control. I mean, Liereyy, it's impressive. How it looks that it's not being so well for him, but then he has army all over the map, in the north, on the left, at home. Now he has army all over the ground.
Look at the villagers killed. Liereyy just had 20 villager kills like a minute ago, and he's finding so many more. Those Arbalists still around will find even more, and Vinchester was already struggling for wood. This is disaster for him.
Yeah, real disaster, but now he's gonna clean that one. 3rd town center at the bottom left corner, so he's gonna have some economy, but he has army all over, Nelly. I mean, he's covering now all the area, and he's well, both are pretty much full open.
Oh, Scholar, man. Perfect timing here. 32 minutes in Empire War setting. Obviously a bit too late. 124 villagers on the field. Look at the gold efficiency for Vinchester. He fights with a really cheap army, constantly with skirms. This one downhill, nice moves, but he will need to find some more answers against the bombard cannons.
Yeah, the numbers in military are similar. Imagine now if with 42 farmers, 22 on goal, we see berserkers on the field.
Oh, yeah.
Possibility.
Well, it's very easy to mix in Arbalest for an Ethiopian player, but oh, look at that aggressive castle by Liereyy. That's surprising to me.
That's an amazing castle there. If he's taking the ground, another hero mangonel. He has the bombard cannon, 2 bombard cannons. The 2 trebuchets are there. Oh, he can lose the castle if he's shooting now with the 2 trebs. It's only 4 villages, but he's not shooting yet. I think that castle will survive. Yes, because now he has more villages, and with the trebuchet is taking the bombard cannons. Good micro there by Vinchester. The score is still only 400 points difference. 30 military, 46, but it seems that... Oh, he deleted the castle.
Yeah.
He deleted the castle, okay.
Indeed. I think he could have killed the traps with his bombard cannons, but didn't really trust in the working ambitions of the villagers there, and just deletes it, deals with the traps, and then probably might even rebuild it at the same spot, because I like the spot.
Yeah, it's a good spot, but now losing another bombard cannon, so he was right. The trebuchets are doing an amazing job. Are those Breton's trebuchets?
Feels a bit like it there. Oh god, the accuracy is really great, and Liereyy is trying to micro against that one, and now in range of the castle. No, not another one going down, man.
He lost another. He's not being on point with the siege, but still, the numbers surprisingly keep all the time really ahead. And then you take the economy, and you think, what economy? Almost 0 gold, almost 0 food. He's at the limit with the economy, Liereyy.
Oh man, they're so good at spending those resources. Hallelujah. So many skirmishers still fighting. I would love to see some onagers being mixed in, but really tough to micro, easy to snipe, and kind of an all or nothing unit at this point, because you can't really have a one-controlled fight.
And now we see berserkers, 1 trebuchet raiding the farmers. If Liereyy never got the best farm economy in this game, now it's gonna be even more problems. It's still 8 villages idle, while Vinchester 25-27. Let's focus in the North Mopu and see what is happening with those potential archers in his base. Oh, no. Well, those military from Liereyy can't disappear. The score, nearly 300 score ahead for Vinchester now.
What was that move by Liereyy? Did he really want to throw away those skirms? No, he's reproducing them. Holy moly, didn't know about the castle apparently. Maybe didn't expect the walls at the left-hand side. That was an easy clear up here, and lots of losses. That's just starting to see, man.
Yeah, well, now he has 1 tone center. Liereyy has 1 TC push, and it's incredible, man. And the castle there, population, Vinchester 200 population, Liereyy 170, and I don't know if we are watching the right game, but this is an incredible game, and I don't know who is gonna win. But right now, if I have to bet for someone, it's from Vinchester. 65 farmers, 1,000 food, and 1,300 gold in the bank. What is going on?
What's going on is that he is likely going to take even into lead berserks. Big problem might be that he's overbooming. Oh boy, massive bombard cannon shots here. The problem is that he's overbooming. 153 villagers equals only space for 47 military here, and that might not be enough to finish Liereyy off.
Yeah, but 112 villages, and then siege rams doing all the arbors. What the hell game we're watching? Crazy. Are they gonna switch their bases? Nelly, because, I mean, Liereyy, main TC, I mean, he has no farmers anymore in that area. I mean, they are building there, but 0 villages, a lot of farmers, and incredible or not, Liereyy is still with 65 army. 65 army with this radius by Vinchester. Crazy game already.
Yeah, still only normal berserks, and we're attacking into light cav. 75 farmers here with the Vikings. I think he needs to keep the foot off the gas when it comes to production. Needs to get the upgrades a bit more. Elite Berserk just feels like such a reasonable unit here. Arbalest count isn't that high, 22, but very scattered around.
Honestly, with a proper economy, I prefer Ethiopians than the Vikings in the late game in LA. Like, they seem to me stronger than the Vikings. I mean, the army you can do. You have Hussars, yes, not with Bloodline, but they still Hussars. The cavalry from Vinchester, from the Vikings, not even husbandry. Yeah, you can do Berserkers, but if you go Arbalest and Skirmishers, you are fine with the Ethiopians.
Finally, Berserkers.
the army.
Yeah, I agree. Ethiopians should have the better late game there. If we are completely out of gold, for sure. If Berserkers are still mixed in and you can reduce the obelisk counts, then Berserk still have a saying, especially together with siege rams. But I feel like the big story simply is that we have way too many villagers and therefore not enough army by Vinch.
Yeah, Liereyy has no goal at all. He has mostly skirmishes right now. 47 skirmishes, 19 arbalists, and we see now 20 elite berserkers. 20 elite berserkers, and the problem is that with this amount of food, he can, even if the light guards are not great, he can spam light guards forever now with the Vikings as well, and take all the military. I don't know, but the score is so close. Liereyy still with a lot of army, but so few villages starting to have less than 100.
Oh, but that also means more army, right? He
Yeah.
is not losing his army too much because Vinchester simply can't muscle up the numbers to get a final clear up. Did waste some light cap there, now some skirmishers fighting, and it just feels like army is slowly dwindling in, and Liereyy has the better KD, therefore the higher score, and that's even after wasting his 40 skirmishers 3-4 minutes ago.
What do you think about that? Castle is in top of that hill, not really denying any resources, so map control, or would you make at home to protect your farmers? But right now, Liereyy seems to be able to push back with 82 military, so maybe that castle really is not even needed.
It will allow him to raid from that angle. It will also protect the gold that is at the left-hand side there with the TC. And I think it's a nice late-game setup. We now see siege engineers, more range for those bombard cannons.
What an incredible game, guys. In Arabia, probably one of the longest games in the tournament. Right now, 43 minutes. Obviously, far from the time limit yet. But now he's trying to micro and microing properly. How he's taking all the runs with the arbalest, taking all the arbalest. Military numbers is still much ahead for Liereyy, who is taking this battle. Liereyy seems to be on point right now.
Oh man, and remember a game, wasn't it Hidden Cup, a bypass game where Vinchester overboomed to 170 villages as well, and through one game? Oh, seems to be like a repeating story for him. He's not getting the military numbers out. Look at the resource, look at the queue, he's doing so much right, but he's handcuffing himself.
Yeah, and now we see the third castle, guys. Third castle on top of that hill with so much units. Those bombard cannons are being heroes, taking absolutely all the military buildings. And after this battle, I don't know if Vinchester will have enough military to counter here Liereyy, because that castle is going to protect a lot.
Finally, he's grouping up a bit there. Skirms behind. Light Cav, obviously not the greatest unit. Liereyy is microing this quite heavily, and bombard cannons won't even be touched. You can't take this hill. It's looking so good for Liereyy, and that castle goes up. This is an unbreakable area now for Vinch.
That castle is an amazing castle, still getting the hill. He got 5 bombard cannons. Those bombard cannons are killing absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. Resources, well, now Liereyy has a lot of wood. Vinchester as well. Food is still 71 farmers. It's incredible how almost not getting a really good amount of farmers during all the game. He still have all the game, huge amount of army, nearly.
Yeah,
All the
it's
game.
so good. But it's like if you constantly have 60 army in the center and your opponent dwindles in with like 15 units, loses those, another 15 units wasted. It's just so much easier to get that, and KD is getting kind of out of control here. Liereyy, it feels like he just killed 110 units while Vinchester 50 in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, and now both players on 2 TCs, but Liereyy has almost 200 population with a big difference. Like we keep repeating all the time. I know, maybe you get bored, but this is what it is. 137 villages, but then Liereyy has double the army. Keeping now those bombard cannons alive all the time, nearly, and with those bombard cannons taking that castle, he's gonna go directly into the farm, and this can be the first game from Liereyy and taking the lead in the semifinals. We will see.
Oh, and those bombard cannons not only killing the castle, but also, well, they get some really good connections there against the skirmishers, so has to be happy with that one. Lots of repairs still continuing. Yeah, there's a lot of HP upgrades on them. Vinchester trying to get an army up in the back, but look at the army value as well. 4k against 8k.
And not only that, I mean, how many castles has now Liereyy? Liereyy has already 3, building the 4th castle. He's gonna destroy those trebuchets, probably, saving that one. He's trying to make another TC. He regrouped a little bit his army or not. He's still pushing on the right side. That those trebuchets are going to keep alive because those berserkers are very, very strong. And here, he's cleaning. He's forcing him to move all the villages. Well, maybe this is good for Vinchester. He killed villages and maybe now he will do more army.
Yeah, but now he is running out of map control. Just look at the minimap. Yeah, there's still some red dots streaming in from the bottom, but that is such a crazy, crazy force. Still getting that extra gold. So Vinchester is doing a lot of stuff right. It just felt like he lost so much control. Now taking into Cavaliers? What?
Cavaliers with the Vikings, okay. Cavaliers with the Vikings, remember they are missing the +4. They don't have husbandry, they don't have bloodlines. Those Cavaliers are, well, I don't want to say, they're weak. They're very weak. Cavaliers is definitely not the answer. Even better, Onagers, massive Onagers with Siege Engineer, for example.
I think he cancelled the Cavalier upgrade. Maybe you heard me screaming there over
in
Russia.
Check where Vinchester is being forced to make 2 extra town centers. I think this is impossible. Liereyy has over 90 military, 200 population. It was looking at some point nearly that Vinchester could take the game, but this Liereyy, we have to admit that he's playing like a monster in this game.
Yeah. I mean, he is playing really well, and a lesser player obviously would have lost there to Vinchester, but we also have to say all this 150, 100, scratching at 160 villagers simply, yeah, just stockpiled more resources, but didn't really get the kill.
The Echo KD is the same. Both are killing each other, raiding a lot each other, but that micro, how he's controlling, doing the Cavalier upgrade again. I think you didn't scream a note. Hussar upgrade from Liereyy. Well, when you get into Hussar upgrade in Ethiopians is something like the game went very, very long. And
yeah, for the second time, Vinchester can't believe it. Why did I click Cavalier?
Oh, man, what a game. Do you see the reaction? Vinchester was like telling, I did everything, and the kid is like, oof. The first game, honestly, oof, much closer than I expected. A spectacular game. Come on, people in the chat with the GG, because Ghost and Goomba again, this game is has been amazing, Liereyy. I'm speechless right now.
It was really, really well played by both players. The big problem I see here is for Vinchester that if he didn't realize that he overboomed, he will look at this game and he won't know why he lost. And this could break you because he was ahead, played well, had lots of stuff going for himself, and somehow still the game slipped out of his hands. This is something that's very easy to analyze after you watch the recorded games, but something you don't see after you just finished.
The value army, if you check, has been always really ahead to Liereyy. He always got like a stronger army, even if at some point Vinchester was having more army. Guys, hopefully you have enjoyed. This has been the first game only in the day, and definitely worthy for a semifinals in the Red Bull Wololo 4. Amazing, spectacular game, statistics, military. The ratio KD here, it talks a lot how good Liereyy has been controlling the army, because in Village we saw how it was almost the same. Has been a 96th largest army. Yeah. 96th largest army with Ethiopians. When Vikings is supposed to have a superior economy, but Liereyy controlled the military so well. Economy, we're gonna check the economy then. Economy, Vinchester, 13,000 more food, Liereyy. I'm calling you Liereyy all the time, really. That's good, right?
And micro.
Yeah, 13,000 more food. That only means what you were talking, the overboom, because he was having a lot of resources, even more gold, and couldn't mass the army. The numbers, incredible, really incredible. You can see all the social and the APM, beautiful APM. Let's go.
157 villagers there for Vinch, and oh yeah, Vinchester playing with quite some high APM as well. And what was the moment where he was spotting Imp? It was like 22 minutes. Okay.
Here.
No, I don't think it was the 14:30. No, Imp was a bit later. And also, if we can go to another tab back again, and you can see the timeline. It is simply the light area is economy and the dark area is military. And you see how little dark area we constantly had, basically since he reached Imp, Vinchester. And it shouldn't be like that. It should be, let's say, 60% light, 40% dark. And This one looked more like 80-20.
Yeah, looked like 80-20. Well, at the end, Liereyy got a lot of farming. But this is what we want. We don't want a 10-minute game and a lot of action, because from Castle Age, they were fighting all the time. At some point, it was looking that Vinchester could take it.
Even Feudal Age, right? He was camping those 2 Archie Rangers, did block the gold quite nicely there. Then the questionable thing is the Siege Workshop. I didn't like it, and I like to be right, because it might have costed him a lot of aggression.
Yeah. Well, he made even a second or was trying, so pretty much he wasted, let's say, resources. And if he did at home with the Vikings economy, even like that, he was still close. Spectacular game. What is going to be the second game now? Now home map for Vinchester. Let's see if we say the home maps and the civilizations. Vinchester going to pick probably Northern Ireland, nearly.
Feels likely Portuguese against Italians, feels very natural there as the civilizations. Ring Fortress could be squeezed in as well, and that could be a lot of civilizations then. Franks, we have seen that being made work with by Dogao. Also, Mayans have been crazy on Ring Fortress. So I think Vinchester will be set up quite nicely, but Liereyy, well, I wouldn't mind something like Tatars or Berbers there.
Yeah, well, what I like is that we see Vinchester on point, because it's very hard to bring. I mean, at some point, Liereyy got 1 TC.
Yeah.
1 TC very late in the game, so he was really putting some pressure. And if he's gonna be Northern Islands, Italians might be for Liereyy, pretty standard. Portuguese for Vinchester, Nelly.
Yeah, and as we can see in the bottom, already confirmed, next map will be Northern Isles, so makes lots of sense. Portuguese advantage, your chips cost less gold, your ship have more HP as well. If we go to the super late game, we can see some wild Vitoria. Obviously not that easy to get on this map, because there are lots of extra resources, so that won't be the issue most of the time, but very strong water. Italians, cheaper to get to the next age, cheaper upgrades, and if he wants to get to them, maybe Condo Landing earlier.
Okay, let's see. I was going to ask you if you were impressed by Vinchester's performance, but we can talk about that in between the next game. We have, obviously, Portuguese and Italians. Vinchester as a red. In the north, in the south, Liereyy, yellow. Well, we need to focus probably first into the transport to see what they are going to do, if they are going to make any archery range. For now, we don't see any military buildings, Nelly.
Oh, Liereyy is actually doubling down on water. Same goes for Vinchester, but big difference. Liereyy building his dock in the back, Vinchester building his dock in the front. Interesting approaches, and that one will be relatively aggressive.
Okay, let's see then what they are going to do. He's probably, since Liereyy has Italians and Portuguese more HP, maybe that's the reason he's building the dock at the back?
Yeah, it's also like playing the very greedy play that he is, right? Adding fishing ships here, only now adding the fire galley and will defend. This one will be pretty much a rush to Castle Age by both players. Most of the time we have seen landing, those two players, except that it will be a water map.
Yeah, well, let's see if we're going to see some landing. Seems like not, and we'll go for Castle Age. So then we can expect a standard water game, right?
Well, yeah, most likely, right? But also the Siege Workshop landing is an option here. Some micro there, hill advantage could be a thing. And yeah, Fire Galley running around now. And why is Vinchester not engaging there? Has the HP deficit, so yeah, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, he's a little bit behind. He has still the transport there. He's doing a spear. And Liereyy again going for the deers. Did you see? Even if they are far.
Okay.
No. I think it's the deers. We're going to focus. Where he's going back? He got more HP. Now he noticed, but the spear is going to be there. Well, for now, this map can be... Well, we saw yesterday. The crazy... Man, there's so many deers. Is worth a mill there?
This should be a mill. Yeah, that should be a mill. I hope he mills this one. We saw yesterday that someone built a TC next to the 8 deer there and had, I think, even stone and wood. This could be a beautiful TC. I think he could have delayed going for those deer.
Okay, you can see the resources, guys. Liereyy can go up. Remember, maybe he's waiting for the 800. No, he has no building. He has no building, and he could be up already because Italians is cheaper, and now he's going to lose the fish. He's going to lose the fish. He has the resources. Now going up to Castle. It's almost the same time, both players. So we are going to see water, and probably more water. No, I see some Is there some landing? No, it's not. I just want to see landing, Nele.
I know that he loves some land fights. A bit sloppy there by Liereyy, losing a fishing ship. Might be a second one even. Nah, probably not. And we'll clear this one up. But another fire galley is coming. Some nice map control by Vinch for now.
Yeah. Yesterday, Vinchester did one of the most fun games in this map. Really impressive aggression with Incas, but this is a completely different approach. Completely different approach. Maybe he wasn't confident like he did against Mr. Yo. Do you prefer Portuguese or Italians?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It feels like both are S-tier civilizations on this one. Feels very natural to pick either of them. Italians just play a bit easier. If you have Portuguese, you counter Vikings a bit better with caravels against longboats, but I think Vinchester got both, right? He got Vikings and Portuguese, so that wasn't even an option. I think slightest of advantage for the Italian, but I would take the better player wins.
Okay. Well, population, 3 villages ahead. That might be fishing ships, and same time up, so this is an advantage already. Idle time on the TC is similar for both. But I believe that those are fishing ships for sure for Liereyy. 39-9, 36-7. Now taking a little bit more navy, as you can see, 6 for 4. Well, small advantage, and this can matter in the early Castle Age.
Oh, both with the same timing and upgrades. Should just be War Galley flying in. Vinchester a bit later there. What's happening? Why are we not getting any upgrades? It's just disengaging. Is there something else going on that he's just...
Is transporting there? Oh!
Ooh. Oh, that's a castle!
Oh my God, it's a
we
castle!
missed it, man!
A castle and organ guns! A
Holy
castle
moly.
and organ guns, and we missed that! Oh, these castles are absolutely titanic castles, but now so many villages are coming. If he made the castle there with the organ guns, the hype is going to be real. Whoa! We're going to see a lot of small Vipers there? Come on, man!
Let's see, and that castle, he will spot that one with the spearman.
Oh,
but he blocks the castle!
The spear is blocking the castle, and now let's see the reaction. Liereyy, well, Liereyy doesn't react, and that castle is amazing. He's taking the stone, he's taking the gold, and can we see where are the other gold and stone? Behind that castle as well.
Oh, and one is gold there at the top. He's already opening the walls, has to go there. And what is this? He's going for Monastery as the defense? I'm not sure if I like that one. Yeah, he gets redemption, but...
You need millions of bucks, nearly.
Yeah,
like,
not going to be pretty.
No. Well, is a double monastery or no? It's a stable. That's a stable, I think. Yeah.
That's
stable.
indecisive.
Monastery. I like this strategy by Vinchester.
Yeah, I absolutely love it, yeah. Obviously, it's very risky, right? If the Fire Galley was spotting that one, the transporters might not have gotten to the other side, or at least you could have pulled villagers against that, and now organ guns are out on the field, and Liereyy will struggle with the defense. Maybe mass villagers on gold and Monk's defense could be a thing, but why did he add the stable then?
Yeah, well, let's see. He's doing even a scale bar in armor, 13 on food, not a lot of villages on gold. It's true that he has another goal at the right. That's lucky. Imagine that he didn't have any goal access here. Well, he can always go to the middle since he's getting the water control. He's going to Imperial!
What?
He's going to Imperial. Vinchester is going to go up to Imperial. Look at the resources. Man. He's going to go up to Imperial. Clone strategy. What do you mean clone strategy, guys? If you are not too much into the community, arena maps being cloned in a fun way, obviously, but it's about to go up to Imperial. I mean, I smell the Imperial, Nelly.
I am not smelling anything. I see the resources, and I see that he's using the market, and I see that he's not building anything. But I won't believe it till I see it. This is a crazy time. And Liereyy won't smell it at all. Yeah? He sees the score and will be really confused what's going on.
Well, I don't know how it smells, but for me it smells good. I mean, I'm Imperial now, at this time. How do you stop that? Trebuchet and some organ guns.
I don't see anything. He's trying to land with the knights. I like that one. But Vinchester shouldn't really have too many exposed villagers at his own bit. But, well, actually, without any extra TCs.
Well, he has
problems.
No, but he has not many villages exposed because he has no villages. He has half of his villages on Lierey's Island. You know, so right now he's up to Imperial, guys. 11 minutes, click up to Imperial. 13 minutes in Imperial. If he's safe at home, he win the game. But those knights can make A total disaster.
Oh no.
He can see it already.
Yeah, but is he actually watching that? It's not really the spot where you might go, wow.
Nice reaction by Vinchester, nice reaction. The score is tricky because now Liereyy knows, I think Liereyy really knows that his opponent is on the way to Imperial. What do you think, Nelly?
Yeah, after he sees no TC there and after he sees only 4 iron guns, he should have a good idea. But even that I'm seeing everything, I wouldn't even know what to tell him how he has to react to this.
Well, I really love what he's doing. I mean, this is full plan practice by Vinchester. Let's see if it's going to work. It still is difficult because Liereyy has 25 villages more, but he's far away from Imperial.
Is that open?
Yeah, it's open. It's open. It's open.
House?
It is open there. And in that spot, no, don't think so. There's a tree. No, it's not open. Well, now here we have organ guns, and another thing that I like it, a stone for another castle.
Okay, monks around. Do you not need redemption?
Whoa.
I thought you could need redemption.
No, he did redemption. He used research redemption, so he's converting that one. But you are not going to convert the trebuchet. And now what? The castle, also in his island, right? Forward, not at home.
Yeah, but he doesn't really need it at home, right? 2 monks should easily defend. That one has enough gold in the bank. But look at the economy. 7 on wood, 5 on food.
What
yeah,
economy?
6 on gold, but only 9 on stone. I think he has to go wild with his second castle here.
Yeah, this is why it's called in a fun way clone strategy, because the economy is definitely pretty much not existent. Fightorias! Fightorias! He's gonna make Fightorias economy full organ guns, trebuchet, and he's building Fightorias forward on Lierey's base. This is and at home. This is absolutely amazing. Really amazing. Love it. We won the 1-1, guys. Now we have to be BAs. I love Liereyy. Everyone loves Liereyy, but Vinchester as well. With this creative strategy, we vote for the 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be rewarded with this one. So that basically that's a building that generates wood, food, gold, and stone for you. It will block 20 population though. That's why we saw so many houses and the third Victoria. And that's why you see at the top 43 villagers, but his income will obviously be way higher, but he will lose a lot on his gold.
But now Liereyy is not joking. Liereyy is not joking. Crossbows, knights, trying to kill absolutely everything. But who needs village when you have Fightorias?
Well, if you don't have any villagers, you can't build more Victorias. You can't even repair the Victorias. And he tries to squeeze out the third one. It feels like he's rushing for a castle, but it's actually not that important that he finishes it right now.
Yeah, well, but he did the Fightoria. And then with Fightoria, he has recovered, in quotes, 20 villages. Because it's what it was, that one. But Liereyy is getting closer and closer to go up to Imperial. This is a fun game for sure. Guys, best map in the tournament, Northern Ireland.
Confirmed. Also, no, guys, it is blocking 20 population spot, but the rate that they generate resources is lower there. I think it's more around like 7 villagers, but it's a one-time investment and they will constantly get something that you don't have access too much in the long run, which is gold and stone. That's why building them early on is such a lovely thing. But it's not like, oh, 3 Victoria, he's actually sitting at 100 villagers.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Resources for Liereyy. He can go up to Imperial. When he's doing the building, he doesn't have the building. He's going to lose more villages. And I really love the village distribution for Vinchester. 20 villages on wood, 1 on foot, 0 on gold.
Oh man, and that will be more villager losses there for sure. As you can see at the bottom, 16-3. Monks trying to get a conversion. Adding those crossbow were so good, and he's raiding again at the right-hand side. Liereyy is just so brutal at punishing those strategies.
Yeah, I mean, Liereyy is a monster. He's doing another Fightoria. Only one trap. Liereyy has to be careful. Can we check? Oof, my. And he's doing a town center on Vinchester map. Many players will maybe panic against this. Liereyy, like if nothing happens.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Remember, this is like the 4th Victoria, that's 1,000 stone, so you could have easily built another more aggressive castle. Could have went for the all-in here and pushed more with the iron guns.
Yeah.
Well, didn't really go for it. Liereyy had the redemption option there as the defense and made something beautiful happen. Not too far away from Imp. Chemistry on the way, maybe. Is Cannon getting an option? I don't really see that. He doesn't have enough water control. Behind us, by the way, 16 fishing ships.
Wow. Well, Fightoria, this strategy has been fun for sure. Fun also to watch, and the momentum was fun. But thinking now about that, if he was, like you said, all in and make a second castle in front, he could make the Fightorias later even. Or if he made a castle at home, all this aggression wouldn't happen. And you could make the Victorias and keep also pushing. But right now, he lost almost everything. He got only 5 military, and now he's doing the chemistry with a second DC on Vinchester base. And another Victoria. Well, that many Victorias obviously is going to be a lot of resources, but please make houses.
Victoria number 5 indeed. Pop cap now 140 out of 140. Even higher there, as you can see. Normally you can't break that, but Portuguese can. And we clearly need to see way more houses there. Look at how tiny the dwindle of the resources there at the top. Even food looks as if he's Khmer.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's going super quick right now with no village on foot and gold. It's incredible. Let's see what he can do. Obviously, Liereyy now in Imperial Age, and we need to focus where, because the big battles will appear probably in Lierey's base. He has now a castle at home, and we need to see if Vinchester can do something there. Otherwise, it's gonna be almost impossible for Vinchester.
Oh, the forward castle, and that could snipe. If Victoria could snipe the castle. Bombard cannon now out. Okay, that is nice. Obviously, both civilizations having access to that one if you wanted to go for. But I think the main thing is that Liereyy doesn't even need to focus on land anymore. Okay. He has so much water control, and cannon galleons could shoot any Victoria on the whole map.
Yeah.
And he can't run with Victoria.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, let's see. He's doing some arches. Lierey's micro, as we all know, is quite decent. He has a lot more army, and just for the viewers, like, can you convert Victorias?
I think no.
I think no. It's like a monastery building, right? You cannot.
I think you cannot.
Come on, people in the stream. We want to see the Wikipedia people. Can you convert Victorias? Yes, you can. Orlu says yes, you can. So if Orlu says yes, you can. Yes, you can. No more to talk. Okay. I would love to see a conversion in Victoria right now. It will be terrible for him. Anyway, population in theory 151, 131. People think that we didn't know. We are trying to get them into the
chat interaction. 101, man. Exactly.
They don't understand anything, man. Oh my goodness, these people, man. These people. Arces, he's gonna take now the monks. He's gonna take all the monks or not? Yeah, well, he has ballistic. Okay.
Oh, dodging the shots there quite nicely. Bombard cannon kind of exposed. Now Arbalest to Arbalest. The numbers should always be better for Liereyy. And now even jumping in with a knight. 1 Orient gun, 3 monks behind this one. Liereyy should make a proper hold here.
Oh, wow. Well, he's holding the game. Well, thanks to this strategy, much more fun that was probably going to be if they were going all full galleys. But sadly, it's not working for Vinchester. The score, surprisingly, is still incredibly close thanks to this Victoria's economy.
Yeah. Well, it is obviously giving you resources, also reasonable investment, so you get the extra score for that one, but he has to repair now, and, well, that should cost him gold and stone, right? It's kind of weird how the stone count is now going up, going down, up, down, up, down, up.
Well,
down,
he's
down,
repairing that. Now Victoria is down. He's doing at least skirmishes, and the problem for Vinchester is that Liereyy has been raiding him all the time. Like, he didn't give him like a second to mass.
Yeah.
He never got a moment to mass army. Nothing.
Yeah. It's like he also decided to not mass army, right? It felt like, okay, I'll do some small army, hope that you are overcommitting, and we'll go for the Wild Victoria strategy there. But yeah, we didn't see the numbers. Bombard cannon now around, could have been converted as well, and we'll deal with the traps quite nicely.
Yeah, well, fantastic. Let's see those trebuchets going to go back. Now with the traps, military numbers, Vinchester is starting to have some decent amount of army here. Bombard cannon is gonna take the trebuchet, and I don't want to get overexcited because it's still a long way to go. But, well, maybe he can do something. He is still, on theory, 160 population. And here, what is he doing here? Some towers, some bombard cannons, he needs some protection.
Yeah, some skirms could be doing really well there. So many villagers going down. Look at that one, only 38 workers now. Yeah, Victorias are giving you lots of resources. Caravels being mixed in. We're seeing the full tech tree by Vinchester here with Portuguese.
Yeah, don't forget about something. There's time limit here. If he's doing all the upgrades, keep the position, the score that the Victorias give is incredible, as you can see. Because in theory, look at how low is the population, and he's still really more or less close.
Let's do the math. It should be 400 resources. Shouldn't it only be like 100 score per Victoria? think something like that, but obviously dwindling in lots of resources there. And yeah, how many Victorias does he have? That's really crazy, and now can focus more on those skirmishers here. Military is getting pretty even, but
It's so
look at
close.
the numbers,
It's really
37 villagers.
It's really so close, and he's having now soon all the upgrades for the range units. The monks are there. There's 2 bomber cannons, 1 trebuchet down. If he's taking the trip, he's converting one of the bomber cannons. Those monks are also with block printing. Whoa, 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 whoa. 23 army, 32. And remember that pretty much all his military is in this area for Vinchester, while Liereyy is in the north and in the south. The score is getting very, very close, nearly.
Ram push now against the Victoria. The fire ship is helping out as well, and as you can see, 5.2k HP, so they can hold their ground for a bit. But if you don't deal with the Ram, eventually it will get the kill. And it feels like both are kind of defending their island here, ma'am.
Yeah, they are defending with an amazing Vinchester economy. 7 on wood, 0 on food, 3 on gold. Oh my god. It's amazing, really, really amazing. And with those villages distribution, he's getting meaty resources.
Oh, well, will take some time.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, it feels so weird. He's repairing with lots of villagers, right? He has 40, 10 more in the queue with only 1 town center, if I see that one correctly, so that will take some time. Liereyy now doesn't like his island anymore and goes for the center.
Well, but it's forcing Liereyy to go to the center because...
13 villagers in the queue, ma'am. In 1 TC.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. But he's going to the middle because on his island, if we check his island, Mapu, we can see that he has no resources. All the resources are on, well, on Vinchester's side. There's no resources. Look at the resources. What resources? Not even wood soon.
Uh-oh.
The wood important, Nile.
Oh yeah, 21 on wood against 25 on wood. And
Check the score, guys. The score is still getting closer and closer. If Vinchester is winning this game with this strategy, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say.
absolutely crazy indeed.
Either for Liereyy. Either for Liereyy as well.
37.
It's incredible. But the score, guys, is about to switch. Might be the longest game in the tournament. And Vinchester, if he's taking those 2 trebuchet, ooh, that castle was very, very important, but doesn't matter. He will have a stone for a castle soon.
Bombard cannon alone could easily be converted. Next attack here. And I think Vinchester could even consider going for some fast fire ships himself. Mangonel will do a good job against those skirmishers. Not the prettiest move ever. This one will get tricky. Liereyy, he heavily needs to think about wood. I think Vinchester, if he gives up the push and just tries to defend it, the opponent's island, and pushes his own island back, he easily wins this.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to... A castle where Liereyy has pretty much all the villages working. That castle can take absolutely all the villages working from Liereyy. He needs to make it. Let's see if he's gonna make it. He's coming with a Mangonel, so marvelous. That castle should be up. Let's see. This castle is important. He's doing a tower. Because now Liereyy noticed that this can be a problem. And that castle is going to be up. Should be up or not?
Mangonel to Arbalest, the tower. He needs to focus pretty well. Mangonel can't really shoot him on the wood line.
HP of that castle. We need to check the HP. There you go, 80%. Now he touched a little bit his face. This castle, he's sending more villains. Another tower. The castle needs to be up. Come on, Doubt is great, but he's out of the tournament. Not another Doubt castle. Come on.
Oh, tower
He's up.
one. Yeah, it's likely
He's
to go up. And what I have to say is, look at the idle villagers constantly for Liereyy in the 40s. And Victorias, they can't go idle, man.
Yeah. I mean, with this castle, he's taking a lot. Now, I know if I told that he's going to go down here, but Liereyy is recovering his own base.
Yeah, and that means lots of wood. We'll get double gold again. Now over 50 idle villagers there. Drop them down to 30, but I think both will recover their island.
Yeah.
And we go into a normal game.
Look at Vinchester's face now. But seriously, if he recovers his island, he can win the game with Portuguese.
Honestly, 5 Victoria will be too much for that, right? We did talk about the overboom earlier. 5 Victoria plus, let's say, he goes for 40, 50 villagers, means he won't have enough pop space again for water. Victoria are great for the long game. Is it even the 6 Victoria then?
I don't know.
Oh, it could be number 6.
Galleon.
And I think he won't really get onto too much water. He won't have the army.
This is helping. This is gonna help Vinchester. He's killing his Victoria.
3, 4,
4,
5,
5,
6.
6, 7. 7 Victoria, 6 here, and 1 in Lierey's Island that now he just killed it. So it was 7, now 6 Victorias. Damn! 6 Victorias, I have never seen that many, but the score is still relatively close. And now he got Gallon Abrit doing skill bar in armor. He wants to clean all that area. And this game is gonna go for the time limit.
Okay, now Vinchester is going for Caravels, which are a unit that work like a Scorpion, doing a ballista shot that does area of effect damage in a line. But they actually don't get that much extra damage against other ships compared to War Galley or a Galleon later on. So they're actually not that great if they fight in small numbers against fast fire ships. And I think Vinchester, he rather should go for some fast fire ships and try to contest that way. But I think the main story is still too many Victorias, and he's actually getting fewer resources than Liereyy.
Yeah, he's getting fewer resources, but now we're checking the score, checking the score. He's gonna switch, he's switching TikTok. He's switching or not, switching the score. Vinchester is taking the lead in this game, 300 score ahead. Cavalier average, chamber in armor, 400 score, absolutely incredible. 1-1 incoming, unbelievable.
Liereyy now stabilizing, maybe if he just booms on the other side, right? He has 2 TCs, building 3 TC now on the other island, and he will have a reasonable economy. 76 villages, now goes for shipwright. Massive upgrade in this matchup if we both go for water. Big question, where will Vinchester use his Cavaliers?
He's doing for the score?
No.
Yeah, well...
Way too early for that.
1,000 score. This is incredible. No, he's gonna clean the traps. He's gonna try to clean the skirmishes he wants to keep, because now he's gonna lose one of those Victoria. But losing one Victoria now is fine. He's gonna have more army. He still have a lot of Victorias, no?
I fear that he will try to replace them. I think technically he is over Victoria Ring. Not sure if I ever said that one before. And building... What is that TC? In No Man's Land? A farm TC?
Yeah.
A farm TC on the opponent's island?
Yeah. He's doing a town center. They are trying to get some crown, probably, or I don't know. No, population for Liereyy is not really looking great. He's winning the game.
I think it will take some time.
Yeah.
27 military.
400 years will take.
Yeah, and I think we might go for the time limit. And then Victoria are good, but honestly, like Lierey's economy will be better at this stage. Maybe this one was a wild approach. Can he maybe kill another Victoria? No, the trap is going to go down. And Liereyy, if he just keeps some Arbalists, some monks at home, he should be able to defend this one and play the long game. And I'm not sure if Vinchester can muscle up the army.
But look at the score now, Nelly. Like, starting to think like maybe this doesn't matter anymore. It's getting close to 3,000 score ahead. What is going on in this game? 3,000 score ahead. And now that's a castle for Vinchester after doing that TC. That's why he's doing that town center in the middle. In the middle of nothing.
Yeah. 3,000 score ahead feels like a lot now, but remember, if we go to the score limit, that's basically 1 hour, 15 minutes, and both players will have around 20,000, 25,000 score, so there's still lots of time, lots of points to be claimed by Mr. Liereyy, and if he just takes 2 or 3 good water battles, he will be in the lead again.
Okay. For now, we can see a lot of fast fire ships. This is Galleons as well. Liereyy has 89 villages, 41 villages for Vinchester, but Victorias, that's a great plus. As you can see, the score is still really ahead for Vinchester, trying to take all those Galleons, but he doesn't have Galleons himself, need to make it. And now he's doing some good battles. Heavy demolition ship for Vinchester with 1 farmer and 6 on gold.
The ideal composition here for Portuguese is heavy demolition ships and caravels behind this, because then you always win the fights against all the galleons, can snipe from distance, and cannot lose the fight against the fast fire ships at the front. But it is tricky to get to the mass that would give you the golden army there. We're down to 6 Victoria now, still lots and lots of income Vinchester. But if we do the math, and I should never do math on stream, but if we think Victoria blocks 20 pop, gives you villager income for 7, that is minus 78 population.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, those demos can do a massive damage right now. He the lead one dog there. No, it's the traps. It's taking a lot of good battles. The military numbers is still close. The score is still over 2,000. Now Galleon upgrade for Liereyy. I want to check in the south a little bit if that castle is going to go down, Mapu. That castle that Vinchester was doing, is that castle going to go down? How much HP he has? That castle is, I don't know how much, but he's not doing, and doing now more stables. There you go, 32%. He's trying to take this back. He need that back, Liereyy, Nile.
Still only one to see for Vinchester. Would have loved to see a second one on his base. And now we see some more towers. But look at that one. Only 2 dogs soon on the front here. And that won't be enough for the production. Now cannon galleons being added as well. Liereyy is reclaiming this area. My money is on Liereyy.
Okay. Okay, you're gonna lose all your money, and now
Luckily, I'm not a betting man.
Okay, he's doing the castle here. I don't know. I'm just joking. I really don't know. But if he keep holding that economy, he's doing now bloodlines, chain-barded armor. I don't know what is this.
Cannon Galleon will find the kill against one tower. Is going for some more attacks there. Did get guard tower. Is going for architecture. And, well, still going down there. Bombard cannon could maybe do something. Obviously, they do splash damage.
I'm not joking. If
You're not joking.
If he's doing a wonder, how many points he's getting?
Wonder is not worth it. He's getting a lot of points. I think he gets nearly mass 1,600 points. But it takes so long to actually build that wonder.
Okay. But he can do it. I mean, look at the resources.
It costs 1k wood, 1k gold, 1k stone. It's not out of the question, but actually having the villagers working is better, I believe.
Okay, I'm dying. Now he's doing what? Is that another castle? Is that a second castle? It's a second castle on Lierey's base. The score is still there. We have seen how he's sweating. Vinchester is sweating. Arquebus and Siege Engineer upgrade, an amazing 2 upgrades for Portuguese. It's ballistic to gunpowder units. Look how he's still touching his face. Incredible game, really.
Yeah, Arquebus, probably my favorite upgrade, right? Bombard cannons basically with ballistics is just crazy good, and he keeps on pushing. Liereyy had only popped 160. I think he needs to use the cannon galleons more to defend his home base. He's pushing an area that's actually not that scary for him right now.
Okay. How much money you gonna give me, Nile? If Vinchester is winning this one. Because he's
trying to defend here for Mr. Liereyy, and he will just need to get through some bombard cannons himself. Gold still accessible for him in the back. Vinchester now using the market. Still lots of excess in the center when it comes to gold and stone, and Vinchester will lose a lot, and those cannon galleons could easily deal with 2-3 Victorias here.
Yeah, let's see now. And those are bombard cannons, cavaliers, so many arbalists.
207 population for Vinchester.
207 population for Vinchester. Where's the admin from this tournament? This is cheating, guys. It's over 200, man. Over 200 population. Vinchester is bringing this game into definitely to another level. To really another level. 155 population for Liereyy. Now trying to hold. And another big problem. What would can Liereyy take if he's not recovering this area?
He needs to recover. If he isn't recovering this area, the game is over. But I think he simply can get onto the better numbers, right? Still look at the military count. 15 only. He has 205 pop. 15 of those can actually only fight.
It's incredible. It's just incredible. He has no wood soon. He has 30 villages on wood, but are those villages that we are watching now in this screen? Obviously, with the castle there, with all the arbors, those arbors are going down. The light guns are going down. The score is still increasing. He's gonna lose 1 Victoria. Okay, if he's taking all the Victorias with the cannon galleons, maybe I will bet with you, Nile.
Liereyy had traps in the center island and actually now sending them over for the defense, trying to go for the cannon galleon, and Victoria dying is actually not that bad for Vinchester. That means finally more space for our army.
Okay. Let's see, light cap upgrade coming with the trap, which those 2 castles are crucial, really crucial. Is taking or not? He's doing a second castle. He built it already. Still with so many Victorias.
6, he had 7 just a minute ago.
How many? Oh man. 11 army, only 55 coming with the traps. Still 263 years. The score is still on 2K, but well. we have to probably wait now, Nelly, because I think Vinchester just want to win by the score.
Yeah, but still lots of time, right? And I don't really see that happening simply because we have those castles going down and the army. It's just the same that we had in game 1, right?
Yeah.
Small army numbers.
Yeah. Well, but now it's because he has a lot of victorias. He need to probably delete some. Well, this is good Cavaliers numbers. He's fully upgraded in defensively. He need to take those. He's taking those monks. Those Cavaliers are very, very strong. He needs some bomber cannons. He's now spamming more. Look at the foot some time ago. Now he's spamming more. You can see the Q is on 3-4 stables. He's still killing a lot. If he holds this position, really, it's an out for game probably.
Liereyy is fine with holding here, and Vinchester again lost some units, some conversions there with the monks. Nice use of the light cap though, but he won't get any control over this area. I think maybe Vinchester should have just contested water. Boom behind this one. It feels like he is losing the control of the game second by second.
Yeah, and now that castle, look how he's flashing in the mini-map. There you go, he's gonna be down. He's doing another at the back. The cannon galleons. Liereyy now with 106 villiers, no idols anymore, 70 military. What a beast, both players.
What is that castle for the defense? Basically in the galleons, cannon galleons around already. That castle will never go up, or if it goes up, it can easily be sniped without any return damage. So I'm a bit surprised by that choice. And yeah, I think we don't have to talk about bets constantly, but
no. I'm starting to be needing the money, yeah. Anyway, still more Cavaliers. If he's taking those trebuchets, it's gonna be huge. Oh, more and more Cavaliers. It's gonna take all the trebs. This is so many Cavaliers now repairing the castle. All the trebuchet down. Oh, that's a lot of resources, but the castle is down and he's doing another immediately.
Oh, love that spot apparently. And traps going down is not only costly, but obviously gives massive amount of score to the opponent there. And as you can see, Vinchester is starting to pull ahead a bit again.
200 years to finish. 200 years, which is in the game 20 minutes in game, still with 1,600 score. And with those bomber cannons, well, not bomber cannons, cannon galleons, he's taking another Victoria. Maybe it's benefit them. Do you think Vinchester should also put some galleys on water, because you cannot lose everything, I guess, the cannon galleon.
Fire ships. Adding some 5 fast fire ships could make this so much easier. It's low army fights. Still a small story that I already told, but I think it also makes sense to repeat it. Now, I did have a practice game and lost exactly on this island with 150 population against 30 population. It was against Mr. Dark, who is the training partner of Vinchester. So maybe if they trained the strategy, Vinchester knows exactly how to play this long game, because he simply will have all the knowledge to share.
Okay, we can see how he's doing more upgrades. Still almost no food for Liereyy, and let's check Lierey's island, because I think it's the crucial spot in the game right now, because this is the only wood left for Liereyy, right, Nelly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the wood here in this screen right now. So there's no more. There's no more. Literally no more. So when he's losing the wood, you cannot remake farms. You cannot make more galleys anymore. Yes, he has the gold and the stone here, but the wood is crucial.
Interesting that Liereyy still felt like, okay, I can reclaim this area and at the same time can go for some more water army. But again, the Arbalest, it's like 17 Cavaliers. It's the highest that we have seen this game probably. And Liereyy just continues to build better and better army. And now another fleet is coming over and will deal with the Victoria at the top again.
Yeah, we need to see some bomber cannons in the south. He needs some bomber cannons because you need to take the traps and also the Arbalest. Liereyy still have huge amount of army and navy. 71 combined with, you can see in the top right, absolutely everything. Those Cavaliers is not enough. He has one bomber cannon. He's trying to take the trap. Very important. There's some galleys. Let's check to see the trebuchet if he's going to be down. The trebuchet is still alive. Those Cavaliers, this is the spot we need to check. This is the spot that we need to keep the attention, because if he's taking the castle down, it's huge for Liereyy. If he keep that castle alive, Liereyy out of wood, Nelly.
Yeah, the thing is, if Vinch wins one fight here, significantly, he wins the game. Yeah. The question is, can he ever do this? Because obviously Liereyy is realizing that one as well. Adds on to Arbalest numbers and can just chip away with those armies. Now goes for the bomber cannon. One being close to down, one down. Disengages.
Yeah, one is down, but still the castle alive. He has a stone forever. He can repair all the time. For now, repairing also the Victoria, coming with an organ gun, trying to kill those galleys won't happen. They can go back. They got the range advantage. And again, here he's into the light cat. Look at the Cavaliers. Now he's gonna take the monk. Those two trebuchets is so dangerous, but they still have two bomber cannons. I don't know.
Those Cavaliers shouldn't be on his starting island. He needs to send them over here and then make one final push, because it's still close when it comes to score. 1,000 score difference, and well, Vinchester will stay pretty efficient there. Relic count, it's crazy that Vinchester still didn't pick up any at home.
Vinchester, no relics, as you say. Good point. Now those Cavaliers, is gonna take it or not? Almost no stone, need to repair. The bomber cannons are going to be bye-bye. No, he's gonna save it, I think he will save it for now. Yeah, he killed one. One bomber cannon down, but there's still not a lot of farming. Is this the momentum? A lot of light caps and the Cavaliers, the bomber cannon. You need to take the traps. You're gonna be able. It's still a lot of Arbalest, nearly.
23, only 1-2 bomber cannon shots away. Remember, we still have Archivist. Could aim for those. They're dodging for now. Oh, this could be the breaking moment. Liereyy, if he loses this Arbalest count, the game is over.
It can be the game, guys. It can be the game. Cavaliers, light caps, the trebuchets are going back. He's gonna be able to take those or not. I think Vinchester is gonna take the game. He's getting so close. The trebuchet going down, gonna be massive. He has some bombs, but the bomber cannons with Arquebus are doing the job.
Why are we not seeing Genoese crossbowman? It's only cavalry that he is facing. It would be so good. He has a castle on his own island.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's so much pressure. Two trebuchet down, gonna take the other trebuchet. The score increase again to the 2,000 score, nearly 2,000 score.
But the Arbalest did get the defense now. This is still getting so close. Wood and Cam can't be that great. 8 on wood only for Liereyy. He's running out of it.
He's running out of everything. Billy's on wood for Liereyy. 7 elite cannon galleon, but he's getting out of time. 2,000 score and still not getting back too much. Nelly, the 1-1 is getting closer or not?
It feels like it. 10 minutes maximum in this game. Arbalest still trying to make something happen. Light cap numbers not that high. Bomber cannons are connecting. Oh, dodged.
Those bomber cannons. Now look at the Arbalest. Well, what Arbalest? Because with another shot, let's go to the Arbalest place. We need to go there. And now with the bomber cannons. Ooh. The spot, how many Billies on wood? One Billy. One Billy on wood, and he doesn't have Victorias.
And look at the other side. 4.5k wood for Vinchester. He doesn't care. Now diving for the bombard cannons, but it feels like one could survive. No repair on those. Now he's starting to repair. One will survive. Second one is surviving as well. Big bombard cannon shot. Can he get another one? Feels like the castle could survive. And there's still so much army left. Bombard cannon, give me a shot.
The bombard cannon is down, and now the castle is still going to go down. The score is still 2,000. He's repairing the castle like it was the last thing that he has going to do in his life.
Oh god, and yeah, it might be the last thing he's doing in this game, because if he's keeping this castle alive and if he can deal with the Arbalest numbers, he will be fine. Where are the Genoese crossbowmen, ma'am?
There is no Genoese crossbowman, and they literally eat like I eat the pizza. They eat the Cavaliers exactly the same fast. Yes, now the Arbalests are eating the castle, but this is not what you want, because you're gonna lose all the units. The castle needs to be alive. Another bombard cannon, with 15 armies holding the ground.
Incredibly close. Castle is finally down, ma'am. Arbalest somehow still alive. 27 still the count. Don't tell me Vinchester might be throwing this.
Vinchester can still lose, but he's doing another Victoria to get the score. The score is still getting there. 90 years. Please keep the cameras a little bit when this game finishes, because we want to see the reactions. Now, there is absolutely Liereyy with all the military gonna take absolutely everything.
85 years now, and this engagement, every single engagement is so important. Now, some knights being mixed in. Full knight play here by Liereyy. I'm not really sure why we're seeing that one. Obviously, no halberdiers as an option for Italians, but monks are helping out. Bombard cannons now exposed. Traps might deal with that. TC. Cavalier so wild, but might be a good thing. Liereyy has the resources.
Cavalier up with Arbalest, monks, trebuchets, and now what? You're gonna clean all the buildings. He's gonna be an old. The score is getting closer. Bombard cannons are going to go down. By and by. There you go. Bombard cannons are down, and with the trebuchets now coming, he's gonna go village rush.
The TC is simply going down, but that is great for the score. Map, it's less than 1k score.
The score is getting closer. Liereyy with 300 score. This is absolutely amazing. Now the kid He's doing the job, and man, I'm gonna own you all the money because Nili was right. And Liereyy is killing absolutely everything. Look at the score. Man, he's getting there. Liereyy, in a true champion mode activated, getting the lead in 5 minutes. 2,000 score recover!
And there's no army. Vinchester cannot contest this. He can't go into water. He has a massive amount. Now he's switching into some galleons, some bombard cannons. He will try to defend, but so many buildings. I think it's even better for Vinchester to delete his own buildings, to not give the score kill to Liereyy.
He's doing sanity upgrade for the monks. He's doing sanity upgrade. I don't know. He doesn't know what to do. The score is still so close. Please, Mapu, how many Victorias we have on the field? Now, 1, 2. How many? How many we have? Because there is no more army in the other. Now, 1 deleted, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not that many anymore. They scored 400. Incredible game. He was holding on the time. And Liereyy seems to stabilize. And guys, 47 years left. Now we can calm down because the game is going for Liereyy. Being so patient, what a brutal treadmill crane. I know the Victoria. Can the Victorias give him the win?
No, it's actually bad to build Victoria now, I believe. I think you should not invest more resources. It won't really pay off in time. Now we will have a lot of random upgrades. We are getting, all this stuff. So maybe building Victoria, still makes sense. Fortified walls, now we're streaking all of them in. It's important for Liereyy to not take any bad for it. It's only 300 points. 200
score. I'm just checking the score, guys. Who cares now anything else? 200 score. 300 doing all the upgrades. Cab rams. But now Liereyy is doing the same. He's doing all the upgrades. 400 points. You cannot imagine. Nili and me, guys, we are literally dancing. We are jumping in the booth here because we can't believe what we are watching.
Bombard cannons are so good. They do splash damage. They're easier to micro here. It's still bombard
don't take the
cannons
battle
from Portuguese arquebus. He will get the fight. That is really
don't
bad
take the
Liereyy.
battle. Liereyy, don't take the battle. Look at the score. He's killing all the. Look at the bomber cannons. I can't believe he's recovering the score. He's almost there. Oh my. The bomber cannons kill all. Liereyy, you need to go back. It's only 22 years. The score is getting closer. But the guy, Liereyy, taking the lead. And those Cavaliers, a big battle here for Liereyy.
Oh, and that is so good. And I felt like, don't attack. You have the better economy. You should know it is a way to throw this game. But he has the better numbers and he will find so many villagers. 13 villagers or 13 military. More arbalists arriving here. Liereyy is hungry for the W. What a crazy game, man.
Clap for the players. 900, 100, 1,000, sorry, now 200 lead for Liereyy. Look at Vinchester.
He knows what's up. Clap everywhere around the world.
Really good, guys.
Holy
really good games. Really good game. Nili, what a game.
He's squeezing in the monk tanks. How many? Does he have 4 monasteries?
It's doing
all those upgrades. Even squeezes in keep. That will increase his score, but he's losing too much. Oh man, nothing but smiles from the player. One of the best games I've ever seen.
He will smile. Liereyy will smile. Let's see if Liereyy is going to smile. Let's see Liereyy reaction. We are just focusing the cameras right now, and the reaction is, oh boy. Look at Liereyy. Look at Liereyy and look at Vinchester 2-0. Well, the smile there. Well. Amazing. I told you, I mean, we are here for 3 days, right? I'm telling you, I love Northern Irelands. It's the best map. Krasini has done an incredible job with the map, you know.
Look at Liereyy scrolling over the mini-map. Vinchester has all smiles. Holy moly. Okay, petition. I think every tournament in the future should have something like best game of the tournament and give the players some extra prize money, give them something. And I will nominate this game for game of the year potentially. What were we seeing? Like 7 Victorias at one point?
In last 2 editions Red Bull, if I'm not wrong, first time we go time limit. In Red Bull 3, Red Bull 3, no time limit because there was Haboob, those maps that they were more aggressive. Till now, no time limit. I think it's the first time limit game.
Yeah.
Seems Red Bull Wololo 2, guys. Amazing, incredible game. We are not going to stand up. We are just telling already that Nili and me are now sit down.
I will stand up pretty soon.
Okay.
Mapu also do economy upgrades, technologies there. Will we see all technologies?
Yeah.
That would be interesting, like when they are being researched, because within the last 4 minutes, we did see another 20 technologies researched.
Technology? Research. Wow.
Only economy, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, you can see the statistics. Even Vinchester killed more. In military, I don't know how much they got. If we go back to check the amount of army, probably Liereyy was ahead all the time, but yeah, 86 largest army. Vinchester with 34 army high. He held the whole game. Incredible. Really, really incredible. And well, let's take the APM. Let's see, because he was clicking a lot of Victorias, so... He was clicking, was clicking a lot of Victorias, but I'm dying. I'm really dying.
14 villagers while he had 7 Victoria and 10 army around.
Well, it's what it is, guys. Well, hopefully you enjoy it.
Let's click only, please, let's go to APM and see economy APM. That should not exist for Vinchester, right? Because he didn't have any villagers.
Let's go and check APM. Economy, just remove total.
Yeah.
Remove total, please.
Total?
And put economy. Well, no.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Victorias, man.
Okay.
It's Victorias.
Microing them, apparently, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, 2-0. 2-0, we are almost crying, as you can see. We have enjoyed. We are together. We are together. It's not fake. We are here together in Germany. Thank you, Red Bull and Take TV. Yes. And well, now game number 3. But after this, we are Sweden as well. After this crazy game, how mentally you get prepared for Vinchester? Because he got there. Like it's like a really big down. We are so hyped, but he's not hype anymore.
I think after such a game, it's actually a task to refocus, because you just ended a game that you normally upload to YouTube, right, and tell your fans like, oh, crazy game against Liereyy, and you laugh it off, and on stream you won't queue for, except your MBL, won't queue for another 10 minutes and just enjoy life. But now it is a real task, because the next game will start in 2-3 minutes, and then be razor sharp again and play out of your mind again like he did in game 1. It will be a tough task.
Oof, let's see, what is the next game? Let's see if we have the overlays already. There you go. Ring Fortress is going to be the next one. And Vinchester is going to go here with what? Cavalry Seat, because he has Cavalry Seat except Chinese or Mayans.
Well, he sees that his opponent has Magias, Khmer, Berber, Tatars, Frigid Lake, Meadow left there. So it feels likely that he will face a Cavalry Civ. Now the question is, what does he want to play against sad Cavalry Civs? Chinese with Camels could be an option. They're not too great against Berbers. It feels like Meadow belongs to Magias. Frigid Lake kind of belongs to Khmer. And then it's ugly. Berbers or Tatars, what is your opponent going for? Trying to counter that one, not really an option. It feels like Meadow, Bulgarians. He has a very tough task here and would love to pick his brain again. Yesterday, as he said in the interview, he did decide for Britons. Then the wrong map was in. And while it was counting down, they unclicked and he actually changed the civ. So lots of mind games here. It feels like it has to be probably Frigid Lake. I will go for Mayans, but I won't feel comfortable predicting it.
Okay, I will vote here that it's going to be Mayans versus Tatars, maybe. I'm going to go for that. Let's see if it's going to be like this. It's very complicated, really, really complicated. Hopefully you have enjoyed with the previous game. I was joking, if you don't know me, I'm not a fan of Northern Irelands, but when there is some games like both games by Vinchester, yesterday with Incas, and this one has made one of the best games in the tournament, and yesterday and today.
That's why there's so many Vinchester fans, right? And when you ask earlier the chat who you want to see to win, and Vinchester, the fan base is enormous. He is an entertainer.
Yeah. I mean, he's a really good player, and he knows that probably Lee is going to be faster. He has a little bit more clean build order, and he said, Portuguese here is the way to go.
You saw game 1.
Yeah.
That was a clear macro game, and one Siege Workshop positioned at home, not over booming by 20-30 villagers. He wins game number 1 on Arabia in a clear scenario where basically Ethiopians is something that Liereyy likes. So I think like the even heads up macro, as we saw against Jordan, is world class. Like he deserves to be in the semifinal.
Yeah, for sure. He has proved. I don't know you, myself, Nelly, viewers. I want now Vinchester to win the next.
Yeah, I would love that as well.
Sorry, but I want that. We are going to cheer a little bit with Vinchester. We want to be with more games. Also, with how he's playing this series at the tournament, he doesn't deserve a 3-0, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, it will not show that he's playing a great level. Okay, guys, Hopefully you have enjoyed. We're going to see some great moments from the tournament.
There for Mr. Liereyy, and now tries to take search fights against the Skirm, trying to get away.
Ooh, he's trying to get it, almost get absolutely everything, and at the same time, he's raiding in the north. Oh, wow. Well, this is starting to look very, very nice. Both now, he's dancing with those arches. He's not dancing anymore. What the... bada boom there by Vinchester. No. Well, those military from Liereyy can't disappear. The score, nearly 300 score ahead for Vinchester now. Control doing the Cavalier Abri again. I think you didn't scream a note. Hazar Abri from Liereyy. Well, when you get into Hazar Abri in Ethiopians is something like the game went very, very long. And
For the second time, Vinchester can't believe it. Why did I click Cavalier? Well, he will spot that one with the Spearman.
Blocks the castle! The spear is blocking the castle, and now let's see the reaction of Liereyy. Well, Liereyy doesn't react, and that castle is amazing. He's taking the stone, he's taking the gold, and can we see where are the other gold and stone? Behind. He's gonna make Victoria's economy full organ guns, trebuchet, and he's building Victoria's forward on Lierey's base. This is up and at home. This is.
That should cost him gold and stone, right? It's kind of weird how the stone count is now going up, going down, up, down, up, up.
Well, he's repairing.
Oh,
he's up.
One, yeah, it's like to go up. And what I have to say is, look at the idle villagers constantly for Liereyy in the 40s. And Victoria,
he's taking the lead in this game. 300 score ahead. Cavalier Abri, Chambered in armor, 400 score. Absolutely incredible.
What numbers?
Yeah. Well, but now it's because he has a lot of Victorias. He need to probably delete some. Well, this is good Cavalier's numbers. He's fully upgraded in defensively. Yeah, trebuchets are going back. He's gonna be able to take those or not. I think Vinchester is gonna take the game. Well, it looks like this game happens 2 weeks ago, but no. it was a few minutes ago. We are recovering a little bit now.
I aged 2 weeks in that one game.
Yeah, well, imagine me. I'm 26 now. Don't loud. Well, clearly 26, guys. Clearly 26. Anyway, these kind of games are really taking my health, man.
Yeah.
I'm seriously, man. I mean, it's...
Felt like 900 years.
Yeah, but more or less. 900 years, but real years, not in the game. Anyway, was a great one. We needed a small break as well. Probably it's because the players needed a break.
Players wanted a 2-minute break, right? That game was like, okay, I just played the game of the century. Let's take the 2-minute break there, and I like that they take that one, right? And luckily, we did see all the beautiful highlights, and then they will be ready to go into Ring Fortress again. But now Vinchester, back against the wall, needs 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, well, I mean, it will be epic. That's for sure. It will be epic. Ring Fortress is a map that you think that you have to wall completely the ring, or it's better just to go for the bottom part and try to cover there, because it's not, potentially you might have a hole.
Mm-hmm. I actually have seen holds mostly of Jordan when I watch some games, and there are 2 different approaches. As you said, walling basically the holds in the cheese or the small areas, and we have seen players deciding for different options. I think it also depends a bit on where your lumber camps are spawning. Sometimes you have 3 together, sometimes you have 2 together, 1 on the other side. I think if you have the split, you kind of have to go for the bigger walls, and if you have all 3 of them together, like we saw with Mr. Yo in his Celts game, then you can go for the small walls.
Chinese and Berbers. Chinese and Berbers are the civilizations. Vinchester with China always a very strong civilization. Maybe he's going to try to go crazy with the market and go for a 1TC push, but doing that against Berbers, Nelly, I'm not sure at all.
Yeah, well, we did see that matchup earlier, right? And then didn't we have the Viper against ACCM, this matchup on Lowland? The approach of the Chinese player felt like, okay, lots of camels, and the Berber player, okay, I will defend, get onto my army, and feel like the late game should be better for me. It feels like Chukunu's not the powerhouse unit in this matchup.
Yeah, also the mobility. We have seen how the mobility is important, and we're going to see what is can be happening now, both with the scout opening and Okay, spears, 4 villages on wood in this area. Like we were talking, the distribution is definitely not great.
Okay, yeah, and we are seeing all those walls now. It is pretty far away, and you even need to wall more. Therefore, Vinchester at the bottom, and well, scouts are running around. We'll try to find some kills. Nice blocking here of Liereyy. Will do lots of damage. I think Vinchester needs to fight this one back to do any damage. No, gets the pick of there. Lovely micro by Vinch.
Okay, let's see. Now he has to relocate. He has killed 1 villager to Liereyy, and well, with the scout, let's see, because still not wall.
Game
And
sound. Welcome.
there you go. There you go. Now we have some scout that is going to try to raid the gold. The gold is very close to the TC, so shouldn't be a problem. He's going to wall with the one house, but it's still open, and those scouts got the mobility. That a great house, and now he shouldn't have any problem. Need to go back. There's not that single hole. No. All pretty similar right now. 35 villages for both. A little bit more army for Liereyy. Actually, 2 scouts more. Well, pretty close. And idle time, Vinchester a little bit from his town center. The game super close. Most likely the big battles in almost every map now is in Castle Edge.
Yeah, on this one, if you have a lot of walls, right, woodlines are spawning away from your opponent, gold really close to the TC, feels very likely. Map like Meadow is something where we've seen some wild feudal age audience remember the game of Liereyy against Valas there in the group stage, but this one feels like, okay, walling up. But that's exactly what Berbers want to play, right? So he won't mind that one, and Vinchester with the first scout loss can't really control that anymore. The big question simply is, how can Chinese play this one? I think Pikeman is the way to go.
Okay, let's see if it's going to happen that. But we see again how Liereyy, I don't know how he's doing in almost every game. He macro great, and he's clicking up to Castle in 5 minutes, nearly. 5 minutes. It's true that the resources for Vinchester are getting close, but Liereyy controlled his economy like a beast in every single game.
Yeah, well, he's so good at it, right? Then we are mentioning it over and over again. Archery range now for Vinchester. Interesting approach. Archers could be an option. I still feel like Berber should clear this one up with more knights. Is CA of Chinese an option here, ma'am?
I mean, I don't see how he's now going to be able to counter this. Why? He's doing gold mine and arbor. He's on the way to castles. You have Berbers guys that got knights and camels cheaper. So, no matter what he's doing, he has the advantage over Chinese. Yes, Chinese get the economy advantage. They are cheaper, all the hybrids. W task, horse collar, wheelbarrow. But in real, how cheap are the knights is a lot more resources that you are saving.
And Berber, something that we underappreciate is actually with the faster working villager, that helps a bit. I think someone did the math, it was like 4% better farming there, pre-wheelbarrow and Timecodes. So, yeah, you know, eco bonus often overlooked.
Okay, we're going to see now those scouts and a spear. The Vinchester, well, it's the same army, but not all in the same location. Has to be careful. Definitely, those 35 seconds are also going to be very important. And now he's taking even a better battle here, Liereyy. Not by far, but he's forcing him to go back. That the spear is going to stay. No, he's chasing as well, those scouts. And the big battle, as we said, in Castles, and we're going to see archers.
What? No, we are kind of, but we are kind of not. We see spearmen at it. We see 2 archers, double stable.
CA?
Bloodlines.
Cav archers?
No, it can't be Cav archers because we're just adding a second stable. So it is like camel opening into CA later. I think he might have switched his mind here.
Well, we're going to find out very soon. Obviously, Liereyy doing Bozo is already in Castles. He still have good amount of gold in the bank, 19 on foot, and he's gonna open with knights, as you can see in the top right corner. He's going knights from both his stables. He's doing a scale guard and armor, so he's not gonna be Cav archers, definitely not. But double archery range surprised me a lot, Nili.
It feels weird. Also, we have seen the ACCM against Viper play that they went for camel opening on both sides. This time it is some of everything. It will be pikeman, archer, camel. Is he indecisive, or are we not seeing something?
Or he won't do any TC in the whole game, because right now with double archery range, pikeman, upgrade, stables, and so on, how you're going to afford? Well, it's not double archery range. It's only one archery range, so that's not that much. Maybe he's expecting that his opponent is going to go pikes as well.
I don't know.
Could have been a thing. Didn't really scout any additional spearmen though in the earlier fight, so that could have been an indicator on that it is simply the double stable play by Liereyy. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a monastery pretty soon there, trying to heal up, trying to convert some of the camels. Crossbows will be around, and yeah, Liereyy will start the boom, while Vinchester, as he predicted, will play 1TC for quite its time.
1TC, but then we have Chambard in armor, Husbandry. Probably a monastery will be the next step then for Liereyy. You want to convert some units and also to heal your own army. Let's see if it's going to happen or not. I think it will be a nice addition here, but the monastery is happening, but for Vinchester now, and this is starting to be quite a lot of army that, to be honest, I like this approach, because against Berbers, you don't want to play in the long run.
Oh, and the big difference here is simply that there's so many different units that you can't really upgrade all of them. And Liereyy, well, he knows, just upgrade his knights and he will be fine. And if we think in Age of Empires as rock, paper, scissors, how do you counter rock, paper and scissor at the same time?
Yeah, good example there. Good example there. Tower in front of the goal. Knights, camels, spikes and crossbows. Absolutely everything. And siege as well. Those archers will have Botkin. So he's trying to snipe some village. Didn't kill yet a single village to Liereyy, but that army is having problems, that +2 knights, because there's so many units right now. Vinchester, 17 army, Liereyy 6. Not looking bad for Vinchester, Nili.
Oh, and Liereyy running, obviously knowing, okay, that is an army that you can only afford if you are playing this one with 1TC. That's why he's, well, trying to defend with the tower. I wouldn't even mind building a second tower more on that other hilly area. Conversion is relatively crucial here. Ooh, gets it.
He did it. He did the conversion, and military numbers is more than double. Obviously, the economy better for Liereyy. Yes, but now the push, and even more push is definitely needed. Rams, Mangonels, what? Because in this situation, well, the Mangonel is going to be great with the tower and the gold there. You can definitely deny the goal. Has another goal access for Liereyy, or did he find the other goals?
He knows one at the very top, most likely, although he didn't wall that area, but it's likely that there's one at the right-hand side. He knows about that gold. Oh, didn't see that one, and still one at the very right-hand side. Didn't scout that one either, ma'am.
Okay, well, they still have a lot of gold, actually, in this map. A lot of gold. Mining so many stone, which is something that Liereyy is usually not doing, but he smelled what is happening in this game. He smelled the pure aggression gameplay by Vinchester.
Oh yeah. Well, the question is, how are we defending this one? Siege Workshop for now. Really would have liked a monastery at some point. Knights now diving in. Probably just getting the kill and getting away.
Oh, well, he's trying to block. He didn't. He couldn't block. Those knights are +2, very powerful, even with the monk. Now he's trying to get inside. He wants to see how many TCs he got, in my opinion.
Yeah, Lierey's gain sense is so on point in those situations. I think you will have a good idea that it will be 1TC play. Obviously, if it's only 1TC play, if you get a knight in, they can't hide.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to push that tower. That tower is gonna get down. Right now, Liereyy has 0 villas on goal. 0 villas on goal, so he can't really produce, but he's doing a castle right in front of his main town center. So with that castle, the push from Vinchester need to go from other side, because from there, he's not going to achieve anything at all.
Interesting timing there. Still 2 holes. Mangonel
Wow.
out. That's still a hole. Okay, fixed now. And that's still a lot of army, man. 28 military. But as you said, now trying to find another angle.
He's trying to go to the left. You can see how he walled a little bit. He needs another TC. He didn't find the goal. Is still in the north. That goal is very exposed, but he still doesn't see that goal. Damn it! Now with the Mangonel, he's gonna try to take some defense. Don't go outside. He can't, and you need to attack. How is Vinchester's point of view? Did he find the goal on the right side, for example? Let's see his point of view when we can. Fog of War, and see what Vinchester can see. Exploration. He can see, so if he's going for the goal, and now he finds also the one in the top left corner, he knows absolutely everything right now. The same than Vinchester for sure.
The thing is, with the defensive castle going up, Liereyy feels comfortable going for that main goal in front of his base again. And now will be simply Camel Archer getting fletching now. And as we said earlier, Camel Archers feel like a really good unit in this matchup. Liereyy simply can't decide on when to fight, where to fight, and still tiny bit of an eco advantage, and should increase technically because it's still a 1TC play by Vinch.
Yeah, but the good thing here is that Liereyy is being forced to be idle. 5-minute idle TC almost, so that's why with only 1TC, he's only 3 villages behind. Stone walls. Well, He's not joking. Lierey's not joking. He's just doing the stone walls, and now with the Mangrel, he can kind of hold, and those camel arches, he's playing very smooth, Nili.
Shot possible. Why is he diving? What is happening here, man? Holy moly, didn't know about the stone walls apparently. And another Mangrel shot. This is really good for Liereyy. Oh boy, is he buying himself time.
He's really good. He killed almost all the Krobos. He said no. He said no, not looking good. The score getting really close now. He lost quite a lot there, and now he's doing a second TC. 7 villages ahead, a lot of army, but what damage are you gonna do with that army if he's still doing more and more camel arches? Look at the slow motion, right?
Such an AI army, trying to build something of everything, and camel archers.
The monk
with the last monk. Okay, his last hit that he could take, and well, Liereyy loves to micro those.
Yeah, he's in okay situation, is still doing the wheelbarrow bozo. No heavy blow for any of the players. Missing the bozo as well. So much gold for Vinchester. Do you think that some kind of balanced economy and maybe go to Imperial? Well, he doesn't have a castle or anything. It would be too early, right? He need to still do some more economy. Otherwise, going to Imperial now, Vinchester, what he can achieve?
Yeah. Chinese, no chance to get bombard cannons. You need some traps, you need to break something. Siege ram, really costly stuff, so not an option with 60 villagers. I think it is good that he's going 3TC. The big problem, though, that we mentioned earlier, it feels like Chinese in the long run are inferior to Berbers.
Think so too, but with 3TCs, getting the resources, maybe going up to Imperial, maybe going Arvales. Arvales are not that expensive, and well, now he has to be careful. He can raid the woodland. Let's see Vinchester reaction. There's a lot of units. He reacted really quick. Nice. That TC is gonna be up. Yes, he will. No ballistic though for Liereyy, so with that TC he's protected and force his opponent to go back.
Imp is around the corner here. Camels could maybe take a good fight. Oh, Liereyy, how can he get out of this tricky situation? Loses his knights and is trying to microwave, but that's a nice way for Vinch here.
He's killing absolutely everything there, and the economy is going so great now for Vinchester. Vinchester is only 7 villages behind with more army, and he's up to Imperial. I don't dislike this situation for Vinchester. It's looking good. Now Rams and Arvales. He has no stone for make a castle yet. He's mining 6, but he has a castle there, and the Arvales here can do a lot of damage.
3TC versus 3TC, or is that a 4th TC for Liereyy on the minimap here? I can't really see that one properly.
No, it's 4 TCs. I think that's the main TC, another one in the north, and 2, 4 town centers.
Okay, up the stone, yeah.
Okay, 4 TCs, Imperial Age, 34 farmers. He's gonna buy maybe the castle. Maybe a castle, buy the castle there and trap from there. Can be solid, no?
Yeah, well, you have your answer on the screen, man.
There you go. He bought it the castle, and the castle is happening right away. And taking 2 goals in front, if he's sticking that castle, maybe these cities are going to keep going.
20 villager lead now for Liereyy. 700 food, 300 gold for him. Will clear up that cavalry and then knows, okay, it's like that it will only play against ranged units. And then again, Liereyy, I wouldn't mind to see something like Genin Tours or Skirms mixed in. Ideal army composition will include bombard cannons or onagers in the long run.
Yeah, but the timing here seems to be so important. It's only 1 minute gonna be in Imperial. It's true that look at Lierey's economy, and he cannot see that castle, obviously. Oh man, love it. Great city so far. We can see 2-0. I don't know what is gonna happen in this game, but really nice cities, Nelly.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. Obviously, game 2, one of the best games I've ever seen in my life. So that one will be something that I won't forget too soon. And well, Archers are trying to find a counter-attack again. Somewhat of a risky move. That village actually will see the castle, so we'll give Liereyy a bit of a heads up.
Yep. Well, Vinchester has also 1 relic. The Imperial Age is there. He has 2 minutes. If he's taking that castle and do the Arvales upgrade, he can do a lot of damage before Liereyy reach Imperial.
Risky move here, moving around with that army. I'm a bit surprised by that move. Not really the typical Liereyy thing, but most of the time if I think of him, it is with crossbows. Tries to find some kills, will force some idle time, but shouldn't find too much damage here, I think, because of the defensive TCs.
Yeah, he shouldn't. And now those TCs are with the +3. No ballistic yet for Vinchester. That won't help too much with the mobility, but he shouldn't do too much, as you said. Okay, and he's coming out with his army. I think he's gonna deal it properly. Another TC in the middle, so we'll have 4 town centers, but Liereyy is incredible. Liereyy still have 24 villages more, Nelly. 24 villages more. That's crazy.
But his army semi-trapped, not a good answer to the, at some point, going to be Arbalest at the front of his base. TC in some danger, or even the starting castle. I think Vinchester is in a firm control.
Yeah, he's having the hill advantage there. Another castle, but now with units with +3, that he has the chemistry. I miss it if he did the chemistry. He needs to wall a little bit. Trap those camel arches, trap those camel arches. Wall like this is exactly perfect. Now the other one, this is a good one. Those camel arches are so important, Ellie. You need the numbers.
Yeah, and those are basically, once he decided to move out, they were basically doomed. And you can see he's still trying to go for more Kamacho, so I'm really surprised by that one. Instantly tags into Onagers. What a surprising move to me. I would love to see chemistry as well. Bombard cannon for the defense, the only way. That castle will not be held.
Yeah, that castle is going to go down. It's 3 which the Onagers will help a lot. Only 20 farmers. Chemistry on the field as well. Nice game so far. Still, Vinchester to make, in my opinion, a little bit more economy. 89 villages seems to me now 90, a little bit too low.
Yeah, well, 3TC just got raided. Now 4th TC here on the field. Will queue up more. Obviously wants to increase his numbers. A bit surprised that we didn't have the Arbalest tech yet. Got all the other important upgrades on it though. And now charges up for another castle.
Wow, obviously, if he's taking the castles, Nelly, then the situations change dramatically for Liereyy.
Yeah, well, he will lose lots of control. University in the back wants to get Bombard Cannon, and that really shows you how late that University is. Onagers could maybe go for big shots, but can he protect them well enough?
Well, he has the camels and the knights. He has to be careful. He's going back fast. He got those camel arches. Liereyy with the micro. We have seen that he's a really decent player. And now with the Onagers, oh, he has to be careful. One trebuchet down. He's gonna be able to deal those. The Onagers is doing amazing damage. Oh no! What damage he lost? Absolutely everything, Nelly.
Oh, but 3 Onagers going down in exchange, but that was really nice for Liereyy there for sure. And no, 2 more Onagers are coming. Is he really making this happen? It feels like Vince's army might be too one-dimensional.
Yeah, he's a little bit weak. He's not even Arbalest now. The Arbalest is happening. Ballistic now, a little bit lower economy for him. He has a stone to make a castle now, and maybe a castle that will help a lot. But those Onagers and the camel arches are going to force Vinchester to go back.
Oh, Trap actually getting an Onager here. Nice move. And the good thing for Liereyy is, with all those palisades, he constantly sees where the army's positioned. Look at that Onager microman.
Wow, how he's microing the Onagers. Those camel arches deleting the palisade at the same time. What a multitasking, Nelly.
Onager, one more shot. Okay, dodge there. Good job. Finally, we see Arbalest. And oh boy, is that a difference, Arbalest or crossbow against those Onagers here. Man, oh man. What a crazy play by Liereyy. 130 villagers behind this, knocking at Pop 150.
But the good thing is that he's doing a second castle. Still, now, Vinchester trying to get a little bit more economy. Over 100 villages is decent with Chinese. He needs a little bit more farms. 24 farmers seems to be pretty low. The Onagers now won't help a lot, but he can add also bombard cannons.
Well, bombard cannons indeed a nice choice, but needs to keep his camel archers at home to protect them. Only now the second water upgrade. Would have loved to see that a bit earlier. That castle of Vinchester, it feels a bit desperate to me, if I would say that, because it will eventually go down. I don't really see him protecting it too easily.
Okay, let's see if it's gonna happen. The good thing is that it's the hill. He still have a stone for another castle. Military numbers, Vinchester is still ahead right now. But yeah, cavalry is needed. Some raiding, like even if he seems to have the map control, Liereyy seems to be very comfortable at home yet, Nelly.
Yeah, it's weird, right? How he can play like this. The aggression constantly in his face. And he still feels like, yeah, we'll go around and go for some counterattacks, annoy you there, and oh yeah, okay, well, now I attacked into Onagers, now we'll clear up your army. The patience of this guy is incredible.
It's crazy. Well, the castle on the right side is so good in my opinion. Close to his base, to Lierey's base, getting so much map control. I mean, I don't know if he's doing a little bit more villages. I think Vinchester can take this game, honestly.
Yeah, he still has lots and lots of control. Right-hand side castle, center castle, controlling lots of the gold. I think some raids at the left-hand side could be something. Maybe looping around with those traps and try again at the left-hand side, but easier said than done.
Okay, 2 relics for Vinchester. Liereyy is still on 0 relics. Bombard cannons. Onagers, we need to check those camel arches. Are those elite? I don't think they are elite. He's doing now the Thumbrin, but Let's see if those camel arches are not elite. It's just a standard camel arches. That's really important, Ele.
Yeah, but well, most of the time they were not used for fighting, at least in the last minute. More about like clearing up the cavaliers that were running in. And now on it, just what is happening here to Vinchester's army. He is trying to micro back. So small losses only.
Has to be careful. All those arches are going to be fully upgraded. 40 farmers finally for Vinchester. 40 farmers is a lot. 40 farmers, 40 on goal. This is starting to look solid. If he put there maybe Cavaliers with those arbalets, or it's too expensive. Doesn't have a lot of foot yet, or just light caps.
Castle did go down at the top there. Nice pickup for Vinchester. Liereyy now 175 out of 165. Still dipping his toes in there against the Onagers. Feels so risky. It feels like Vinchester's 1 second of not babysitting his army away from losing everything.
Oof, he has to be really careful. He needs something else. He has been too much time now with all the arbalets. You need something else makes to happen. Maybe some raiding that makes him get distracted, because Liereyy right now is just focusing this spot.
And both players are going for light cap. Obviously Hussars there for Berbers could be great, cheaper for them as well. So Memp, as you asked earlier, it feels like Hussars from Berbers could dominate the late game.
Yeah, but so, with those resources, Cavaliers upgrade are fully upgraded for Chinese. Could have a lot. He will take a lot. Now the light guards are coming. He's gonna try to kill the owners first, or not. Look at those light guards not achieving too much in LA, not achieving too much. He's gonna lose almost all the light guards, and he's not killing any siege at all.
3 bombard cannons, 200 are still alive. How did that happen? How did he dive in and didn't find the kills? That was incredible. Liereyy saving them so nicely, and he's still in a good spot of defending this one. The siege is dominating the game, man.
He's dominating absolutely. That trebuchet, 3 bombard cannons, another 4 coming from the bottom right corner. There you go, camel arches. 1 trebuchet only for him, for Vinchester, but Vinchester still have good amount of army, and now taking 1 honor, gonna take the bombard cannon. Ooh, taking now the bombard cannon as well. The trebuchet is still alive, but still, it's not so many units, and Masorin as well, so those castles are going to keep alive for quite a while.
Oh, that trap, for how long was it alive? I can't believe it. Trap now on Vinchester's side, dying. Camarchers still there trying to make the defense. As you mentioned earlier, I don't think there are elite Camarchers. Numbers really clashing against each other, and this could end or break the game here. Vinchester's looking hungry for the kill.
The siege is taking the siege. The trebuchet is down finally, gonna take the honor. The bombard cannon can go down if he's taking the siege. Nearly, he seems that he's gonna be able to push. No, 1 billion on gold, Liereyy. GG call. Vinchester is still in the series. Great play by Vinchester in this one. Let's go.
All this aggression, crazy moves, and Liereyy simply didn't know what to do against this army composition. Knight, Camel, Monk, Pike, Crossbow, some weird upgrades, then Manuals being added, and Liereyy, the Knights didn't cut the chase. He was really impatient. Did go for early attacks. I think he could have muscled up a bit more and then go for the big clear up. Had the Camel Archers behind it, but then untypical move by Liereyy. He wasn't really patient and tried to make something happen with counterattacks that actually decimated his camel numbers.
And except that counterattack that you just mentioned, what raid do you remember from Liereyy to Vinchester's base in the whole game?
Yeah, he did 2 of those, maybe tried in with the Knights early on, but the Camel did clear this one up. Nice, and that's the beauty of aggression.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Vinchester controlled pretty much all the game. Look at the amount of farming he got all the time. Just the opposite that happened in the first game. Remember that you mentioned right now, all the castle is still Imperial, controlling all the time. And here we can see the economy. Liereyy with more economy on wood, on foot, not on gold, and double the stone. Wasn't enough. And if we check the technology, that it's probably what matters also in this one, the timing, the momentum was for Vinchester. 24 minutes Imperial, Liereyy 27. Fantastic job by Vinchester, that after losing that game that he could have won, well, he take a small break and look at this game. Great one, going for the game number 4.
And compare it to the Viper ACCM game on Lowland with also Berbers against Chinese. The Viper, after he got to Camel Archers, was just babysitting them at all times. Was just super careful, build up his numbers, and then Chinese won't really have the chance to fight against that. And that's something I was lacking from Liereyy here.
Yeah, and in this one, Vinchester, great job with his military. It was looking in a moment that he was going to clean everything, but at the end took all the bombard cannons, all the siege, and without the siege, he called the GG. Yeah.
He called it a GG. Amazing game so far. So now we're going to have the first home map from Liereyy. Let's take a look. Liereyy will have Frigid Lake or Meadow. Do we have confirmation? I don't know. We have Meadow is the next one. One of the most aggressive maps, nearly in the tournament.
Yeah, it is simply so tough to wall. Your woodline is super far away from your TC. We have seen Feudal Age all-ins, as I said earlier, from Hera on that one against Ballast in the group stage. Magyars feels so good. You can open mass scouts, control the map, then go for maybe even CA in the long run if you want to. We have seen Vinchester play Bulgarians on this map quite often, though.
So your guess is Bulgarians versus Magyars.
Yes.
And in the late game, because I feel that both are very strong civilizations. Magyars with the Magyars Hussars, crazy and Kavarsis, then Bulgarians with the stirrups upgrade for those Hussars can be epic game if we get those civilizations.
If we get that late, for sure. But if you look at the mini-map, it is really small there, but you can see the 4 dark spots there when it comes to forest. There is not that much wood that you can easily access. There are basically 2 pawns for 2 forests for you, and you have to fight for them so much. So going into a stable late game is really tricky. Often, again, a map with lots of castle age aggression.
Yeah, remember guys that also the gold, the stone appeared there in the minimap. Probably you cannot see because this is small, but there is always very close to the TC. So the key here is pretty much the wood line.
Yeah, absolutely. It is also a bit expanding. You can go for some extra barriers around the map. That's why we could technically often see Franks here being used. And also, the map already really aggressive, tough to wall. And to add, or to spice it up even more, 5 relics all in the center of the map.
I also think that, I don't think that Vinchester feel bad about this map. Like, I think that he potentially could pick as a whole map. What do you think? Like,
yeah,
might feel comfortable.
I think he might have even done that. If I try to take a look at his previous maps against Jordan, he picked Meadow and played Bulgarians actually. Did lose that one against Jordan's Magyars though, and in his W, we didn't even see the whole map, but I know that he looked pretty good with Bulgarians in Red Bull 3 in the group stage against Nikov and Hera as well.
Well, we are only in the first series. This is Vinchester versus Liereyy. After this one, TheViper versus Hera. Only thinking in that series, I'm getting already like, getting crazy, only thinking in this one. But this series we're having luck. This is a great series to watch and to cast.
We're absolutely blessed. We are already blessed the last days, and this game too was just incredible. Game 1, could have been Winchester's as well. I think some tiny tweaks and some like small angel on his shoulder telling him, yeah, delete some villagers and maybe stop at 5 Victoria, and it could be 3-0 for Vinch.
Yeah, well, the problem is that, I mean, watching here, guys, is much easier. The multitasking, all the action was happening there was insane. I mean, we couldn't follow everything. With Maple also helping, moving, and we are with the observer in the players, getting a lot of pressure there. Top level play.
Yeah,
Top
both
level.
players absolutely. So obviously, if Liereyy wins the set, it's the 3rd final for him in the row, right? He is considered to be number 1 in Empire Wars settings, top 3 clearly in random map settings as well, standard Age of Empires settings, and Vinchester clearly making a name for himself. He deserves to be in the semifinal.
Okay, let's see if this is going to not motivate him, like giving that confidence, because the pro players also need that confidence in the important moments, no, Nelly?
Yeah, well, without confidence, you're just sitting there and like moving some villagers and some army, but
waiting for
won't really find any kills. So I think Liereyy and Vinchester, especially with how they're playing today, won't like that one in Game 4.
Okay, we're waiting for the Game 4. We want to see the Game 4 right now. What is going on? We want to start, right? I want to see the chat. They feel what they feel, guys. You feel the 14, right? Do you feel the 14? But I insist, after watching the first 3 games, who are you cheering now after the gameplay we have seen? I want to see who you want to advance after this one.
Twitch chat feels like supporting Vince a lot, and
Really?
we are jumping into the game pretty soon. Less than 30 seconds in the spec delay. Obviously, games are played 2 minutes in the future, so that there is no angel on Vinchester's shoulder telling him what he could have done differently.
Vinchester is getting a lot. Hallelujah, right? You like to say. Vinchester. Well, we want games 5, to be honest. I think that everyone in the chat agree. Even the fans, they would say, okay, game number 5, but then Liereyy, or then Vinchester. But game number 5 is definitely what we want. I don't see how, well, let's see the civilizations, but Liereyy in this kind of map is the most dangerous player for me.
Yeah, I think it is also a map where Horse is dominating a bit more, so I think Hera is having a slight advantage. I see Liereyy as the craziest probably when it comes to Archer openings, but we are jumping into game number 4. Vinchester still looking for 2 wins in a row, opening within the Archer range.
Magyars and Bulgarians, professional casters, amigos. The predictions are being on point. Good job, Mr. Nelly, with the Bulgarians prediction. Also Magyars for Liereyy and archery range. But in this one, forging already, Nelly, because remember that with Bulgarians we get 50% discount.
And that's going to be an interesting aggression. He's actually opening with a Spearman, a Scout as well. And Liereyy is struggling to find if it's an archer range or a stable opening. Can't really find the woodland. It is sometimes unfortunate how you looking into that one. Vinchester will find that one earlier. And Liereyy opening with an archer range, but it will surely be followed up by at least one stable.
Okay, we're going to see archery range for both. Why he did then the forging? Just want to secure that with the spears he can hold those crazy scout from my hair that had forging for free?
I think it's a bit of a mind game as well.
Okay.
To make the opponent think, okay, I'm going for men-at-arms. I might be going for scouts as well, and we need a small pause. So that is nice that Vinchester's already around here, found the wood lines, and on the other side we simply see that Liereyy still doesn't have the greatest. And
we have a restart. Let's check, because they say stuck Villiers for both players, and that's why Liereyy was kind of complaining. It seems that he's not happy with that restart.
Liereyy has a stuck villager on wood. Let's try to find him on the yellow wood line. Stuck villager somewhere.
I don't find it. Is that one? Well, doesn't matter because it's a restart. So we are going to get a restart now, and we can talk about the civilization matchup. And well, you guys got an answer. We can sit down. Don't worry. Our health is safe.
Allowed to sit, yeah.
Our health is safe. You know, our health is safe. And what do you prefer, Bulgarians or Magyars?
I prefer Magyars. It just feels. The scouts are crazy. Cheaper, stronger scouts, and you can go for all the aggression, all the map control. And as we saw with the map, where do you even start walling on that one? It always guarantees that at least 20 units will be built in feudal age, most of the time even more, and you can pressure so easily. Maybe defensive towers even on woodline force, but then again you can loop around and try to pressure the farms and the gold a bit more. Magyars just excel so much at feudal age aggression.
Yeah, and I'm kind of more versatile in Castle Age, no? Like, you know that in Castle Age, what Bulgaria is going to do? Knights and skirmishers. Or maybe you can push with pikes.
They can do everything as well, right?
Yeah,
they have the full CA line. They have pike.
Yeah,
that's like a crazy thing, right? And
only crossbows are missing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but this is such a mobile map that crossbows probably isn't a consideration even, because you want to run around and want to move. And think about the game before, where he was going for every single unit in the book. If you're Bulgarians, upgrading those is just so much cheaper. So if he wants to go for a wild mix, it makes sense.
And
Krepos.
Castle Age aggression with Krepos, we can get a crazy game. Like, let's go restart. Where's the button? Where's the button? We need to find the button to go. I feel that, and suit his style, some crazy stuff with the Krepos can happen. I smell the Krepos now.
Okay. Well, maybe it smells a bit around, like Krepos around here.
But you will use for defensive or just try to go aggressive? Because also defensive to avoid the ratings for Magyars can help us a lot.
Oh, you need ballistics then as well.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Some
Podkit probably.
Well, I think Vinchester's style is more to go for some wild aggressive ones.
All aggressive. Okay.
Okay, fun fact. Robo saying that is the first score victory we had ever since we increased the time limit after Red Bull 1. So you were correct. Red Bull 2 and 3 didn't go to the score limit ever.
Oh, it's the first. Well, but the good thing is that there was a lot of aggression, because you can get a lot of camping trying to hold position, and then the game is boring. That game wasn't boring.
No.
That wasn't boring. And I can't believe I'm telling this for a Northern Ireland map. I admit my mistakes. Northern Islands, great map.
It is. The good thing about Northern Isles is as well that we start with the transporter, right? It makes it so much more wild. It's tough to scout. It's impossible to wall. And that's how a mixed map should look like. Or it's kind of a water map, but land aggression is just invited as well.
Yeah, and also starting Empire Wars, this map, I really think that it gives a lot, because it invites to make many things and faster. But that map is over, and now we're going to focus on Vinchester, Liereyy. Bulgarians versus Magyars. Vinchester in the north as a red, Liereyy in the south as a yellow. And the opening now is a stable. He changed now Vinchester, make the stable forging the same. And a stable as well for both, which I like it. More mobility here and probably more aggression and faster.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. Mind games are indeed on. Forging, 75 food only, costing for Vinchester. He will scout the woodline. Forging will be shown, so mind games are so on. Crazy, crazy stuff. Is now harassing a bit, but is getting pushed away by 2 villagers. And this will be mass scouts, mass spearmen. This one will be wild, man.
Yeah, I feel that here we're going to have a lot of feudal. Both players are really good playing like this. Honestly, I think in this kind of situations, Liereyy should be, well, probably is the best in the world in this kind of strategies. But if you are not on point, like it's going to happen now, Liereyy might lose a couple of villages at least.
Spearman?
At least.
What?
There's nothing.
What is happening here? That's a major mistake.
What? He's with forging. No, focus there. Let's go there to the villages. We want to see how many he's going to lose. He's going to lose 2. He's going to lose 2. He's going to lose 3. He's with forging. I think he's going to lose another. Oh my God, massive advantage now already. He's going to lose 4 maybe. What is he doing? Why he's not killing the other? The lower HP. And now he's taking... what happened? Oh my goodness. What was that? What was that? They take a break. They take a break and take absolutely all the villages. 4 villages killed in the wood. Liereyy doesn't lose really happy right now.
Yeah, but he will return the favor. Will take 1 at least. Hungry for a second one. Spearman a bit late. And now it's 31 against 33 villagers. While Vinchester also had some idle TC. Liereyy not that far away.
Yeah, he took 2 villages right away. You were talking not walling, man. These players are not walling. They don't care. They're going for the aggression. Yeah, we have seen this map. Everyone is walling. But here they are. Come on. Who cares the walls? This is Red Bull Wololo 4. Pure aggression. We get pure aggression.
Yeah, maybe it was simply the mind games, right? Liereyy walls, they're really, really easy against scouts. But if Archer Spearmen are coming, you don't need the walls. So maybe the mind games of Vinchester really paid off here.
Okay, he listened the casting, and now he's walling. Okay, but only 1 village behind. Why? Because Vinchester has 28 idols.
Oh no, man.
My, he's going to recover, and this is going to be... Guys, I have to sing. La la la. Nearly 4 villages. La, 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 la. I love it. Nearly got into the Titanic, and those are 4 villages down. And now Liereyy is clearly again ahead by 2 villages.
Oh man, and yeah, he can just continue building more scouts, as you can see more in the queue. Also spearmen and villagers. Yeah, well, baited with a spearman, can defend this.
Okay, he's moving around, doing now the fletching. It's pure action all over. Mapu is getting sick right now, trying to find
motion sickness by his own mouse control.
We love you, man. And now the spears, if he's taking that spear with the +1, but it's 2 scouts only now. Should be fine.
Still with 4.
Oh my God.
Here.
But Liereyy has right now a scout with bloodlines, +1 attack. He's doing the +1 armor. I don't know how he's finding, but with less army, he's finding a lot of kills, Nelly.
The thing is, spearmen, it's simply 6 spearmen soon, and Vinchester did go for the full defense. We have to mention, though, Vinchester is preparing the tech switch, is going for archers.
Oh, wow.
Oh, in the woodline.
Oh, the woodline now. Archers. You don't expect archers with Bulgarians. They are not going to be crowded, but this is just a wild game, and it's full feudal aggression. There you go. Scout, archers, and spears. But we have 10 military. It's 8 scouts, nearly full upgraded.
Oh, not the greatest engagement here by Vinchester, and Liereyy, he can just continue with the scout production. Should be fine. Those villagers fighting it off. And now with the hill advantage, archers, I think, will find some more kills before the scouts are arriving.
Well, Vinchester now 2 villages ahead, so this is switching all the time. Now 3 villages ahead, doing the fletching as well, taking so many kills. I don't know what you think, but this is looking so close, and he's gonna win. Who's doing let's say mistakes, because both are going really, really aggressive.
I'm shocked that neither player did build a defensive tower at the woodline yet. It's so open. You see that your opponent is going for archers as well and is playing this one really aggressively. Just trying to save 5 villagers, just doing some more extra damage is so good. While we see Vinchester now going wild, but those spearmen are unprotected and 2 archers should be able to pick those up.
Yeah, now I like a lot more the military from Liereyy, because he has the mobility with those scouts fully upgraded, few archers, they will deal perfectly with the spears. And I don't know what you think, but at this point, if he's cleaning this army here for Vinchester, Liereyy can do now in front a massive damage.
Interesting that Liereyy isn't really trying to go for Vinchester Stone, though, for his woodline, though. I'm really surprised by that one. 2 archers around. That one should get cleared up by the 1 archer. Slow but sure death.
This is open? Is this open or not?
I don't think
this
so.
woodline is open or not? But he has archers there. Now he's gonna clean those archers. He has archers as well. He needs to move to the other side. Problem is that if you make a tower in the woodland, you won't have another angle where to attack. Well, the berries.
Yeah, and you see Vinchester already pulling those villagers away, farming around his TC. The question is that the timing where you think about Castle Age? Feels like Vinchester isn't committing too heavily on more Feudal Age army. Archers, well, still some scouts.
Yeah, but he should do the market probably. He has over 400 gold. We can see the scout and the archers here now doing a really good job. We will see so many spears, but those scouts are fully upgraded. He's gonna win this battle. Liereyy, clearly. Or not.
Well, we see double stable, so Liereyy is going full Feudal Age aggression here, while Vinchester's trying to cut some corners and will think about Castle Age any second. I think Liereyy should actually build a tower behind the woodline of Vinchester. Not really his style, though.
Yeah, he's never going forward with Villiers, that's true. Sending more scout and archers. Yeah, but he's so dangerous. I think that's open. I think that woodland in the north is open.
Yeah,
I think that woodland in the north, Mopo, is open. We will see later because there's a lot of action now happening, as you can see. Going back, I think there is a hole, exactly. There is a hole, scout and archers, thank you. And with those archers, he's gonna take now the spears. Yes, he is still going full aggressive, now doing the bloodlines. I think he was a little bit undecided, Vinchester. Go Castle Age, stop him, but now he's doing a massive damage with that army.
Oh, and look at that one. He was thinking he can go up to Castle Age, but now Bloodlines, 2 more scouts, 2 more spearmen, 2 more archers, and he's trying to defend this one in Feudal Age, but military count already completely spiraled out of control.
Okay, there's so many scouts now raiding, and Billy's numbers the same. Look at the military numbers, Nelly. Military number, he's spamming like deathmatch, and Liereyy is right now in a position to dominate because he got army under the TC and he's not even going away.
Oh, look at that one. So much idle time here for Liereyy, actually having some idols behind this one as well. But also it's a way to lose the game if you lose all your scout advantage. But Vinchester, 3 food in the bank right now.
Well, 3 food in the bank, raiding absolutely everything. We were talking that Liereyy in this kind of battle is insane, and he's just spamming. Just take the yellow dot in the minimap. He's just sending army all the time, non-stop. Boom, 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 all the time.
How?
Boom, 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 boom.
Ah, okay. 6 military now against 16, losing more and more scouts, and it just feels like every single game the KD is just so much better for Liereyy. Now a market trying to buy himself up, is floating so much gold, but as you mentioned earlier, doesn't really want to reach Castle Age with lots of archers, simply because he can't upgrade them to crossbow.
Yeah, with this amount of farms that we are watching right now under the TC, we can just notice that Liereyy, if he stops, couple of minutes, he can reach Castle Age. If he stops a couple of minutes, he can go Castle Age. No, Nelly?
Yeah, I think he wants to finish this one in Feudal Age.
Yeah.
He's just going wild. He goes for the aggression. As you can see, more scouts in the queue, more archers. Does
He's
not
still
go for
open.
a spearman. Yeah, he doesn't get well. He sees that he's killing all the army, right? What would he be scared of?
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible player, honestly. I think it's the first time we see this map that the player in middle, no tower, no palisade, no nothing. He's full open. His defense is the military.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Valas against Hera game, where Hera played the same execution. Valas did make it to Castle Age there, tried to make something happen with knights, so was a bit further, and still Hera was able to finish the game. And look at that one, now controlling the gold so nicely here, full aggression. And as you said, just stop the scout production for 2 minutes and you will be floating enough resources to go up to Castle Age.
Yeah, even not really stopping because he still have a lot of army. You can see how the resources for Liereyy or Liereyy resources are about to go up to Castle Age. So guys, with 13 villains more army, and now taking this battle, probably we might see the GG call soon because this is absolutely domination by Liereyy in this one, Nelly, after losing 4 villages from in the start.
Well, he also had more army than on the other side and could return the favor quickly afterward, and then it was 6 against 4, so it was not looking too great, but, well, in the end it did play out for him. Now on the way to Castle Age, while Vinchester is light years away from it?
Yeah, he's
no, that's a distance. Let's say years away from it.
Years away from going up, but, well, a little bit stabilized because he cleaned the army. Now he has the tower still open there. But nearly great series we're watching, but I don't think that Vinchester can do anything at all. At least that he's sending there all the army and seems Liereyy is fully open. Maybe he can get some big damage. He's 3 scouts only. Coal mining upgrade, and even if he's trying to buy some resources to go up, he's 10 villages ahead. 10 villages more working. What a great series, what a great play, and really, really aggressive gameplay in this map, like we expected.
What I love from Liereyy here is a way to lose this game is that he's getting overrun by Feudal Age army here now. That's why he constantly keeps producing, will try to defend his wood line, is still going for army that he can then later upgrade, and just secures the timing for him. And he knows that Castle Age timing will be so much faster.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to lose some. Maybe he's going to lose 1 or 2. He's trying to palisade. If he's saving those, I'm going to cry. No, I'm not crying. Thank you, Liereyy. And now with those scouts, he's going to take those. He lost 1 villager. Vinchester is still, now he's up. But those are almost 3 minutes time to make the damage.
Vinchester,
he's calling
taking
it.
The
He's calling it. He's calling it, I think, or not. Or, well, not calling it, but you saw his expression and you were feeling like, right?
Yeah.
Like,
It felt like, okay, I lost the game. Let's try to activate my trap card. The Krepos play, but already built the tower, so that's later. And I'm predicting a Krepos that will lose 8 villagers into GG.
Okay, well, let's see if it's gonna happen. If that predictions will be accurate. Those are light casts. Remember that Magiars get the +2 attack for free, so they kill Feliz in seconds. He still doesn't have the +2 armor, and he's still not in castle, but now he can go also to the woodline. If we check the woodline, let's see how much damage he can do in the woodline. Well, he's still wall, but he's there with the archers. Archers with Bodkin. He even did crossbows. Great job by Liereyy doing a massacre right now. Not even a stone and oath to make the Krepos that you were mentioning. And Liereyy, it's going to be very, very soon into the first finalist into the Red Bull Wololo 4, because this is a total destruction. And you can see his smile. Liereyy is the first finalist that is gonna wait Viper or Hera, Nelly.
Oh, and Vinchester has to be happy with his performance. He is smiling. Liereyy, he felt the pressure apparently there. There was a close one in the end after the wild start that you mentioned, but he deserves to be in the finals and will play, as you mentioned, Hera or the Viper.
Yeah, well, great job by both players. Great job. A little bit, when you're playing against Liereyy, I only could put in Vinchester that need to play a little bit safer. Wall it a little bit earlier because I don't know. It's so difficult against Liereyy, Nelly.
The thing is, on this map, it is tricky to wall, right? Because if the opponent is opening archer range spearmen, your walls won't give you anything. If the opponent is building scouts, then the walls are benefiting. And that was the mind games that were going on, especially with the restart. Both players opening archer range, and then they think, haha, I'm so smart, I can go for a stable now. But the opponent did the same.
Let's check the military, and like Nili said, and like you probably have seen, Liereyy, crazy player and difficult to wall, because anything you do, he can punish. He can definitely punish, and 1.61 unit rate to kill that, 95 unit killed in feudal age, pretty much in Heli, almost 100 economy, better for Liereyy. And I was like, oof, 4 villages down. instantly. Maybe it's gonna be decided, but nah. The Liereyy is in the grand final. Technology and 18-minute castles after doing a lot of farming, so that was a good time. Social, 7 billions more, and the APM.
Maybe isn't there something missing in the overlay? Aren't there normally like text shown, like when people reach Castle Age, or and Imp?
I think you can put it here.
Okay, but no. Look at that one. Like, where's the Castle Age of Vinchester?
He didn't reach Castle Age. I think he didn't reach Castle Age.
He didn't. Oh, sorry. Maybe I was too serious asking that question. Sorry.
I was trolling.
Like, even Mapu was like, oh, what do I need to show? Oh, Nilly is making me nervous.
This nearly just tricked everyone. The viewers, me, and Mapu. I thought he was asking even, you're too serious, man. You make the jokes too serious, you know? I need to get used. Anyway, we have Liereyy. For me, was the favorite, but I was afraid maybe that the series can be like one-sided. I have enjoyed a lot with this series.
Yeah. Game number 1 was really good. Could have easily been won by Vinchester as well. Game number 2, crazy stuff happened. Game number 3 did actually go to Vinchester. And game number 4, it is a wild one. It's very easy to look bad there against Liereyy.
And now, guys, we are going to see the happiness. Happiness with Mr. Riley and Liereyy.
Thanks very much, boys. Yes, joined here by the winner of that incredible set there. Congratulations, Liereyy, getting across the line. Certainly we're tested by Vinch. He really put you through your paces. But how does it feel, mate, to be back in another Wololo final?
It feels great. Obviously feeling very happy. But yeah, set was very tough, and shout out to Vinch. He played very well.
He certainly did. I know that he's really impressed a lot of people. But look, let's talk Turkey. Let's talk Vitoras. Game number 2. Did you ever expect to see early Vitoras like that in a competitive game? What was your response when you saw them starting to go up?
I was just like, "There's no way I lose to this, right?" And then I was actually losing at some point, and I had to turn it back. I didn't think this was ever a play. Like, I thought he would just play normal water, maybe land me with organ guns, and I thought his plan was fast aim traps or something. But yeah, game was longer than I expected, and longer than I wanted it to be. So it was a tough one. But at the end, I think the middle control gave it to me. So.
Well, that's what I want to ask. I want to talk about your response to it, particularly in that the closing stages of the game as we went to time. Obviously, Vinch made a huge score push late in the game. What were your priorities in the closing minutes of that game, given that it was so bizarre? How were you going to seize and seal the victory for yourself?
Well, I knew I had to catch up, like, what was it, 2K, 3K score advantage from him. So I had to kill something. Ideally, I had to push him off land, because at some point I was out of wood. I had 0 people on wood. But at that point, I already had pushed him off my land. And yeah, I think then I took very good trades. I killed his Cavalier, killed the building, killed his Fetorius as well, killed some bomber cannons, landed him. I think, yeah, I mean, hard to say what my priority was. I think it was just keeping the middle, although he didn't even contest it, and pushing him off my mainland, because I ran out of wood, and I even had to buy it at some point. So.
Well, look, people are already calling it the game of the series, maybe even the game of the year here, and it was an absolutely spectacular show. There's one more match for you to play, my friend, in the finals. You were the runner-up last time. You're going to do one better this time?
Hopefully. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, mate, I'm sure we all are as well. Time for you to take a bit of a break, of course, while we get across our other semi-final. Liereyy, best of luck to you, mate. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
And of course, before we move on, I do want to heartily congratulate Vinchester here for an absolutely stellar performance. This young man has really shown us what he's capable of, and I'm sure the best is yet to come from the young Russian, because really he has just put on an absolute spectacle for us. He's acquitted himself marvelously here, going up against the very best in the world after some upset victories on his path to the semi-finals. Congratulations, Vinchester. I know thousands of fans around the world are offering you their full-throated support, and I'm sure we'll see you again very soon. So good on you, Vinch, mate. Very well played indeed. Anyway, our next semi-final is coming your way. It's important to remind you that at this point we will be showing you a delayed broadcast of it. The reason for that, of course, is one of tournament and gameplay integrity. We actually have had both of these semifinals played concurrently. We are showing them consecutively, however, and the very simple reason for that is, of course, we want it to be an even playing field for all the players. Just imagine, you sit down for your semi-final, you win it, and then 2 minutes later you're back in the final. That's not a fair situation, especially when your opponent has had an hour or maybe an hour and a half or maybe even 2 hours to rest up, get ready, and get in the right frame of mind. And so with that in mind, we do play both of the semis at the same time, but show them separately. So that's the reason for that. It's one of tournament integrity and, of course, out of respect to the players. But look, it doesn't make a difference for you, the viewer, because you're still going to see this action unfold on your screens, and it's still going to be a bloody great time. So don't even worry about that. We've got a little bit of time here, I'm very happy to say, while we get the players seated and ready for the next match, or I should say get the recording that I've just said there ready for the next match, get our casters seated and ready. And if you've been following the coverage throughout these weekends, of course, you will have, I was going to say enjoyed, but I don't know, maybe endured the little Riley's ride through the ages. Of course, I've got a bit of a background in history, and it's been my great pleasure to, mostly pick holes with the historical realism of Age of Empires 2. There has been a lot of that, right? But right now, of course, after game number 2, we're going to dial in. We're going to zoom in on a technology, I guess, something from history that actually is very realistic, at least here, because of course we saw game number 2 decided by Vitorias. So let's learn a little bit more about Vitorias from history and their portrayal in Age of Empires 2. Now, of course, in Age of Empires 2, a unique building for the Portuguese that provide a slow but steady trickle of resources as the game goes on. But what were they in real life? Well, Vitoria is, they were a real thing, and Vitoria is the Portuguese word for factory. And today, obviously, we think of factories being, a manufacturing center, whatever else. But back, 500-600 years ago, these were essentially huge, often fortified trading posts. Many of them were built by the Hanseatic League, a confederation of traders along the North Sea. But the Portuguese made them famous from the mid-15th century onwards by establishing them around the coast of Africa. The first was built in 1445 under the direction of Prince Henry the Navigator, very famous Portuguese explorer. And they were built to secure, defend, and promote Portuguese trade links throughout not only the coast of Africa, into the Indian Ocean, into the subcontinent, and even into Southeast Asia. What they were physically was buildings or complexes that were trading posts, markets, warehouses, customs and taxation officials, and often there was quite a strong military presence in them as well. And they were designed essentially as proto-colonial outposts. They existed at a point before colonial settlements and cities were being built around the world by European powers, but they were a way for these cities to establish a political, a military, but most importantly, an economic foothold in far-flung areas, and therefore, particularly in the case of the Portuguese, establish economic dominance in far-flung shores, and in many cases even monopolizing trade of things like gold, spices, feathers, and many other things as well. So the Portuguese are perhaps the most famous civilization for their Vitorias, but of course the Dutch, even in North America, what we think of today as trading posts used to trade with Native Americans would loosely fit that definition, depending on exactly how you want to put it. But I'm happy to say, Age of Empires 2 in this situation, very realistic indeed. The Vitoria, well, you wouldn't build them on your home island. I'll put it that way. You wouldn't build them on your home island, but all the same, the Vitoria is a very important part of Portuguese history as a former world superpower, and obviously coming in with a huge amount of influence in that game, although not enough to ultimately win for the Portuguese, as indeed the Portuguese Empire in real life crumbled, although I don't know how much the Italians had to do with that one. Anyway, that is that, my friends. We move now to have a look at our next semi-final. And of course, I'm sure many of you have been waiting on tenterhooks for this matchup. You can see here TheViper facing off against Hera. These are two of the greatest players on the face of the earth. The Norwegian Viper, of course, one of the best of all time, and Hera, a younger bloke from Canada here who has just been so impressive and in such incredible form recently. This is an absolute showstopper here. These two titans of the game will be doing battle for your viewing pleasure in just a few moments. As soon as we've got everything ready, you're going to be able to enjoy this clash of titans here with Memb and Nilly looking after you. And so once I've got confirmation that indeed everything is in readiness, we will be able to move on and get underway. I'm told that, yes, indeed, we are ready to get stuck in. A short video to get things prepared, my friends, and then it's back to Memb and Nilly. Stick around because we are going to see some top shelf Age of Empires played right here, right now, as part of Red Bull Wololo 4.
Beautiful, beautiful longboat. Beautiful longboat. We don't have the opportunity to see a lot, but you can see the work in 1 minute, like we say the other day, how much done in 1 minute of work, right, Nelly? And now Liereyy is waiting for TheViper or Hera. What is your feelings about this series? Who is going to win this series?
It doesn't matter who wins. The final is going to be epic. That's a guarantee, and it probably was already a guarantee going into the day anyways, but now I'm even more hyped. Liereyy looked so strong. I wouldn't be surprised that he wins, no matter who comes out, TheViper or Hera.
Really?
But yeah.
Whoa.
Like Liereyy is looking somewhat strong, I would think. And Viper, Hera are now going to be crazy, right? It feels like Viper has so much to prove. It feels like Hera still needs the last step, like one game away from winning Red Bull 2 there, and looked really strong on Red Bull 3 as well. Then heartbreaking loss against Liereyy. Ugly for him. And now it's time. It feels a bit like redemption for both of them, but they still have to win against a top 3 player and then beat another top 3 player after that.
Might be exhausting for sure, but we want to go into the action as soon as possible, right? So we're going to see the draft, the maps, and everything. And Runestone is the first map, like always. TheViper pick Greenland and Acclivity. Hera ban Northern Islands. The middle, Frigid Lake. So we see a little bit more Hera trying to go probably for the aggression. Well, Acclivity is also very aggressive too. Maybe Greenland, something prepared for TheViper. And Civilizations. Tatars, Saracens, Chinese, Indians, Berbers and Koreans for TheViper, Hera, Aztecs, Britons, Magyars, Mayans, Byzantines and Khmer. 2 Meso-Sieves. Oof, this civilization draft, what do you think, Nelly?
Oh, it seems like Viper has a plan here. I really would have loved to see TheViper go for Northern Isles, but Hera did ban that one after the, for him, horrible game against Dowd yesterday. And that one looks tricky. Tatars early, Saracens early, Chinese, which I'm still understanding, but I'm getting proven wrong here time after time. And then Indians, Koreans, okay. Viper with a more unconventional draft, and it feels like Hera full of powerhouses.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I like I feel really, really scary when I see Hera draft.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Britain's crazy on Acclivity, Arabia crazy on any map, Magyars, we have just seen the power. Mayans with Hera, if you give crossbows into his hands, that's a horrible scenario. Byzantines, I will love them on Greenland, and then even as a backup Khmer for Frigid Lake. Those are basically all S-tier civs by Hera.
Honestly, Hera has won the draft.
Yeah, it looks like
I mean, in Runstones, he can use any civilization except probably Byzantines there, because all the others can be strong. Then in the whole maps, in middle, you can go for Khmer, you can go obviously for Magyars, probably Magyars like we saw it in the previous one. I don't know, really crazy civilizations, and well, Viper need to play definitely his best, because Hera, the Canadian, is playing absolutely amazing, but we are not waiting anymore. We are going directly into the action. TheViper and Hera, first game, which is gonna be Runstones, pretty much, well, Arabia, and these civilizations are Aztecs and Chinese. Obviously, against the Aztecs, you need to play extremely smooth, Nelly.
Yeah, and talking of smooth, we won't have cameras this series because obviously 2 semifinals were happening, and it would be an unfair advantage, at least we felt, players felt, and the community felt, if it was back-to-back second semifinal and the finals. We didn't want to break though, so those are all recorded games. They were played at the same time as the first semifinal, so no webcams here, but webcams will be back once we jump into the grand finals that will follow directly after the second semi.
Exactly. Thank you for pointing that out. And now we see how TheViper is trying to explore going directly to Hera, because we want that the players are going to be in top 4 for the final, and didn't achieve anything there. Viper need to play this so great, because Hera defending is one of the best, if not the best, I will say. And with this Aztec civilization, I don't know, it's so tricky for the Viper.
Yeah, big vault by Hera, indeed incredibly good. Probably MBL #1 in my books when it comes to defending. Hera probably #2. Scout is still annoying those villagers a bit. Probably doesn't want to take too much damage. And yeah, Scout's opening. Hera goes for Eagle Wars exclusively. 3 in the queue even. And Viper tries to make the game messy, but Hera having none of it.
Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. He has 3 scouts, 3 eagles. Obviously now the scouts a little bit stronger because they have 5 attack, 4 for the eagles, but 1 spear there could change everything. There's no spears. We see archers on the field for the Viper. He's trying to go extremely aggressive. China economy is really great, but if you let your opponent get up to castle age faster, ooh, he's going to take a villager. And Nilly, don't you feel a little bit weird? 40 seconds already. Oh my god, but he took it! But he took the villager! He was walling, but he take the villager even with the palisade wall. So the Viper and Hera on point both, but the Viper took the first kill. Damn!
The scout threw his sword over the wall there to get the last hit against the villager.
Whoa, he took a villager, and then now it's the same village because Viper is focused a lot in the aggression. 47 IDTC in LA.
That's basically 2 villagers behind, and as we can see, behind in villagers there. We'll continue with some aggression. Market shown, kind of indicating that we might see some stone sold, and maybe Viper gets 3 that this one will be 1 TC. Viper goes with lots of feudal age aggression.
He's going aggressive. Viper is going aggressive. A lot of people was demanding the Viper. Viper is playing defensive. He needs to go more aggressive. There you go, guys. He's going aggressive. And right now with 200 points score lead, and 2 villages behind. When he has killed 1 villager, it's really getting a lot of IDTC.
Oh, look at that one. 2 archers in the queue. No more scouts. Now goes for bloodlines? What? That's
Wow.
so weird. He wants to commit this in feudal age? I'm really confused.
Well, if he's going that aggressive, he might take some really big battle. With bloodlines here, with the scouts and archers, he might take all those eagles. Do you think it's an oath?
Oh, I think there's a massive mistake here by the Viper. He will delay his castle coming. He wants to commit this one full in feudal age, but he's losing so many HP on his archers because he wants to get to the upgraded scouts. But 5 scouts, I'm not even sure if they're convincingly winning this one. Now takes the engagement.
We are going to find out. There is a lot of scouts, good amount of archers. The archers are with fletching, and he need to micro those archers, and the scout and archers combined can take those eagles. Definitely not. Hera has taken a huge battle here with the +1 in the armor, but now the archers with some micro, he can take out most absolutely everything. We will see resources though. Hera taking a huge lead, is on the way to castle age already, while the Viper is on the way to nothing.
Oh, second archer range, and if we compare that one to the SCM game, right, where we had Britons going for lots of archers, well, Viper's castle age timing simply won't be competitive. 450 food only now, only 6 visitors on gold, that's not enough. Now add some more, goes on to 9, and Hera, his castle age or his eagle count won't be contested.
Yeah, and both players nearly sell the stone. So in the meanwhile, Viper has sold the stone as well. Ooh. So when he reaches castle, he will be forced to be on 1 TC, which obviously right now is probably the best choice for the Viper, because Hera will have a lot of army.
Oh, Viper space still so open here. Market there at the side. Barracks being added by Hera, and it simply felt like Viper a bit indecisive. I think he didn't want to play the all-in strategy. Felt like, okay, he saw, okay, gold is still open. Well, then I will go for bloodlines, but lost like 2 archers on the way. Eagle numbers were rising, and I really like Hera's spot here.
Yeah, for sure. Value military is almost 1k. As you can see, Viper half of that one is still going up to castle age. As you can see, he managed the economy great to go up not too far, but the timing here is so important. Scale bar in armor. How many stables he got? And he's doing the second stable, but he's still not even wall, Nelly.
I think he will wall this one in time. Eagle's not that great in fuel age, but okay, that will only last for 3 more seconds, and then they become so much stronger. Viper tries to wall behind those. Let's take a look. Give me a Palisade, Viper. Blocked.
Well, but he's still open. He's walling for now, but he's not going to be able to wall everything. Or he want to wall. He's going to wall. Look at the houses. He's going to... Well, the Viper is not going to be only wall. He's also will never need a house anymore in this game.
Feels like now Hans cheat is turned on indeed. And that will block his economy a bit, right? It felt like a good spot to add a TC there between the wood line and the gold. We'll find another spot, I'm sure about that one. But that's obviously something for the far future, since you already mentioned stone was sold earlier.
It was looking like a joke, but he can make 150 population right now. I mean, it's incredible. Seriously. He did houses forever. Now, need to focus. Obviously, is +2. If he stopped the first attack from Hera, maybe Viper is not in that terrible position because he has quite a lot of archers as well and double stable.
Oh, but how will he stop this one? More walls here by the Viper, some palisades as well. Might be a hole between the blacksmith and the archer range, not unlikely there at all. Now Monastery by Hera, and he simply will collect all the relics, won't really go for the conversions. Obviously very easy to find the one in the center. Lots of map control by Hera. I think the next step could be forward siege workshop. No, go
double
for the
monastery.
second monastery.
Whoa, this is really full 1TC aggression. The Viper has crossbows with Thambrin. Thambrin is really good. What Viper should do now? Wait a little bit there, Nelly, or try to make some counter-attack.
The thing is, counterattack against a wall opponent that also has monks won't really work. Trying to go for the aggression will be tricky, and it feels like Viper, he kind of needs to switch into longsword, but his economy is simply way too bad for that at the moment.
Well, but he seems to be... He's trying, he's going aggressive. But man, the amount of farming Hera has is insane. He has 30 eagles, 19 archers. Even with more archers, usually the eagles are superior. So in this situation, with this crazy amount of eagles, 4 knights only doesn't seem to be enough for me. Bloodlines +1, need to make a lot more. And another problem, military for the Viper, it's much more expensive. So that's a huge problem. No,
going to the wood line. Viper, is he running away? Conversions.
So he convert one. That's terrible for the Viper. Has big problems now to hold the position because the amount of army from Hera is starting to be not dangerous. Really scary.
Oh, behind in villagers there. Knights won't really do too much. Viper, how are his crossbow counts? 23, as we mentioned yesterday. Magic count, I think, is 28, where he one-shot Eagle Warriors. Now the go back there. Eagles, if they squeeze behind there, that would be horrible for the Viper.
Oof. After this battle, probably we're not gonna see military anymore for the Viper. He deleted the plasmid even because he knows that this is gonna be terrible. The Knights are there, but it's not enough. It's going to the TC. This is going to be a destruction. It is already a destruction, and Hera, the Canadian, is eating now absolutely everything. +2 Eagles Nelly. Is impossible for the Viper. He's losing absolutely everything. GG, well played. Hera, domination in the first game.
Oh, and the Viper there, it felt like, okay, he wanted to play a very short feudal age with some scouts, some archers, then saw the open gold, did go for bloodlines, lost his timing, walls behind this one. Hera, one beautiful fight with the upgraded eagles already, and from there on, it was just nothing he could really do. It felt like 6-minute games kind of, and beautiful execution by Hera behind this.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, feudal was so weird, the gameplay by Viper.
Yeah, look at that, 6 minutes, exactly.
Yeah.
There you see the dip in army. He did try to increase, but full domination by Hera after that one.
Yeah, well, you can see how the kills was pretty much double. 4 conversions, already was with relics even, more resources. Aztecs, Mayans, they are so dangerous, Nelly. And in this kind of situation, we were talking, you need a perfect execution. Didn't happen, and Hera seems to got the game pretty easily.
Yeah, well, that one engagement felt like just so overwhelming, and Viper struggling a lot, and
Meadow, also on Frigid Lake. What he can do Hera here in this map?
We don't need to talk right now. It apparently seems like the stream is muted. Maybe the production can tell us once we are back. That scene is not already fixed, so we are back. So we were saying Greenland is the next map, and Hera wasn't looking too good on water maps. So we feel like Indians feels like the clear choice with all the shorefish in the center there.
Yeah, we were talking about Indians, and then Hera, Byzantines. I think that this looks kind of clear. Maybe he can do Saracens even on Greenland.
Yeah, I think Saracens are a great civilization. Feels like maybe could be squeezed in somewhere else. Although, most of the time you see people picking civilizations really early on that are fitting for their home maps. So maybe Saracens for Greenland, but where are you squeezing in Indians then?
Okay, well, we are going to jump very, very soon into the next game. We're going to discover, but TheViper 1-0 behind. Hera is playing so solid. He needs to play now, close to perfect, because Hera is not going to give you any second.
Emotionally, if this game goes to Hera, the set is over. I think Hera, with 2 more home maps to get there, with crazy civilizations, and still so much that he can show us and how good he looked in game number 1, this is a must-win map for the Viper.
It's crazy how things has changed, because back in the days when there was some tournament, we were talking and the answer was always favorite is the Viper, and now we are talking that if he's losing the second game, okay, GG will play.
Yeah, it was different in the past. It was different in the past.
We are the present and the future is what matters, guys. So we're going to go to see the second game very soon, and well, the map now benefit, in my opinion, the Viper. That's why he picked as a whole map. But let's see now the civilizations, because we are starting and discovering that it's gonna be Indians and Byzantines. We were talking about those civilizations, no surprise. Byzantines is very good in this one, Ele.
So much going on for them, as we mentioned earlier. Fire Galley shooting faster, more HP on the tower if we want to get to it. Spearmen cheaper, so lots of stuff going on for them. And this map is not going to be as wild as the others, simply because their mills are spawning away a bit further.
Let's see if the Indian's bonus in the short fish is really a node. I don't feel that it's a node. Maybe he needs to do something out of the box, but he's coming with a tower forward, trying to come aggressive. He cannot see it, Hera. Now he can, and he achieved a lot with that tower. With so many villages, I'm going to make the tower. It's not a node village. It's not a node village. Liereyy is only 4 villages. Viper is not sending a node village there, and now he will have to cancel and go back. I don't understand that decision either.
Viper is not building a dock. He's not contesting the water at all, and Hera is already going for Fire Galley. Maybe Viper is going exactly for that reason. Now tries to build the tower, needs to move back with his villagers. Now tower by Hera, but this time the Viper's tower should go up earlier, pulling more villagers.
He's pulling more villages, but he has lost already 1 village. Now he's gonna bring even more, coming with some more spears as well. Still 1 village already ahead for Hera. Remember that those towers had with more HP, so I'm not so convinced about this move. He might lose, and he lost another village. 2 villages, 0, and now he's trying to take that tower down, but 3 villages killed by Hera, and the tower probably, oh my god, what is gonna happen here? 4 villages, Nelly, what's going on? The Viper can lose the game already, or what?
This feels like the repeat again, like this without happened. Oh god, there's so much going down. No fletching there. Viper simply did not pull enough villagers, and Byzantine with a crazy tower here. Oh boy, Viper is in a lot of troubles, and GG after 3 minutes. What?
Thanks God that the camera is not on here. Thanks God the camera is not on. You can bring the camera if you want. And you see Nelly and me face.
That was quick.
Let's go back to the stats. Stats gonna be clear. Military.
2 spearmen or something?
Military, please. Not well. Mopu even also don't know what to click. Okay.
Army high 8.
Yeah. 9-3. Buildings losses. Army high for 8. Is this the fastest game in the history of all Red Bull Wololo? Can we take
very,
that?
very likely. 3 minutes, 14 seconds. I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Can we production? Can we put the second game again and we recast because we want to be here more time? We want to be here more time casting. I mean, please, if we can recast again, people is not gonna get bored, you know? Like seriously.
Mapu
What's
playing a bit of
going on?
Roller Coaster Tycoon there with the APM, and yeah, that villager fight. Just Byzantines play so well, right? With the tower, did pull more villagers. Spearmen were out, and doubt. Oh God, I can't even think straight.
But can we see the highlights? I don't know if with the production we see the highlight. No, I'm talking serious. We need to analyze why the Viper lost that easily, that one. Like, there was a point that Hera couldn't see his tower. He did the dock. He didn't make the dock. Viper was trying to make a tower forward, and that's it.
Viper shot the scout a lot with his tower, and the scout was running around. So I think at least 3-4 volleys completely missed there.
What happened here? I don't know. I mean, people is asking in the stream. Okay, we have the highlights. Did you hear properly, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay. The highlight will come, but the highlight will be the full game. I mean, seriously.
Won't be too long.
No, won't be too long. I mean, what they are preparing in the highlights?
Yeah,
there's no
really
game.
Sure. Like, show the full cast again, probably.
Okay.
Oh, this is. I'm not even sure. Like, we could drag it out and show a bit of slow motion, but it is villagers moving, and somehow Viper loses everything, and Hera doesn't. I think maybe Viper underpulled villagers. That's the highlight.
No, those are the highlights. Don't show that. Why they show this, please? Why they're showing this? And those are the highlights.
Thank you so much. Production done by Take TV.
Well, I mean, and they tell here.
Yeah.
One moment, the highlights are almost ready.
We're cutting it quickly, yeah.
And we're trying to gain time here, and then we see our face. Well, we love this game, guys. Okay, well, we're going to jump then. Let's check now game number 3. The Viper need to make, I mean, after this, and now back to serious mode activated if it's possible. How Viper is gonna now...
Against Britain.
Yeah.
Against the best Civ.
Acclivity. He's gonna use Tatars. I fail.
It has to be.
No, has to be Tatars for sure against Britons. Maybe here is going Mayans?
I think Britons are just by far the best. Then you have potentially Meadow, Magyar, Frigid Lake. You can still probably play Khmer. I think you don't even see Mayans here for Hera on this set.
Whoa. Okay, well, I think... Let's talk more about the civilization. I don't want to jump into the game number 3. The game number 2 has been
Map
too
wants
short.
more camera time.
No, it's not needed camera. We can be here with the overlay. It's even more relaxing. But Tatars and Britons... I mean, seriously, I can't believe this draft. I mean, look at the draft Hera has.
Yeah. Like, if Hera can basically free pick civilizations, yeah, I think it would look like this.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to jump into game number 3. Imagine now Viper coming back from the hell, because he's literally getting closer there. Mayans Korea!
Ooh.
Mayans Korea. So no Tatars, Korea, and then Mayans, no Britons. Still, Mayans, Mesosiv, it's so dangerous. But Korea, they get here, guys. Cheaper units as well. With the armor for free, he can go for the fletching. Try to go super aggressive now with the Viper, or how is the correct approach here now?
Untypical archer range placement here by the Viper. He normally doesn't like to squeeze it in there because that doesn't really give you the mobility, like sending the archers in, sending the archers out. Probably we will see lots of skirmishes here by the Viper, and Hera opens with Eagle Archer, that's what I assume, but for now, oh no, double barracks!
Double barrack for Hera, okay. It's going similar with that with Aztecs. He did similar. If I'm not wrong.
Well, and if the game number 1 was any indicator, I think it won't be a bad strategy if Hera just goes full Eagles again here.
Okay, well, he's starting to wall. If you wall with a Meso civilization, we all know, guys, how strong this can be. The Viper obviously is walling as well, as you can see in the minimap, and now you can see closer. He's gonna protect the berries, gonna protect all the left area, but here walling completely is complicated, Nelly. I mean, if you're walling like this, well, but if he's doing Eagles, he might feel comfortable now, the Viper.
Yeah, you can wall pretty small on acclivity, especially against Eagles, and Viper, it feels like maybe cutting some corners, going on to some Archers. Ooh, early market here. He's thinking about a very early castle age, apparently. I'm a bit surprised by Korean play.
So he will sell the stone. You always want also maybe thinking with the stone that go war wagons can be sick, but obviously a really fast. Ooh, is that wall? It's not wall, man. Oh my god. Okay. Eagles that are going to take a village. Let's see if we're going to see some quick walls by the Viper, but he has 3 eagles. He's going to be able to do something. He's trying.
Oh, Hera's so good there. Annoying the berry villager as well. No upgrades on the eagles this time, though. And look at how he's blocking it quite nicely. 1 villager down, could be 2. Not the craziest play by the Viper. Wants to. Oh, won't find that one. This could be 3 villagers down, map.
2 villages down, maybe 3 villages. That village is going to be down as well. That village is going to be down. Come on, Viper, you need to wall. You need to wall. Ooh, he's going to go send now the farmers there, but this is looking... Let me tell you like this, Nelly. This is looking terrible for the snake. He's walling now the palisade. Yes, he's palisading.
Let's take a look at the base of Hera, maybe, because the archers are trying to do some damage there. Hera is getting pushed away, and archers are into the wood line. Walls were not in time for Hera.
And those are 4 archers. He can do now a lot of damage as well. Did he take any village? Not really. The Eagles are doing the damage, yes. But why he didn't send a little bit more village to wall when you are playing like this? And you have the archers. With the archers, you can do a massive damage now on Hera's economy. He's gonna take a villager? No, he's gonna need to clean those eagles.
Armor on those eagles. Maybe some walls behind Viper. Tried to
my
wall
god,
there, but
another villager down. Another villager down. Now he needs to go back with those villages. 1 archer is not going to be enough. Going to lose the 4th. He took 1 villager in the north. But this is looking awful for the snake. It's true that it's only 3 villages behind, but 3 villages behind in 5 minutes seems solid to me.
Maybe Viper can make something happen with some aggression here. The gold looks really bad. I think Hera could even make a good argument for building a defensive tower at his gold there.
Okay, let's see if he's gonna be able to wall. He has to be careful. Still not. It's not. He blocked himself.
Oh no.
He blocked himself when he's there to try to palisade, and now the Eagles are still there, still not walling. What's going on, Nelly?
Shaky game here by the Viper. Obviously, Hera is so good at making you look bad. And archers are still microing. Remember, they get the armor for free. Fletching already researched and finding the defensive tower. And then he will be safe. Thinking about Castle Age. Look at the resources by Hera.
But Viper is up already. Oh. The Viper is on the way to Castle. It's all these, let's say, a little bit sloppy gameplay. It was looking, but then he's up to Castle. Is faster. And now with a good advantage that he has to use the stone, so won't be able to do any TC. Oh, man. He's mining a lot of stone. War wagons on the way.
Is war wagons a real thing against eagles, though?
Maybe towers?
If you want to go towers, 10 on stone fields like overkill. I think it is war wagons.
Whoa.
But are war wagons that crazy good against Mayans?
Well, they get the +2 armored right away. You make the botkin, they are tanky. They're very tanky. They're very tanky. And also, you get protected at home, so maybe it can work. We're going to see. Remember, guys, I know that you guys are asking for the webcams, but like Neely pointed out, since both semifinals were played at the same time, because we want the players get the same time rest for the grand final, there is no webcast in this one because this is the recorded game from the second semi-final. Being said that, we're going to keep going and see what Viper can achieve being a little bit faster in Castle Age. Obviously, he will have to make the castle as soon as possible, and we'll do at home.
If they're both playing at the same time, I think Hera potentially might have another hour of rest because the set was so short potentially here. If Hera is finding some good answers to the war wagons that will come in. The Viper, I'm not sure if he will break those eagle numbers then. Yeah, Hera won't be booming too much. That archer won't do too much either. And for how many war wagons are you waiting here before you move out? It's not like the craziest unit to micro.
Yeah, but maybe Hera is not expecting this. He might be expecting probably crossbows. I don't know. Obviously, if he's doing... The problem is that you can produce millions of eagles. You only need the barracks. Also, the production, as you say, is going to be short. He's doing the bows and heavy plow. That looks solid. We will see. They are very annoying, the war wagons. He's not going to be protected, but he's doing the monastery, so he's really expecting the war wagons.
Monastery is so good. 9 range there for the monks, completely outranging the war wagons that struggle to get away. And Viper won't really boom behind this. I think this might even be war wagons into a second castle.
Yeah.
Keeps 5 villagers on
Yeah,
stone.
that's the strategy. You want to see war wagons second castle forward in his face.
But
you
he's
know?
adding a second TC. So
Not second castle, second TC.
no, he keeps 5 on stone. It feels like
Yeah.
2 TC, 2 castle, which I haven't seen before, I have to say.
Yeah, it's complicated for sure. It's really, really complicated. It's true that the +2/+2 for the war wagon is gonna give them the well, I don't know if it's gonna be the timing. No time is to stop those eagles. How many war wagons he has? 3. Obviously, they have the range. They need husbandry as well to make them look very, very strong. Now he need to go back. I think
Eagles are so good.
Yeah.
Great pierce
Palisading.
armor. Viper on point, shouldn't lose a single villager.
Oh,
now
that's
open
nice.
between the wood line and you can maybe trap them where the war wagons are. Oh, Viper not going for it. It felt like yesterday against ACCM he might have done that.
He's doing a good job now, the Viper. The Viper is definitely doing a good job.
Not rewalling. Wood line is open. TC is still open.
He need to wall the TC. He need to wall that TC. The war wagons doesn't have the ballistic. Now he re-wall. He has to be careful. Let's see if he's gonna save that village. Need to save it. He's gonna save it. No, he didn't save it. Now we're checking on the left, checking on the right, coming with more eagles. The war wagons are trying to hold on the left. It's gonna be an oath to stop the aggression. A lot more army and 4 villages more. But seems that kinda stabilized. The problem is that the production will keep increasing for Hera, but now this is starting to be a decent amount of war wagons.
Hera actually with 8 villagers on stone himself. Plumed Archer is obviously a horrible unit against war wagons. I'm a bit surprised that he's trying to go for that one. Is now dropping another TC. Maybe did send too many, and I'm starting to believe that war wagons could actually be a play.
Yeah, and he's having the ballistic right now. Ballistic, so those war wagons are going to dominate right now. He need to go back. He's moving well with ballistic nearly. And probably husbandry needed as well. The mobility is given, and he can do a lot of damage with those. He has the range, and he can now go and try to raid his opponent.
Only 2 monks on the map. Third one coming up. Viper, if he finds a quick kill against one. Oh, but now with Sanctity, that's going to be more tricky. He can maybe break this one. Collect some more relics. Will be too easily getting the 3rd or 4th one, even if he wanted to. The question is, will Viper find the timing to build an aggressive castle? He's not committing too much with only 6 on stone.
Yeah, he has 6 on a stone. 6 on a stone, and let's check where Viper is with the army. He has so many units here, like so many eagles. Those war wagons is still not the fastest units in the game. So when he's gonna go with those eagles and monks, if he converts few war wagons, Viper won't be able to do the job.
Yeah, and the Viper, I think if he sees like that amount of monks, especially double monastery, he can't commit. I think this is the play where you
Fog of War.
probably...
Fog of War for the Viper. Let's go with the Fog of War. He sees the double monastery, so he's trying to commit, and this is so risky. It's true that he has ballistic. The eagles are going down quite fast. He's coming also to the left, but those monks, no. He need to go back. If he converts some, can be disaster. Need to go back for sure. And on the left, I don't know if he's going to achieve something. I don't think he will. Husbandry is very important. You can see the monks are almost faster than the war wagons, and he convert one. Now he need to commit and take that war wagon, or the eagles. He need to kill the monks, Nelly. Need to kill the monks.
Though Viper, that's tricky. Still fighting without husbandry.
Oh my God!
Another conversion. Viper needed to run there after he saw the 4 monks. Risky move, and now he will lose some war wagons. That's not the snowball that he needed. Where are the other war wagons at the left-hand side? Now trying to cut off some reinforcements. Maybe they can intercept the castle.
Yeah, let's go to the middle, Mopu, and see if he's got. Oh, this can be good. This ballistic. He's gonna take few villages there. He's gonna take few villages for sure, but the monks are there. Now Hera is playing this so well. He's gonna make the castle there. He got the monks. The war wagons are very strong, but Hera is doing so many units, and now he's still playing like this. He's gonna have more war wagons than Viper soon.
3 already on the field, 14 for the Viper. Yeah, not impossible here with all the eagles trying to find some kills. Monk getting another one. Yes, he does. 4 war wagons now.
I told you. 4 war wagons for Hera. And now a second castle, but that's not the castle. That's not the castle that the Viper wanted to build.
Not at all. Maybe if he was thinking about imping this one. Nice gate. Warwagon at the right-hand side might be converted again. Eagles now diving in. Maybe walling to the relic.
He's gonna take the relic! Ooh, he could take the relic and then get inside with the Eagles, right? Oof, I was thinking about that.
Three conversions against the villagers there. Yeah, but he has to go back.
He needs to go back because
that would have been the play of...
Imagine, huh? It will be great. If he take that relic, escape and get the Eagles in, I cry. There's a lot of war wagons, yes, but Hera has 36 military. And you know what is the biggest problem here? Hera, the Canadian, is about to click up to Imperial Age, man. He's about to go up to Imperial, playing extremely smooth, the Canadian, and... even if the Viper is about to go up to Imperial as well, against the Mayans with the timing, the final is gonna be probably Liereyy versus Hera, because the Viper don't have time to come back in this game.
What are the next steps? Maybe going for champion, but with Koreans that feels really wrong. Warwagons won't do the job there. Yeah, he's up to Imperial Age himself. We'll find some villager kills, but Eagles are just such a killer unit against anything that has range.
Yeah. Well, he's up to Imperial. Let's see. But Vill's difference is 12. There's so many Eagles. He got 29 Eagles in total. So many Eagles there. Second castle in the same spot. It's looking rough. He's gonna raid some. Yes, he will kill some, but those Eagles will dominate. I mean, how you micro that, Nele?
You can't. And the regrouping is really ugly. Now Viper clicked a bit too long, therefore they line up instead of trying to move away in a different formation. And now 3 conversions started. Maybe some quick ward there by Hera. No, not going to happen. Gate. Not going to happen.
No, didn't happen. He's going now back. Yes, he's going to go back. It's still good numbers for the Viper, good military numbers. But Viper, when he noticed that his opponent is already in Imperial, even that the spot is not, well, it's good, but he has so many Eagles there, Nele. Look at the score.
Score will be changing pretty soon, though, because more Eagles on the field. The economy is good enough, especially for a Mayans player here, to... Oh, did he jump through the TC to be faster?
Oh, I think so. One down, one converted. How many is going to convert? I'm telling you. No, forward wagon, 76 villages. Oh, damn. Now he's in Imperial. Hand card for the Viper. The score now belongs to Hera, and he's doing the +4 with those Eagles. So much units. And also the war wagons are expensive, Nelly. Very expensive.
And raiding with 2 of them isn't really a thing, right? You are so much slower than the Eagles. They play simply so differently to the CA. Yeah, they are more tanky, but the micro potential simply isn't there. Viper will get imp. Maybe his hand cannoneers a play. I see Bracer first, but I don't see Bracer as the killer unit. Also, hand cannoneers wouldn't feel right against the potential of Blue Dodgers.
He's doing the chemistry. Does he have the resources? I mean, resources for the Viper are the limit. 15 villages behind. And now, block printing. Great play. You got a lot of monks. Block printing. Extra 3 range, 12 range for the monks. You're going to convert absolutely everything. The 2 trebuchets are going to take the castle. And right now, we're going to get only 1 castle. Now he's going to make a second castle Viper at the back. The score is still almost the same. But I really feel that Viper knows that this is impossible mission or almost impossible mission, really.
Really feels like it, yeah. Second castle there, tries to go for some more raids, goes for Monk himself. Did pick up a relic for the late game, maybe might find a second one, but now I'm trying really hard to find anything that's going right for the Viper. Score is misleadingly close.
Yeah, it's very, very close. There is some war wagons now from behind trying to make the damage. Yeah, those can kill those Eagles, I think, with some good micro. He has all the upgrades. He's +4 Rs also. Look at this. They are very, very strong. But the Eagles are strong as well. Now he's raiding. Now he's doing a really good raiding here. Villiers numbers are getting extremely close. Taking all the Eagles there. But obviously you need to defend that castle. Let's go and check the castles, Mopo, because we need to see if he's going to take the castle. How many traps we got? Yeah, he's in a good spot there, but that's the problem. Look at the amount of trebuchet we have. 4 trebuchet, 5 5 war wagons, eagles. He got more war wagons than the Viper in that spot. And now losing that area, look at the score. I'm really afraid, Nili, that we're going to see what nobody wanted. Nobody wanted to see a 3-0 in a semi-final, and we are suddenly getting a 3-0 in Hera versus the Viper.
Oh man, and yeah, this is just pure dominance, right? It felt like Viper wanting to lay it there, did let the Eagles in, now another castle going down, and Viper needs castles. The only thing that he is building is war wagons. He's now switching into hand cannoneers, which will do pretty well against Eagles, but Plumed Archers are incredibly good against that again, and numbers won't be pretty. I think Viper will drop below 100 population pretty soon.
Yeah, he has a bomber cannon there. He's gonna lose that bomber cannon. He has hand cannoneers, war wagons. Honestly, the draft, when I saw the draft, I really start to have different hopes for this series. I was thinking that Viper could do it, but when I saw the draft, I was like, wow. That's Civilizations. 84 villas, 96. A lot of army for Hera. GG Cole. 3-0 for the Canadian, but the problem is not the 3-0. We have to talk, Nili, how this has been, this 3-0, and like I like to say, this has been total domination.
3-minute game and 2 Mezzo wins by Hera. Just Eagles went through there, and Viper simply never really got to the numbers, right? If we compare that to the ACCM game yesterday, where he got to enough crossbows and could defend, did wall up more, that's something we didn't see happening today. Viper, did he not pull enough villagers to wall? At least that's what I feel.
Yeah, in that game, I mean, Civilizations were better for Hera for sure, but also he didn't play smooth, let's say. Like, was some misplays that you don't see in the Viper. And the Viper lately, during the ladder, so matches and everything, was playing much better than today, like in a really, really strong level.
It feels like he had some strategies that he couldn't execute.
Okay.
This is something like Koreans might have been a counter pick to Britons, right? And if he gets into the Korean against Britain matchup, the Eagles obviously won't matter. So Hera maybe simply a step above and
with the strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eagle execution.
Yeah. Look at the units here. He killed more. Look at the units Viper kill. But this is how strong the Mayans are. He killed a lot more units, but doesn't matter. Really, really doesn't matter. Army high for Hera, 51. 25 for the Viper. Economy. Let's check the economy. Well, Hera, less wood, a lot more food. Look at the goal. Look at the goal. Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, that's how Mayans simply work, right? Or any civilization that wants to go onto Eagle Warriors here. Relic Gold, really nice for Hera as well. Did go for those monks, and the monk edition was just so good there. And Viper with the later timing, the villager losses at the start. It felt like not a single game where he could play to his strengths.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I was expecting an amazing series.
Yeah.
You know, no matter who win, an amazing series. The same that we were so hyped with the previous series, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, and I kind of feared it a bit as well, I have to say. It could have been 3-0 in either direction, right? And I said it before, I'm not really sure why I felt like it, but those settings are so unforgiving. And if you are 2% of your ideal play, if you have a strategy prepared and somehow something goes wrong, you lose that game instantly, right? Indians, certainly not how Viper planned it. Koreans, certainly not how Viper has planned it. Chinese game, certainly not how Viper has planned it. And Hera just clapping, executing, and the finals are just going to be 2 people against each other, who feel unbeatable.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's gonna be Liereyy. It's gonna be Liereyy versus Hera, as you can see. 2 Temple players. Congratulations to them. I don't know if we are going to come back later, because now Tay90 and Dave will take over and will cast the grand final. So you are going to enjoy a lot. I only want to say here that has been a pleasure to cast with you, Nili.
Indeed it has.
We have got a good time. Thank you so much for the opportunity, for being here with Red Bull, Tech TV, and Nili. A pleasure, my friend. A pleasure. We love this game, and hopefully, guys, you have enjoyed Hera Thought with Mr. Riley.
Thanks very much, boys, and well done this weekend. It's been great to have you at the booth. But right now, I'm joined by the man of the moment, Hera, with an astonishing 3-0 victory over the Viper, one of the greatest players on the face of the earth. Hera, what a win. Talk us through it.
Hello. Yeah, I'm very happy still, but these games happened a few hours ago, so I'm kind of like over the moment for myself personally. But it was just like the dream series for me. I had a nice draft. All my plans worked, and I feel like some days, some days it's your day, some days it's not. And I feel like today was my day.
Yeah, things really fell into place for you. It was just a total display of dominance there. I want to ask, because a lot of people are wondering about this, talk us through something that I guess we didn't see on screen, the Civ draft. Did you feel like you were already in a really strong position just after the Civ draft? Because you seemed very comfortable with the maps and the picks that you had.
Yeah, so the thing is, I felt like the Civ draft from Viper was prioritizing too much the Civs that he prepared. Like Saracens, Chinese, these are all civs that I think you could pick them last because, they're not like highly contested civs. So I think that was a kind of a mistake there in the draft for him. I got the more like straightforward civs, the more like meta civs, and I had some preparation of my own that I had stored up, but I just was able to win with like the sheer power of some of the civs that I had.
Yeah, I mean, some of it was just blink and you'll miss at Age of Empires. What a display you've put on here. Hera, I know you're about to sit down and play the final right now, and I don't want to keep you from that, but I'd like to hear, where your head is at right now as you head into the final. What is it? What's the last minute preparation, the last minute sort of psych up that you're going through here, facing an opponent like Liereyy?
The last minute psych up is that I'm not going to let myself lose to Liereyy 3 times in a row for Red Bull. There's no way I'm going to lose versus Liereyy again. It happened once in the final. It happened once. He reversed with me. He had his time. Now I'm not losing. It's going to be, I have a lot of respect for the guy. We train together, but I'm not going to lose. There's no way I'm losing 3 times to him. So that's what's happening.
I love the confidence, mate. I love to hear the position you're in here. Best of luck to you. We're looking forward to an absolute barnstormer of a final. We'll let you get to it. Thanks for joining us, Hera.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
And what a show it will be. My goodness me, if that last match was anything to go by. Commiserations to TheViper, of course, one of the world's best, but just not his day. I'm sure there'll be chances in the future for him to come back better and stronger than ever. But for now, it is all about Hera and Liereyy in our grand final. Before we get to that, however, of course, let's get across some of the action. If you're just tuning in just in time for the final, welcome. By all means, welcome. Here's what you missed from the semi-final that was just passed. We can roll the tape now and have a look at what took place between Hera and his opponent, TheViper. In game number 1, as you can see, it was Aztecs versus the Chinese on Runestones, that modified Arabia map. Pretty quick affair, really. Hera got to castle first, rolled that advantage pretty insurmountably, and did a great job of containing everything that the Viper was trying to do. And the Norwegian never really getting back into the game after that. But it was game 2 that knocked our breath away. This was incredible. It was over within just a couple of minutes. There was an early tower push here. The Byzantines obviously favoured if they're able to get a tower up, especially against the Indians on Shorefish, and an absolute disaster scenario for the Viper. A high-risk, high-reward strategy. Didn't commit enough villages here with Hera's Byzantines able to roll over this tower, and the game was over before it begun. Absolutely incredible stuff. I'd say go back and watch it. If you've got like 2.5 minutes to spare, it's not going to take you long. Game number 3, on the other hand, was a little bit more drawn out, of course. Hera had an early lead. War wagons, never much of a threat. They're hard to amass. And the power of the Mayans, these meso-civs have been so impressive all weekend long, particularly the Mayans here. And we saw just that tight technical play that Hera is known for, getting across the line here against the Viper. So just incredible stuff from the Canadian, and we are looking forward to even more of it as he faces off against Liereyy in the coming final, which is coming in just a few moments. We're getting everything ready, which gives me, my friends, one last opportunity for Riley's Ride Through the Ages. Of course, it has been my great pleasure to bring you little history tidbits and snippets as we have explored Age of Empires. Of course, some of the historical inaccuracies have certainly come out in the wash for this one, but I want to share again. I've taken some time to cast a light on some of the civs, some of the history that doesn't necessarily always get put in the spotlight here. And I want to talk to you about the Aztec civilization, because it's a civilization that has seen a lot of play this weekend, and it's been very dominant. But unfortunately, the real life story of the Aztecs was, it didn't end quite so happily. Many may know that the Aztecs were a civilization called, their proper name was the Triple Alliance. And they were established in the Valley of Mexico, an alliance between 3 city-states, the most dominant of them being the Mexica people, who established a city on Lake Texcoco and established the city of Tenochtitlan in 1325. And by the 15th century, this city was enormous. It was on its way to becoming the principal partner in the Triple Alliance. It flourished enormously under its most famous leader, whose name, of course, is Moctezuma the First, sometimes known as Montezuma, who was a ferocious warlord and also a reformer at home, building great big buildings, engineering projects, causeways, bridges, levees for this lake-bound city. Tenochtitlan was one of the greatest and largest cities on the face of the earth, and it conquered the pants off of the surrounding regions, securing the Aztecs as a regional power. But of course, it wasn't to last. The Aztec Empire didn't long survive contact with European explorers and settlers. The Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés, of course, met face to face with the great-grandson of Moctezuma I, whose name was also Moctezuma Chocoyotzin, Moctezuma II. Cortés ended up laying siege to the city of Tenochtitlan, and this was backed up by many other regional enemies of the Aztecs. And I'm very sorry to say that Cortés utterly razed the city to the ground after it was taken by the Spanish. And in its stead, today, even now, stands the enormous metropolis of Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, built on the ruined foundations of Tenochtitlan, the lake no longer there. And of course, this city still stands today, the capital of a country that fought and bled for its independence, finally winning the War of Mexican Independence in 1821, casting off their Spanish overlords and establishing a new country that lasts through to this very day. And as for the Aztec people, well, the Nahuatl language is still spoken, and there are descendants of the Aztec Empire, but of course that civilization no more, despite the utter dominance we've seen from the Meso-civs on our screens today. Wasn't quite the case in the historical reality that we live in the real world. Now, I want to quickly plug my history podcast. If you've enjoyed the history segments that I've provided for you throughout this weekend, halfassedhistory.net is the place that you can find more of this nonsense. It has been my great pleasure to highlight and illuminate some of the history that we see on the screens with Age of Empires 2. And though I have, had a bit of a laugh about the historical realism of things like camel arches as well, I do have a deep ingrained passion for history, and the fact that Age of Empires does bring it to light, it's just incredible. I would like to thank the community for being so welcoming and accepting of all my nonsense, because it really has enriched I think the stories that are told with this incredible game that we all love so very much. Anyway, my friends, that is enough of that. It is time, I am told now, for the final. I'm going to make sure that everything is in readiness here, but it seems as though we are ready to go with our final. The stage is set. $30,000 prize pool up for grabs here. $8,000 for first and $5,000 for second. These are two players who have been so dialed in such good touch, putting on incredible performances across this entire tournament. And it now all comes down to a best of 7 match between Liereyy and Hera. This is what you've all tuned in to see. This is the capstone to our Red Bull Wololo 4 tournament. What a tournament it has been. But the final will be the deciding factor in crowning our champion. Let's get to it, my friends. Hold steady, buckle yourselves in. T90 and Dave on the other side of this for the Red Bull Wololo 4 Grand Final.
Now, it's time to define the new champion.
What an introduction, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final between two players who have just been incredible and maybe redefined these settings, Dave. We've done many of finals, but this one feels special. How hyped are you for today?
I am super hyped, and there's a couple reasons for it. The main one being that both of these players have shown that they are the best on either side of the bracket. A lot of the times in some of these tournaments, I mean, maybe the brackets are favored one way or the other, and you'll have two of the best players on one side. But if you look at the results that we've had so far, Tristan, I don't think you can dispute at all that Liereyy and Hera are the two best players in this tournament. And to have them matching up in the finals is fantastic for Age of Empires fans. Like, it's going to be a great series. It's going to be very exciting. And I believe that we're going to go to game number 7 here.
I mean, we've done it before. Just a little history lesson here. Hera actually stole some points by bringing it up in the interview. But they have met so many times in tournaments. Just sticking with Red Bull Wololo, Red Bull Wololo 2, they both made it very similarly all the way to the finals after very good displays. No doubt in our minds that they were going to make it there at that time. Liereyy won 4-3. Fast forward then to Red Bull Wololo 3. This is more recent in memory. They met in the quarterfinals, and Hera was up 2-0, and Liereyy came back to win 3-2. And Hera said, he seemed very confident, by the way. He said, he's not going to beat me again. There's no way that I can let him do that to me again. They've very frequently, we've only seen a game or two in it with them. So I'm with you. Could be a very long and very epic final.
Yeah, and it doesn't, like, both of these players, as we saw in the last set, it got kind of snowbally, right? Hera took the 2-0 lead really, really quickly, and then Viper went down in the third game. But I don't see either of these players losing more than 2 games in a row. It's just not their style, right? They have the ability after losses to kind of regroup, and they have the confidence to pick their home map, go for the chosen civs, and get a victory. And also, I think, as Hera brought up a good point in the interview, both these players are going to have a mindset of, let's draft not just to my plan strategies, but let's draft in order to deny civilizations for my opponent, which I think Hera was very, very accurate in saying that Viper maybe didn't focus on that in his initial draft. So I'm excited to see what civilizations they're going to pick. And remember, this is best of 7. So we're going to see some stuff here that maybe we haven't seen before. And I already see a civilization in the Malians that have not been featured yet in this tournament.
Yeah, it is the last pick there. I'm noticing a shift here, right? We've seen a lot of dominance from Aztecs and Mayans. And early on, people were fearing the Vikings more. Look at Lierey's draft. Picked Aztecs first, Vikings second. And after all the civs are picked back and forth style, they then get sniped. So Hera said, no. I know how good Aztecs are. I just showed the world how good it was again. Just get out of here. And so he's actually banned out Aztecs over Vikings, which is fascinating on 2 levels. One, because, okay, Vikings have been banned every other time, it seems like, but also because Liereyy, his style is archers, eco, and imp. So whenever Vikings is shown, very excited to see if that's so strong, where maybe Hera doesn't have a throwaway pick, like uses a weak civ there, one of those final ones, but has some type of a strategy to cancel it out in some way.
Yeah, I really feel like both of these players have learned. You can see Aztecs and Mayans banned respectively. Both of them have learned how strong they are, and that shows that they've been watching the tournament, Tristan.
Yeah.
When we started this whole thing, Vikings were the automatic ban for most players, especially in that best of 3, the best of 3 was hidden pick, but in the group stage, best of 5 elimination matches, it seemed like they were always getting banned. So it's shifted a little bit here, shifted quite a bit. And we see the Incas as well for Hera. So maybe deciding that if he can't have an Eagle Civ in the Mayans, he's going to go for Eagles with the Incas.
Yeah, dude, you said it. You're like, come on, man. This Civ might not have the greatest identity. They might be slightly worse than Aztecs and Mayans in some ways, but they're super flexible. They still have that Eagle push, which has been strong. A very hard Civ to raid in the mid game too. So I kind of like that pick there from Hera. I think that the order in which these Civs are picked makes sense priority-wise. If you pick a Civ which is questionable, like Saracens, for example, which we saw from Viper 3rd, then you're giving up some good Civs too. So the draft is so important here, Dave. But moving along from the Civs, I actually don't think any of these guys have a real victory in the draft. I think it's going to be even there. What is the difference between these two players, if there is a difference between these two players?
I feel like Hera has more of an ability to spread himself out across the map. Map control is a really big thing for him. Obviously, we talk about the defense. He's got the capability to be an extremely aggressive player as well. We saw that against Doubt, like just finishing games within the first 10 minutes with his amazing aggression. But I feel like he stabilizes more than Liereyy does. Liereyy puts all of his, puts his entire bet on the first push, the initial push into early Imperial Age, and then will stabilize after that. Hera kind of builds up behind his pushes more than Liereyy, and I feel like Hera may have more tricks in the bag, if that makes sense. A little bit of a deeper pool of strategy than Liereyy has. Liereyy is more of a player that says, I'm going to do something. You know exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it so well that you can't stop me.
Yes.
And that's why it's so exciting to watch him as a player. And it's also fascinating to watch a player like Hera, because you can see like the gears turning, right? You can see the intelligence in his play, and also the same level of execution as Liereyy. I give Hera a slight edge going into the series, even with their past results, just because I think he's on form, and I think he has a little bit more depth here going into this series.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if I were to just shout out a prediction based on everything we've seen, I would go 4-2 Hera because of how strong he's played. But moving back to your point, I agree that I think overall in these settings, Hera's a little bit more well-rounded, but it's just he might be more well-rounded, but Liereyy has the greatest peak. And it's not as if Hera can't compete with that Archer play. It's just that I think that he tends to go away from that more often than not. But I'll tell you this much. Hera was able to win against Doubt very quickly and against Viper very quickly. He's not going to have that success with Liereyy. I mean, he might get victories, but I don't see games being all that quick unless Greenland's played, and I think they banned it. So that's not going to be an issue. I think the concern for Hera's got to be putting his foot on the gas a little too early against Liereyy. We saw what Liereyy was able to do against MBL. Even though MBL killed villagers in Feudal Age, Liereyy would still get to Castle Age. So it's really hard to know, do you try and hit him before Castle Age, because that's where Liereyy wants to be, or do you just kind of chill out, realize you're not going to be able to do enough, and try and match him early Castle Age? And that depends on the map. That depends on the civs. Man, oh man, is this going to be fun.
I think a lot in these games, Tristan, is going to be decided by the early engagements between like 3 or 4 units, right? Who gets momentum and who can hold an aggressive position. And that'll dictate how they play out the rest of the game, which is so interesting that small numbers of military like that in a game mode where you start with almost 30 population can have that much of an impact. But that shows how good both of these players are and how little of a difference there is in playing ability between the two of them. I'm really, really excited going into this set. I mean, as an Age of Empires fan, I feel like we're going to get the highest quality play possible in these settings.
Yeah. And it's so good that we're seeing them meet in the final as opposed to a quarterfinal, right? It was actually, I think, Hera not winning his group that made them meet in the quarterfinals before. But yeah, they've met so frequently. Who is we've discussed how similar they are and their strengths, weaknesses, if there are any. This game mode was practically made for these two players. It's very different from Standard Age. Who's the most confident player coming into this? Who has the mental edge going into these finals?
I would give Liereyy. I would give Liereyy just give us a second here, guys. We got Hera and Liereyy. They're preparing for the grand final, so we got a couple minutes here, and we're just going to talk about the grand final for a little bit. So hang with us here.
Yes.
In terms of mental edge, I would give Liereyy the mental edge going into any series, and that's because I just think he has so much confidence in himself, and I think it'll take a lot to make him waver. I feel like even if he loses 2 games in a row, Liereyy goes into the next game thinking, well, I can win. It's fine. And maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe he gets nervous a little bit, but we certainly don't see it outwardly. And it's definitely a benefit to his play to have as much confidence as he has.
I think results really do matter an awful lot here, right? He's gotten the better of their big matchups in these settings. But I also think momentum in Age of Empires as a whole is also really important. I think Hera's had the much better 3 or 4 months, maybe 6 months, you could say. And I remember there was a time we said that about Liereyy, but this was an amazing game, by the way. Viewers, if you didn't see this, you have to rewatch this one. It was like both amazing and stupid at the same time, which I know for a lot of people who like Force Nothing anyways, it might end up working. But anyways, I think Hera has shown in just his interviews how confident he is right now. He said straight up, I'm not going to let him beat me again. Like, this has happened before. I'm not going to let him beat me again. He said before playing Viper today, so this was yesterday's interview, something cheeky about how, like, what excuses you're going to come up with this time if Viper loses to me. Like, it wasn't quite that. Listen to Hera's words before you let me put words into his mouth, but it was something along those lines, man. This is a guy who has a chip on his shoulder. He believes in his ability. And I think he has shown also with his dominance and how quickly these games have been against one former champion and then against the Viper, that he's here. So I'm curious to see if Hera gets an early lead in this series, what happens. I think if Liereyy gets an early lead, there's definitely that potential for Hera to respond. If Hera gets an early 2-0 lead or something like that, will Liereyy be able to stop this confident Canadian? So that's kind of the way I see it. But my goodness, man, as we see where Viper tapped out, those games weren't even close. I almost want to spend 10 minutes talking about that semifinal, but we can't. We're so close now to game 1 in the final.
Well, you spend more time talking about the semifinal than it took to play. I think that was crazy performance from Hera there, and definitely, I feel bad for Viper because he obviously had plans coming in, and it just wasn't his day. Like Hera said in the interview, he said, "Sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. It was my day today." And with his level, he was just able to completely dominate that semifinal. But we're about to get into game number 1 of our finals here. I see the players are in the game room. We're just waiting for them to launch. They're getting prepared. I want everyone at home to get prepared, get hyped for this. We have the 2 best players, undisputed best players in this format, matching up against each other for a best of 7 finals here. They both have good civilizations. They both have good maps. This is going to be amazing.
Practice partners, 2 of the biggest nerds in the scene, 2 of the youngest high-level players in the scene. It is a matchup made in heaven. It is beautiful. And we're also going to see, and I can see the civs now, so we have time to discuss it. That civ that I brought up, the Vikings. Hera chose to snipe out Aztecs as opposed to the Vikings. Both civilizations there are strong. I think how this first game goes is really going to dictate how the rest of the series goes. It's going to be Vikings for Liereyy, Tatars versus Hera. If Hera could somehow find a way to solve Liereyy with Vikings, he's going to be in a good spot for this best of 7. But how, dude? Like, you and I have talked as the other games are being cast, and Dave and I have so many things to say, of course, naturally. And we're just typing away. And Dave and I have not been super impressed with the Tatars. And we know that Vikings are sick. So advantage Liereyy, at least, civ-wise, going into game 1.
How do you, like, if Liereyy plays this relatively safe and does the thing where he gets some eco picks, he keeps his army alive in Castle Age, he gets up to Imperial, what do you do with the Tatars? You hope that you have a good hill position in front of your base that you can hold potentially?
Yeah.
Like, it's difficult, right?
Well, I think it's probably going to turn into an archer battle. If that happens, free thumbering is a big deal. We saw what Hera was able to do with faster firing archers and Ethiopians against Doubt. That was brutal. I felt like it should have been illegal to watch that. So yeah, I mean, I think that's got to be the mindset. And against Liereyy anyways, you probably are going to want to overwhelm his army, because if he doesn't have it at your base, you're set. That's the mindset. Now, granted, is Liereyy going to play safe? Because I think the safe approach is the clear approach with Vikings, that you just got to protect that eco. We will find out, but everyone who's watching, I hope you're ready. I know you're ready if you're here, and I'm sure more people will show up for these finals. Best of 7, Red Bull Wololo 4, between, in my eyes, the 2 greatest players for these settings. There's no doubt about it in my mind.
I agree with you, and we are into the game here. Get hype, folks. Folks on Twitch, folks on YouTube, people watching this video afterwards. Hera versus Liereyy, game 1 of the best of 7 Red Bull Wololo 4 finals. And we can see already Liereyy going for that archer range opening with the Vikings. He's got a bit of a forward gold there, but he should be able to sort that out with the walls that he's already placing down.
Yep, starting scouts do matter. You see Hera's there. Against other players, I think Hera attacks there, but a little surprised to see. He says Liereyy will probably save that villager, and he's looking around, confirms the range, confirms the walls. Again, I'm not sure what you can really do as actually Liereyy. Oh, God, he almost dropped it. This is so high level. I'm not sure what you really do here, Dave, except let Liereyy wall. You can't get enough pressure there to stop it. Hera's going to be sending archers forward as well, but walls will be up for Liereyy.
Yeah, walls will be up for Liereyy, and he's even, I believe he's going to be pushing the deer here, Tristan, in Empire Wars. No, I thought, I thought better of it. He's like, I can be doing better things with my time.
But, you know, that's actually, this map generation is actually really awkward for Liereyy, because typically you're going to send 3 or 4 villagers to go out to deer, and his are on the front, and he has to wall it out, and his gold is forward. If you look over at Hera's base, he's got a back gold, and his deer are on the back. So one thing I noticed here is that Hera did delay his walls more, which means his eco should be a little bit sharper right now, but not a whole lot of action here. Just like I said, I don't think either player can break the other one in early feudal. So this is going to go to early Castle Age and beyond.
Yeah, Liereyy just trying to establish maybe some semblance of map control here, seeing if there's any opportunities at Hera's base, and Mapu over there pointing out a hole in the back of Lierey's walls. That could come into play potentially later. Liereyy not sending a villager to check whether they can get out. Maybe he'll do that in a few minutes here, and he's run up against the archers from Hera. He's going to have to go back across the map.
Yeah. Adding 2 spears is a little weird to me. I don't see why when the opponent opens range, you'd want to have 2 spearmen. I get 1 for that starting scout. You might be thinking, come on, T90, that's not a big deal. It's just a spearman. These guys are so good, and the level's so high that 1 extra spearman, a couple extra seconds given to the opponent can make a difference. It is such a big deal. It's, believe me, incredibly punishing to play, and I'm glad that average Age of Empires players don't have to experience that. But, man, it's going to be beautiful to watch here, Dave, as we have both players going for ranges as they head towards the Castle Age.
Yeah, we see Liereyy, though, there with the scout now. Maybe he can be a little bit annoying to that villager.
Ooh.
He's going to hit it, run away from the counter hits from the Vill. There's more villagers coming from Hera. Potential to pick this for Liereyy.
What's happening right now? Is the villager going to... Okay, goes down. It was a little bit of hesitation there. Hey, I don't want to say I called it, but the spearman mattered. Hera is going to be a little bit faster to Castle Age. Probably didn't make that much of a difference, but I'll pat myself on the back for that one. So Liereyy trades a scout to get a Vill, which I think is more than fine here. And he has the civilization, which has already been benefiting from free wheelbarrow and will benefit from free handcart. Tough for Hera to do much here to damage the eco. I think you control the map with military and then maybe go for a forward workshop. There's a lot of gold forward there for Liereyy. There's no way he can just sit in his walls all game.
Yeah, and Hera's coming straight across the map, but he's got to be careful because Liereyy has quite the force there. And if Hera just runs into this without looking, he could lose quite a bit of military. He is running into it. 1 archer goes down right away. 2nd archer going down for Hera. That's not what he wanted to open up with.
Yeah, that hurts, right? He also is just now seeing that skirms have been mixed in. So he wanted to go full crossbow, but Lierey's going for a mix, I believe, anyways. He's actually just adding archers now, but a mix of skirms and archers, meaning crossbow. Elite skirm might be on the cards for him. Hera with the faster Castle Age, but now lost momentum. Lierey's going to be loving life. He knows his eco's stronger. He knows his civ is probably overall stronger. And he's got Hera back at home when Hera should have an advantage.
Yep. And these are the little engagements that I was talking about before the series, Tristan. You can get a couple picks like that, and then Liereyy can just kind of hang out here. He sees that Hera's in the Castle Age now, so he's going to back up for the time being. But this is time that, you know, if Hera had taken a good first engagement there, he could be on Lierey's gold. He could be pressuring the military. Instead, he's walking across the map.
You have to. You know what? I like how he's pushing forward. Obviously, he should with the upgrades, but I'm curious on the confidence with Micro. Dave, I think the thing that separates Aaron Liereyy right now in terms of position in this game is just the fact that Thumb Ring is free for Tatars. Plus the hill bonus if there's a hill. Hera's got to force some fights here before ballistics come in, and we're going to see how nerdy they're going to be.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be real fun here. Great Micro from both players so far. Free Thumb Ring for Hera. But Liereyy making do with the Viking crossbows and actually getting some decent trades there.
Yeah, it was at first really good for Hera. Then it evened out there for Liereyy, who has clicked ballistics already. Hera has not clicked ballistics. Seems to me like he's going to sit on the hill. Tatar's getting more damage output. One on top of hills is a big, big deal. I'm a bit surprised to see Hera's added a second TC right now. I was expecting maybe a forward workshop because I think you've got to have some real sense of urgency here against the Vikings.
Yes. Does he want to take that chance, though? With Leary's Micro, like at any point, Liereyy could sneak around and potentially kill the villager coming forward. Hera, though, with this hill position here, it's good for him, and he's never going to target that skirmisher that Liereyy was attempting to use as a distraction. Targets it now that it's not moving. And he's got crossbows of his own as a distraction in front. Liereyy has to back up. That's an excellent hill position for Hera to hold.
That was a beautiful little moment. Liereyy, for the 15 seconds Hera didn't have ballistics and Liereyy did, he noticed it, and he started the side patrol to dodge some of the shots. Now they both have ballistics. It's just one has Thumb Ring, the other does not, and they're going for this. It's kind of a new age dodge, Dave, where you side patrol at the right time, you end up dodging the shots and immediately firing. And there's another TC for Hera. It's crazy how he's booming even better than the Vikings right now.
Yeah, he is booming better than them. We'll see when Liereyy is going to go for that second TC, if he decides to go for it. Is there a world in which he makes some siege here in defense and then just thinks about going up to Imperial Age with the superior military?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the food count's got to spike so much when you're not investing it into other TCs and villagers right now. Thumb Ring's now in for Liereyy, so they're on even footing in terms of that. Hera still having the hill, which he's loving, and still doesn't have the second armor upgrade. But 58 villagers for Hera, 49 for Liereyy. That should grow. It's just that I think Hera's going to have to fall back here. The numbers are similar, and now there's a Mangonel.
Yeah, and he sees the Mangonel now, and he's going to back up. He finally abandons that hill, which Liereyy will like, and Lierey's going to push his way across the map. Remember what we said about Liereyy. He wants to keep his Castle Age military alive, massing those units, and then advancing to Imperial Age faster than his opponent so he can get the upgrades.
Yeah, if Hera has 30 more vills, but Liereyy has Arbalest, Lierey's not going to care too much. I think he'll be fine there. Yeah, with any other player, I think I would really hate the way Hera has played this, because we said what you need to do against Vikings. But he's also the best defensive player, I'd say, in the game. Of course, that does not mean he's great offensively, but I think that getting a 15 villager lead, falling back to just defend with your own Mangonel is actually fine for him. And remember, if he ends up getting a win in this game, he's just eliminated Lierey's best civilization in this draft. So this could be really good for Hera if he can defend a bit more.
Yeah, and look at the resources for Liereyy. I mean, they're looking pretty good here, Tristan. Just lacking the gold. Wouldn't be surprised to see a market for Liereyy going down soon, just to balance it out a little bit and get there even faster. He also hasn't lost much military. I mean, look at the KD. It's looking pretty good for him. Only 16 lost, and he's been massing this whole time.
Still just I love the clash. Look at what Lierey's doing. He knows that there could be some pressure on this side. He used that weak crossbow, not even the full HP crossbow, the throwaway crossbow. Sorry, buddy. Just to double check things, and he is going to click up to the Imperial Age here, Dave. And
that's
even
disgusting,
ducking some
Micro.
shots. Get out of here. Get out.
Oh, the villager. She put on her dancing shoes there and got away from all of the shots. Not just avoiding death, avoiding every single arrow there. So great Micro from Liereyy, and also great game sense. Like you said, to have the crossbow over there, to realize that Hera was probably going to loop around at some point, and Liereyy is on the way to the Imperial Age. This is exactly the strategy that we said he was going to go for, Tristan, and it's probably the strategy Hera expected, but can he stop it? Liereyy is so good at this.
A few engagements here, Dave. It's kill or be killed now for Liereyy because of the way he's played this. 30 vills behind. if Hera can get good Mangonel trades, as we're going to see both fire and both pay attention to it. Dodging there, and Hera with a cheeky delete. I think he actually needed that delete to get a kill, and we can explain that at another time for people that don't know. 90 seconds till those upgrades come in for Liereyy.
Each player has a hill. They've each got a hill. They're like, I'm not leaving this. Sorry.
Yep. Could probably leave it against any other player. Again, they are playing this with such respect for each other's talents right now.
Good little snipe on a singular crossbow there. Liereyy actually attacked grounding where he anticipated Hera would split. He was just slightly off. Trying to go for the Mangonel. The micro here from both players is insane. Second TC there for Liereyy forward. And here comes the engagement, Tristan. Hera's trying to whittle down these numbers before Liereyy gets the Imperial Age upgrades, but fantastic positioning and micro from Liereyy. And maybe if Hera doesn't kill more units here, he could be in big trouble.
Yeah, he's going to need something more than just crossbows then, as he's going to throw these away. You know, I was initially a little surprised that Liereyy was going to go in for that fight, but he's going to have the units remaining anyways. 21 army versus 3. Hera has a 40 villager lead, dude. A 40 villager lead. He needs a castle at home now, and it needs to cover everything somehow, because here comes the Austrian.
Yeah, here comes the Austrian, and I already see a ram making its way across the field, Tristan. So he's thinking about, how can I supplement my Arbalest with siege to push into Hera's base? Because right now, buildings will stop the Arbalest in their tracks, but with rams behind, it should be okay. Just needs to clear up the Mangonels from Hera, and there's the castle from Hera. It is in a defensive location, and it will be able to stop the push from that side. It's just whether Liereyy can do damage from the south.
Feels kind of weird to use this analogy when you have the youngest player, but Liereyy now needs to babysit his units right now. He cannot, I mean, he can afford a lot more, don't get me wrong, but he needs to do damage, and he cannot lose this mass here, Dave. And Hera is going to drop a castle, and he still has a big eco lead. If he can get Imp somehow into skirms, it could stall this out, but the Rams are coming. Cap Ram will complete soon. It's so difficult to fight Liereyy with ARBs.
Yep. Hera, though, one of the best defensive masterminds in the game. We've been talking about it all tournament, and he's got enough skirms here to whittle down some numbers. He's now coming out with the Keshiks to clear up the Rams, and Lierey's military kind of out of position here to protect the Rams. So potential for Hera to stall this out is there.
I think Hera made a big mistake here. He had 800 food, 800 golds. Granted, he's going to take losses on the front, but he decided to get armor for Cav and then make Keshiks, and all of his resources to go Imp are going to disappear. Now, granted, he would be 3 minutes away from Imp if he would have clicked Imp by now. Things would be even worse for him. This is just why Vikings and Liereyy are so strong here. But now he's stuck in Castle Age, Dave, and I just don't think Castle Age is really going to cut it if Liereyy continues to push like this with the Siege.
No, especially against a player like Liereyy, who's going to be constantly micromanaging his armies. And he has 2 TCs behind it. And remember, ever since he got to Castle Age, he's had Wheelbarrow and Handcart supplementing his economy. As Hera comes out here with some Keshiks, trying to catch these Arbalists out. But I think with Lierey's micro and with the upgrades, the Arbalists should win this fight.
Yeah, it's just... I think Liereyy forced Hera to make a tough choice. And Hera was going to be damned if he did, damned if he didn't, basically. If he went Imp, I think he'd still be in trouble. If he didn't go Imp, like he's doing now, as you can see, he's in trouble. And you're going to see a backup castle here. I guess that's going to stop the rot a little bit. But an incredible amount of damage has been done.
Yep.
Still just waiting for Liereyy to go to Stone heavily to get some Trebs out, because he needs a castle. I don't think Captram is going to do it forever.
He does need it eventually. It's just kind of, catching up with his eco at the moment, and he's looping around to the north side with military there, Tristan. This is a fantastic play from him. There's a bunch of exposed resources at the north of Hera's base, as we see that tower finally going down, and the Arbalists arrive at the woodline. That villager difference that we were talking about is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, Hera does have a lot of skirms, though, next to that main force and the Rams, Dave. This is maybe doable. The skirmishers come out of nowhere, the Keshiks take out the Rams, and it's 113 villagers for Hera, and it's 81 for Liereyy. If Hera gets handcart, if he survives this, the civs are very similar, and in many ways, you could say maybe Tatars are more well-rounded. Hera just needs to survive.
Yep. And he's a master at that. We all know Hera can survive almost any push, but Lierey's still in the back of Hera's eco now. He's into the farms. Hera is going to need that food to go up to the next stage.
Yeah.
And he's struggling right now. He will be able to clear up this army, but as soon as he clears it up, Lierey's going to have another one coming down through the middle.
I'd like to direct the viewer's attention to the bottom right of your screens, right below Hera as he's focused. Look at the percentage in the WELM stat. That is worker efficiency last minute. The percentages there dictate everything you need to know. Even though there's more villagers for Hera, he's had them garrisoned, he's had them moving. Thank you, Capture Age, by the way, for that awesome stat. And that is really going to be tough for Hera. If he ever wants to go Imp Dave, he's going to have to sort that out somehow.
And he's making more and more Keshiks here. He's making more and more skirmishers. And that's, you know, that's resources that he needs to go up to the next stage to get the upgrades. But at this point, he's forced into making them because of the constant pressure from Liereyy. And look at the villager count now, only 106 to 91. Hera's still with no hand card as well, so the economies are pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, I think all that Liereyy needs, he's real close. He's got the hammer up in the air right now, and he's ready to put the final nail in the coffin, Dave. If he can get a castle up, that would do it. Yeah, and he could make trebs. Hera's in no man's land, stuck in castle age. Nothing he can do against trebuchets in a forward castle.
And if he puts it right, oh, he's going to put it on the front there. Okay, a little bit safer with that castle. I was thinking potential to put it right beside those archer ranges, cut off that gold. But definitely Liereyy knows he's already in a winning position. Why not just, you know, pad your chances a little bit with a bit of a safer castle option. Hera still hasn't clicked up to the Imperial Age, and it doesn't look like he's going to get there anytime soon.
Oh, dude, he was tempted. He saw the castle foundation somehow. I think he was trying to loop the Keshiks in to either surround against the Arbs or deny the castle. Maybe too late to deny the castle now. And this is going to surprise Liereyy. That is a lot of Keshiks. Castle's up. Liereyy,
I still feel like they die, though.
End up being okay. Yeah, I think he can just hop in the castle, honestly.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, there's the game. And that's, you know what, Tristan? I hate to say we called it, but we called it. Liereyy going for Vikings, going for that faster Imperial Age time, keeping his army alive in Castle Age. Hera probably knew that going in and just couldn't stop it.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of good civs remaining on these drafts regardless, but I feel like giving Liereyy Vikings is like giving Ronaldo a penalty kick. It's like giving Michael Jordan a free throw. I'm a massive nerd, so I shouldn't be making too many sports references, but I tried my best, and Hera tried his best there, Dave, and it just didn't work out. Exactly what we called going into this series. Now, do you think that there was a misplay from Hera? Do you think that his approach was incorrect? Or do you think that maybe he did get a lead there, but he still just wasn't able to quite follow through?
Do you think he needs to go into skirmishers a bit earlier there? He went into skirmishers for defense, and he was pushing forward with the crossbows. He took that battle in early Imperial Age for Liereyy, and he had no skirmishers on the field because he was kind of focused on eco. Maybe the third TC was a bit too early, and maybe you go into skirmishers instead. It's so difficult against Liereyy with Vikings. Like, look at how smooth that timeline is, right? It's so even until it's not, and then you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a situation where we're heavily questioning things. We're just grasping at straws because there's very few answers, if any, to how Lierey's going to play Vikings. You either go all in one TC with Skirm, Crossbow, Mangonel, which he didn't do, or you go, I think, 2 TC, like you said, and get a bit more military out there. But either way, I still think Liereyy just had probably one of the most broken civs these settings have seen. And that's just how it goes. So I don't mean to remove the excitement of what just happened there for Liereyy fans, but Hera's going to recognize that. He will know that that civilization, that player is just really hard to stop. He, as mentioned about drafting and how important it is to last throughout a whole series, he's going to have some civs available. There will be instances where we say similar things, where Hera goes in with the edge civ-wise. Don't think the mentality for either player is going to change at all. I think they both have healthy respect for each other. And the next map is going to be Frigid Lake, Dave. So what are your thoughts about Hera's civs available for Frigid Lake?
Frigid Lake, I mean, he's got... We've seen Saracens before on Frigid Lake, I believe. We've seen Magyars. I think Liereyy showed those off yesterday against MBL. So a couple potential civs there. I'm actually in the game here, and I can see it's going to be Khmer against Magyars. So Liereyy going with Khmer and Hera going with Magyars.
Yep, those are the civs I would have called. You know, there was a time where certain things about these players were slightly criticized. There was a time, even just a year ago, where people said Hera's too predictable. He always goes for the meta, and that's a weakness of his. Well, hold on a second. He stomped everyone to get here, and I think both players are going to be extremely predictable, Dave, because they both have that aspect of, oh, you know what I'm going to do. There's a reason for that, and try and stop it here. We saw an epic game between Nikov and Dow, another one to rewatch if you have not seen it as a viewer. And Khmer had success there. But I think that with all that success Khmer can bring, with the farms not needing drop-off points and the eco overall being better than Magyars, Magyars have the most potential in the big moments. The early feudal with the scouts, they could decimate economies. And then even in post-imp, what do you do against Magyar, Hussar, and Cav Archer? Not much if you're Khmer.
Yeah, the only weakness, like, Magyars are so well balanced. It's like a better Huns, basically, across all the ages. Magyars are good in feudal age. They're good in castle age. They're good in late imperial. I think the only place you might struggle a little bit with the civilization is early imp, when you're trying to get all those expensive upgrades in it. And if you don't have a mass, you could struggle as well. Khmer, we'll see how they match up. I mean, Nikov couldn't quite make it work against Stout in that amazing, I believe it was, game number 3 or something?
I think that was 3 or 4. Oh, so good.
Yeah. But here we go into game number 2. Game number 1 gave us a good snapshot. Both of the players' execution is there. The gameplay is there. We saw that with the fantastic micro with the crossbows. So we're excited for this one. It's going to be Hera with the Magyars and Liereyy with the Khmer.
Hey, man. That's what Hera's going to be saying here. Hera's got to be feeling confident with this Civ because he's going to be able to take advantage of all those bonuses we talked about. I actually spoke to Krazini, the guy working behind all these wonderful maps, and I said, is this more open? Was there a change? And he basically said, no, occasionally certain map gens can be a little more open than others. I think the more open it is, the better for Hera here, but I am also noticing Lierey's base seems to be a little more wallable if you look at the positioning of his woodlines.
Lierey's base seems to be
more
walled.
Yeah, like a lot more walled.
Like already walled. That's crazy. And he's checking for all the openings as well. He's keeping his scouts at home initially and the spearmen at home just to keep him safe. Although he sent a villager forward to dock. Hera has already docked there, and Hera has found that villager. Liereyy, though, with the quick walls, gonna save her. Hera will be hanging around to try and pick her off again, but Liereyy is gonna get that dock down.
Oh my god, and the other villager didn't die. I don't know if we caught all of that. I was so distracted myself. The other villager, well, no, villager is dead, Dave. I just checked the stats. I missed something. Let's continue. I don't know what I was looking at.
With all that distraction, he's actually housed here. So that's a big momentum killer this early in the game, especially with a matchup this close. And another momentum killer is the fact that Hera got his dock down very quickly and already has a fire ship coming over towards Lierey's dock.
I'm a little surprised to see both contesting the water here, honestly. But I guess it makes sense when one player is going to be walled. You have to contest for something. Just a lot of tracking right now for Hera and make sure he doesn't take any losses. And it doesn't seem like there's too much that Liereyy can do right now. So advantage Hera.
Yeah, Hera going for the open approach with Khmer, and he's just going to defend with military. So this is contrary to what we were saying going into the set, with Hera potentially being the more defensive player here, not opting for the walls yet. Liereyy was housed there again for a little bit. So definitely momentum is with the Canadian at the moment as he's chasing the remnants of Lierey's army back to his base. Those scouts for Hera, far more HP.
Yeah, it takes a special type of confidence to be able to just sit back and not wall. But at the same time, when you see the map difference, if you're investing time to wall, your eco is going to be worse. And I think especially against Khmer, where Lierey's going to be able to just farm freely without having to make additional mills. And so Hera is just taking full control here, Dave. And it doesn't look like Liereyy has much of a response at the moment. behind on water and behind on land.
Yeah, Lierey's got a couple scouts in that stable there. As Hera pressures this wall at the front, he's going to loop the scouts back around and see if Lierey's military is going out. But I think he missed the 2 scouts leaving the stable, and Liereyy is going to loop all the way around to try and hit that farming eco from Hera. He did see it earlier, so he knows there's going to be villagers exposed, but so does Hera as he's coming back with the scouts. The game sense from both of these players is insane.
It's frustrating to have to do this. It's more difficult to play in Hera's position, but he's made it look so easy. The scouts arrive though, Dave, but Lierey's not microing the scouts against the same villager.
Nope, he's got 2 different villagers. That scout's going to go down, and I think this scout is going to go down as well. So no villager picks for Liereyy. The military a little bit wasted here, and the water battle, he's also losing. Fantastic start for Hera.
Yeah, this is honestly a steamroll right now. In every way you look at it. You look at the resources, Hera has more. You look at the control on water, better for Hera. Lierey's using Spearman, though. That helps a little bit, I guess.
They do get bonus damage against ships, so... I mean, it does
burn.
potentially come into play, but they burn fast. Yes, they're extremely flammable, for sure.
That spear is made... The handle of the spear is made of only wood, so that will catch... It's a very dry wood, and it'll catch on fire. No problem. Well, more Spearman coming out here for Liereyy. Hera has clicked up, and Liereyy is pretty far away, Dave. If you think about the situation here, he's not going to have fish. He is also not ahead somehow in the farming eco, which doesn't really make sense when you compare the Civ bonuses. Crazy.
It's looking like momentum is going to be firmly in Hera's favor here going into the Castle Age. And we talked about how strong of a civilization Magyars are in the Castle Age, especially getting that attack immediately. That's going to help them push in. Liereyy going for a stable behind. So he's going to have, double stable and some spearmen on the field, but probably not many opportunities to do damage to Hera's eco.
This is so sick, though. Hera doesn't have a single palisade wall. He hasn't even thought about it. He hasn't even made additional houses in a way that he's going to wall. It's all in military for him. He knows that he'll have a slight fish lead if he wants to add those on water. And he, much like Liereyy did in game 1, where Liereyy said, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I've got crazy military, try and stop me. He's going to go all in here, Dave. And this is the Hera that you and I kind of fell in love with back in 2015, 2016, when he was not close to that top 5, top 10, but maybe more around 20 at 15 or 16 years old. I think that this year he's had his fair share of overly defensive moments, which has actually hurt him. And I think he sorted that out here, man. Look at this approach. Armor already. Knights pumped out of 3 stables, and I think we'll see a forward siege workshop or monastery too.
There it is, the forward siege workshop. He also added fish on water, Tristan. So taking advantage of the water control that he gained with that early dock and the fire ship aggression. So he's going to have extra food income behind this to support the 3 stable production. Those spearmen from Liereyy not going to be anywhere near enough to damage these knights.
Look at this KD. After this fight, it should be 22-7. And this is before we see the knights find any real engagement. So
that gate's going to fold.
Big time. I think you need houses here. I could be wrong. Repair villagers are insane, but I think that Lierey's going to need to get 2 houses here to buy more time. He does not have anything to deal with this.
And there they are, 2 houses. That one will go down before the gate does. Meanwhile, though, those scouts working on the wall, and there's potential for Hera to get in there. The villager seems a little bit late. The scouts are going to get in, and those are Magyar scouts, so they already have the +2. Going to pick off a villager, but the knights from Liereyy will be there in defense. This is so high level, man.
Yeah, this is great. And we have a Maganel coming, so this is going to be able to take out the repair villagers, which might not have even had any success.
Lierey's going to snipe it.
That's true. Ends up getting it. I feel like at what cost is what I want to come back to, because now those knights are eventually going to die. But Lierey's desperate to find some answer now. The thing is, if he makes knights, it's way worse. His food eco is now way worse. So yeah, he's got to try something different. right now.
What is that? Is this the Max over here? He's got a Siege Workshop in the corner of the map. Liereyy, he may be trying to, build a forward base and then get some aggression there later. Hera going for that second TC we can see on the minimap in the north and still trying to get through that stable. In all fairness, here, Hera has played amazing, but Liereyy has somehow held on to this position, and there is potential for him, if Hera's not careful, to wipe up this forward army with the pikemen.
All comes down to the numbers here, and micro to an extent as well, but it's worth reminding viewers that knights with full upgrades shred pikemen if it's even numbers. So Lierey's going to want to take engagements, which is fine. Hera has a villager attacking the repair villager, which is really funny, but Liereyy with confidence moving out. Hera actually backing away, Dave, and maybe finally some moments to breathe for Liereyy.
Yeah, I think he can kind of split these armies and take a good engagement. Yeah, there's a couple pikemen over on the right side, not enough pikemen on the left. Hera's going to engage against that. With extra knights coming, he's going to wipe this up quite easily and then push back towards Lierey's base. But Liereyy now with 2 monks. So if he gets good conversion luck with the pikeman production that he has on the field, he can push this back again.
Yeah, important to note that Hera does also have a second TC, so maybe he's recognizing that the reason Liereyy can breathe, the reason he's brought this back somewhat, is simply because of the amount of investment he's had to put into this, and it has been an all-in investment from Liereyy to stay alive. Still feel like that Siege Workshop on the left is kind of just not going to work out this game for Liereyy. I mean, he certainly didn't think this pressure was going to come in if he went for that.
Yeah, Liereyy now heading in with his army of pikemen. Pikemen do well against monks because if you convert one, I mean, who cares? It's just a pikeman, and he's going to engage against the knights. Hera opting to take that fight. There's a lot of weak knights in there, but not quite dead yet, and it's an easy cleanup.
Oh, the scouts going after the monks as well. He gets one, but there's more scouts, and if he gets another one, and he could get a conversion. He converts the elephant as well. This is the exact fight that Hera needed. And Hera dominates Liereyy just like Liereyy dominated Hera game 1. Welcome to the finals, ladies and gents. Expect more of this. What a series this is going to be.
Yeah, excellent execution from both players. Hera just getting the early advantage there and snowballing his way to victory. We were talking about how those little fights early are going to dictate the pace of the game and how the players play. Fantastic job from Hera, playing completely open and making it work there, just with his military numbers, just taking good engagements. It was really, really nice to see. And you saw the reaction from him after he won. He looked up in the sky. He said, "That's victory number 1. I need 3 more." And Liereyy just kind of, rubbing his temples a little bit, thinking, where do I go for game number 3? I need to focus up. What strategy do I pick? Let's go next.
Yeah, exactly. You have to push that out of your mind at this point. If you really want to learn and prepare for the next Red Bull Wololo, whenever that may be, you do it at another time here. And that's actually something that takes a lot of practice, because if you feel especially frustrated in yourself or you feel you got dominated, to be able to just forget about that, it's not so easy, Dave. But I think they both have, against each other, realized that sometimes it's just back and forth, and that's how it goes. We won't have a sweep. That's good. And now we have to talk about Lierey's situation. So immediately before talking about the home or seeing the home maps on screen, I'm thinking, what archer civ does he have? And what land map does he have? Is he going to go that route again here?
Well, no, and no, because the next map up is Northern Isles, which has had some crazy games. We saw it earlier today. I was watching on my phone and I just couldn't put it down, man. That was an insane game between Vinchester and Liereyy. And apparently he liked it because he's going back again. He does have the Italians once more. Do you think it's going to be the Italians pick for Liereyy? And do you think that we're going to see potentially the Incas from Hera? We've seen it on this map before.
I think the approaches that these two players have when water's incorporated is very different. Hera, very outspoken about the fact that he does not like water maps, and he tends to try and take it to land, and he has had success with that. Liereyy, granted, there was a lot of stuff that happened in that game between Vinchester and Liereyy, and maybe it's not the best example of how Liereyy might play because it was messy. I think Lierey's going to prioritize water a little more, Dave. So I think you're kind of spot on here. There's 2 picks that might make sense for Liereyy. He could go Japanese or Italians. But picking the Civ to incorporate water pressure, and then Hera picking a Civ to go land might end up working out. I mean, what about Koreans? Could Koreans possibly work here for Hera? They're decent on water, and they're really annoying if you get enemy villagers or your villagers on the enemy island.
I think if it goes late too, Koreans, once you get the towers up, are really, really deadly, especially if you get a middle position there. But I've seen the civilizations. We're going to have more of a meta water battle here as we have the Japanese versus the Saracens.
Hey, Saracens. Ooh, lots of funky stuff you can do with that. Remember, you're on separate islands, which means you can freely send additional villagers to gold, use the market, which is what we talk about mostly with that Civ. They do also have the faster firing galleys, an underrated bonus. Can you tell me about the transport bonus? I had known Saracens for years before I ever found this out, and you were the one who told me.
Well, they get extra capacity on their transport, right? So as you get the technologies, it increases. So that's nice, I guess, if Hera wants to go, I don't know, what are we going to see? 10 villagers in a transport ship right away and going to the opponent's island? He can't build Fattorias on his opponent's island, but maybe he could make a market or something, put his stamp over on Lierey's land. But I think we might see the galley play initially, and then a follow-up with some potential land pressure. It's just what Liereyy is going to go for. Is he going to go into fire ships and then archers? Is he going to go for some early aggression? You never quite know on this map, especially when players start with a transport ship. So you're given plenty of options starting off here.
It's not just what they make, but it's when they make it. Something I've seen in every Liereyy game is he will add 2 fishing ships immediately instead of adding the fires, whereas people will typically go for aggression early. A lot of players have opted for early fishing ships on other maps, but on Northern Isles, Liereyy has been the one to always add fish. So keep an eye on the queue when we get into this game, and keep an eye on the fish counts because every little bit matters. You can see for now, they're both stuck on 4 fishing ships. No changes there, Dave, as we see a range on Lierey's islands. Transports are out, though. Could be a lot of craziness with that.
Transports are out, and I feel like both players are just going to send their scout across. We've seen that almost every single game. The first thing you do, get the wood upgrade, and then send your scout to the opponent's island. See where the vulnerable spots are if you want to land. I think Lierey's going to be housed here for a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. Not too much.
Just a little bit, yeah. Looks like we're spot on here. Fishing ships coming out for Liereyy. He's adding 2. He's Japanese, right? His fishing ships have a lot more armor. And Hera, it'll take time, but is making a few galleys in his dock in the back as well, as players are scouting. Must be such an awkward map to play. Liereyy will maybe transport over this archer and spearman, which is on the shoreline right now. And
no archer range either for Hera at the moment. So if that archer does get into his eco and maybe meets up with a few friends later on, it could be potential for disaster as Hera's scout is wandering dangerously close to that villager, but Lierey's going to get away with that sneaky little dock on the edge, and the scout could potentially cause some trouble over at that wood line there. An exposed archer, maybe you take that out and then keep moving along.
Yeah, he's trying to take the archer out. Also focusing on that little landing there. Feels like the archer will not die, and Hera loses the scout. Dave, the other thing that's important to bring up here is Hera's probably going to sell all of his stone, because that's the norm with Saracens. That way you can get more gold and buy your way up. So if he does that, and then archers become a problem, granted there's only like 1, then he cannot tower.
I don't know. He hasn't done it yet. And it feels like you would do it as soon as the market goes up. So maybe he's not going to go for that option, wants the potential to go for TCs. He has made galleys, and he is hitting the fishing ships from Liereyy. So that's a good start from Hera. Only 2 galleys there, but they're going to get the job done in the back, wiping up 1 fishing ship, and then they'll keep moving along to the rest of the fishing eco from Hera, from Liereyy, but Lierey's got a fire ship in defense.
Lierey's collected about, as the scout goes down, 200 more food in this game. That's what the fish approach did for him. Hera did sell his stone and buy food to go up. So a little all-in-ish for the Saracen player Hera. And as far as I know, neither player have their scouts right now. So they're kind of uncertain on what's going to happen here. Certainly Liereyy. Liereyy has seen 2 galleys. The only thing I would be thinking in his shoes is that Hera's going to be committing fully on water in castle.
Yeah, both players up pretty decent times here and pretty similar. Hera's going to try and find some hits on these fishing ships, but there's 2 fire ships there now. So the amount of damage that you can do, yeah, basically nothing.
He's going to block.
Blocks.
He's going to block. Wow, he's blocking and he's using the fishing ship as well. That fishing ship was pulled. And so Hera, I mean, just 2 galleys, but everything, little thing adds up, excuse me. Nice play, Liereyy, there. It's crazy what players are able to get value out of.
Yeah, nice play sitting that archer behind the wood line, being very, very annoying, forcing idle time there. He also has a spearman to prevent that scout from coming over to wipe it up. I saw he was loading some stuff into a transport ship as well. So let's see what Hera has coming across. Liereyy has some archers in the transport ship coming across, and I think he might meet the transport ship from Hera here, as Hera's got a couple villagers in there.
Wait, actually, he should come back. If he sees that, did they not see each other?
I don't think he noticed. He saw it, but I don't think he noticed.
Oh, man. I mean, he could kill that, and that could be a huge lead if he would notice it. It's like the spearman's going to be over there. Hera's going to get out of there. And archers across for Liereyy will still have potential to do damage. As you see the fires, players are confused. Actually, Liereyy, we didn't see it on screen. He actually loaded into his transport ship again after arriving to Hera's island. So I think he's really uncertain on if he wants to come home for whatever he's seen or go forward.
Yep. And these are going to be really, really annoying if you're in Hera's position. Crossbows landing from Liereyy on that gold. There was also some crossbows in the back of Hera's base, but Hera opting to make some knights to clear that up. So potential for the knights to come over and deal with these as well. Scorpion defense now for Hera. A pretty cheap option to keep those crossbows at bay.
It really doesn't feel like Liereyy knows that Hera's over there right now. You saw the spearmen, but he has not seen the villagers. That said, it's not like Hera can really afford to do much with things right now. As you see the fire ships loop around, oh man, this water approach is going to be so important. Hera's not going to have the eco that Liereyy has. Big, big kills there for Liereyy. Great focus on water.
And they are Japanese fishing ships as well for Liereyy, so they're going to be looking really good with that food income. You can make a lot of things happen with a fishing eco behind. There was a forward monastery there for Hera as he's loading the knights now into the transport ship. So potential for Hera to do damage if he gets into Lierey's economy.
Yeah, there's stone there, there's gold there. And how are you going to kill Hera if you're Liereyy right now? You're not going to do it by transporting a few crossbows. So even though Liereyy has all these little leads that would normally extend to a lot more on a normal lands map, I think positioning is the most important thing you can do here. And looks like Lierey's going to spot him now. Could maybe take out the villagers.
No, he's not going to kill him. The transport ship from Hera is there, and the knights are out now with the scout. Oh, Lierey's not going to like what he sees over here. And Hera's actually defending for the time being, but Liereyy had more fire ships coming over. At the moment, Liereyy with the full water control. Hera does not have any fish, but Liereyy has to be worried about the land pressure that's going to be coming in soon.
It pushes a little one-sided for Hera. He doesn't have many knights, just a monk, just a siege workshop. And I think that pikemen do have their say here in these situations. If Liereyy has the food eco, he researched pikemen. He's making them out of his barracks. He's also making crossbow. But at the same time, Dave, siege is amazing against crossbow and pikemen. So if Hera has 2 or 3 scorpions, 2 or 3 mangonels, Liereyy doesn't have what it takes to stop this. He needs to attack this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the military numbers are just now starting to build for Hera here, and we haven't really seen a response yet from Liereyy. I guess he's producing a few pikemen in there, and he's got his crossbows coming back across, but all it takes is one big shot from Hera to clear up this entire military, and Hera has a couple monks behind, which will help to heal the knights.
I don't think Hera's going to expect how much military is about to hop out here. It does depend on micro. Both players have shown how good they are with that, as that pikeman has to get deleted. But Lierey's really being patient with this. He has a second barracks behind his TC making more pikemen. He's making crossbow in the range. His military could stomp this out. Hera doesn't have a lot of upgrades on these units, and it's not in high enough number to be a problem for Liereyy if he can gain a foothold.
Liereyy still making fire ships as well. I think he suspects that Hera's going to redock at some point, and that's resources that he could potentially be using in defense here.
You know, this is the potential to get out of control. And every time that Liereyy goes in for these little engagements to weaken Mangonels, they just get repaired. And there's a forward stable for Hera. He's still been making more knights.
Oh, Lierey's got a wall here. Lierey's got a wall here. But the Mangonels create a great shot against the villagers, and the knights are going to be in around that house, and suddenly Liereyy, his army is completely out of position. That gold is going to be so exposed. He's going to have to leave it. And he's really distracted here. You can tell with a huge scorpion shot from Hera there on the crossbows.
Right, just the distraction aspect is crazy. Now, at the same time, the knights are out of position for Hera, so he can't take out this Mangonel. Will Liereyy be able to get a big shot here, Dave? He needs to take out the siege. If he takes out the siege, he's okay to engage. And actually, if he comes forward with more pikemen and crossbow right now, I think he can clear that.
Yeah, wild stuff here for the last couple minutes on Lierey's island. If Liereyy ever clears this, he's going to have water control and he's going to have momentum going forward here with the 2 TCs and the fishing economy behind it. So Hera has to make sure that even if Liereyy clears this, he's going to make him pay for it.
You know what's so awkward about this is that is half. Hera's currently denying half of Lierey's island. So you get to a point where you want farms, you don't have space for it. You want gold or stone, you'll run out of it. So I'm a little surprised that Liereyy hasn't made a little more here. Like, feel like Light Cav would make a whole lot of sense. He hasn't tried to add a stable to do that. Maybe the eco's not right. But 88 pop for 65. Hera's YOLO play has officially not worked out, as he's been sitting at home on 1 TC and he doesn't have a single dock.
Yeah, Mangonel shots coming in here. Liereyy takes out the Mangonel from Hera, but he does get killed, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. And now Lierey's got an impressive amount of pikemen. The crossbows behind the Mangonel. Hera's going to have to keep falling back further and further until he can take a good engagement, or maybe just hope for some lucky shots here.
Yeah, Hera didn't even have Sanctity, so his monks, while he was able to keep some of them alive, the ones that did go down could have been saved with that upgrade. And Hera waiting for the good opportunity there, and he gets the kill, Dave. That was really good thinking. Waited till Liereyy fired, and then knew he had his shot.
Yeah, and now Lierey's diving in with these pikemen. Maybe not the best decision, as there's 2 scorpions and a crossbow behind. He does get 1 scorpion, but will fail to get that Mangonel. And now Lierey's going to have to back up a little bit, and the numbers haven't really dwindled here for Hera. He's still denying that half of Lierey's island. Lierey's full defensive mode at the moment.
Four knights went down, maybe. I think that's worth it. When you have the eco, and a scorpion just went down to the final pikeman as well. I'm just waiting for Liereyy to do one of 2 things, and that's either counterattack massively, even just crossbows on the gold again would do something, or just go for one final push to say, get off my land and try and clear this up. Now, Hera doesn't have +2 on the knights. He only has 5 knights. Hera doesn't have TCs. It's getting worse and worse for him. But Liereyy needs something more. Lots of Mangonels there, Dave. We know Hera's going to have the skills with the attack rounds. Like, all the players here will, of course. But when you're this all in, all you focus on is the micro. So the micro should be slightly better for Hera, in theory. Gets a shot in there and forced away.
You know, I'd love to see Liereyy utilize his water control a little bit more here. He knows the forward gold position from Hera. Just a couple war galleys can make Hera's life so painful. And there's another gold at the back, which is within range of the water. And Hera, without a dock at the moment, so potential for Liereyy to cause some upsets in Hera's eco as he gets a great shot there. Oh my goodness, great defense from Liereyy.
Dude, what Liereyy just did the last 30 seconds was epic. He let the Knights in and then trapped them. And then he got a 1-for-2 situation. 85 eco versus 64. Look at the amount of pikemen. Hera doesn't have the siege, monk, and knight numbers to deal with pikemen. These are Japanese pikemen, and there's a light cap follow-up. This could be it. Liereyy could clear it up right here, Dave. A little late with the light cap, but the monks are surely going to go down. The siege for Hera is going to go down, and then what's he going to have left?
Well, it looks like he's going to have some knights left over. Yeah, the knights doing some work. The Saracen knights, maybe not a unit we see all that often. Still, Hera's going to have to back up because of the constant pikeman production from Liereyy. But the fight did not go as you might have thought there, Tristan. And it's still Hera with a position on Lierey's island and Liereyy trying to defend.
To what end, though? Hera's got 19 on food. He needs to deny that gold. He needs to take out military buildings. He needs to pressure TCs now. I think if Liereyy brought in the light cav first there, the monks are gone and this game is over. But Hera took a much better engagement.
Great attack round there from Hera on the light cav. You can see how weak they are, but they're going to come in, take this monk, potential to take a mangonel as well, and then switch over to the other mangonel. Liereyy utilizing the food boost that he gets from his fishing economy to make the light cav here, and he's making good use of them.
Hera had made this last a lot longer than I ever thought possible, honestly. I mean, Japanese pikemen attack faster. Saracens don't even get Cavalier long term. This just doesn't feel that exciting.
Oh, big attack round. Big attack
rounds, Dave.
From Hera.
Wow. As Liereyy tries to respond with one, it's just not working out. He's going to need more than just pikemen, apparently.
The Knights, such a strong unit in the Castle Age, and we saw Liereyy desperately trying to get the mangonels from Hera. He's not going to get them, Tristan. The Knights still doing damage here. Hera still with 2 low HP mangonels. Liereyy maybe going for a snipe here with the light cav. He goes in. Can he get a mangonel?
One is acceptable. I don't know about viewers, but I'm actually feeling kind of tilted just watching this. Like, Lierey's done everything right. He has the macro lead. He's made the correct units, but he just has not been able to break this yet, as he's forced to drop a castle that is far from ideal right next to an enemy Maginot.
That will stop the push. He's not going to break the position, but that will stop the push here from Hera, and I don't think there's any way Hera, even with some good mangonel shots, fully denies this castle as the pikeman flood continues to come in. Liereyy now targeting the mangonel. There is a repair villager, and he's going to switch back to the knights. He's going to clear up the knight numbers. He's going to get the castle down. The mangonel will die. The monks will die, and I think Lierey's island's going to be secure. Hera will realize he has the eco advantage, and this game might be over now.
I'm waiting to see if the word finally comes out of Lierey's mouth right now, because I had the feeling that should have happened a lot earlier. Hera with some grit and determination, let me tell you. But Dave, the macro from Liereyy to be able to compete with the Saracen market abuse uptime is pretty sick there, because typically when you're using that market, you arrive to Castle Age a minute or 2 faster. Hera added the fishing ships. He defended, Liereyy added fishing ships. He defended fishing ships, and he was able to compete. And that early push from Hera was not early enough. It was not strong enough. And while the KD was actually in favor of Hera by 30 kills, does not matter. Liereyy with his second win, and it's gone back and forth so far.
I like how Liereyy added extra fish behind that too. The reason he was able to produce the pikemen, the reason he was able to produce the light cav and get just the sheer amount of units on the field to stop that push from Hera is because he had that extra fishing economy, and he could sustain his TC production. We saw Hera 1 TC that entire game. He was all in on that push, and he just couldn't make it happen. It was a great series of engagements there. Liereyy coming out on top with arguably the stronger civilization for that matchup, especially if you secure water early, and making it work.
Game 1, Liereyy with arguably the better civ, plays very well, wins the game. Hera puts up a good fight. Game 2, Hera with arguably the better civ, dominates there. Liereyy actually didn't put up much of a fight. And then here, Game 3, again, similar situation. So now we're going to flop back over. We're going to go over to the maps and the civs, because I don't know who's flopping here. Sorry, certainly not these two players. But I'm just curious, because at some point, one of these two is going to have to break the other on their home map. Actually, that might not be true. Technically, Liereyy could win only his home maps from here and win 4-3, but it's going to happen, Dave. There's going to be one game, haven't seen it yet, where there's a big shock and big surprise.
Is there? I haven't been surprised so far. We've seen fantastic level of competition here in the finals, and it's been equal execution. I mean, each player winning the home map. That's why I said I see this set going to a game number 7, because I can't see each of these players losing their home map. It's so close between the level, and just an extra little edge like that, an extra little plans strategy with your home maps or with your civ picks will, bring you over the edge. We saw that there with Liereyy using the Japanese to full effect. And Hera trying to make it work, but just not happening. And like you said, I thought that game was going to be over, 5 minutes before it was. But that's just a testament to Hera's skill to continue that push and to get those big attack grounds in on the pikemen to maybe give him a little bit more time there. Going into game number 4, though, I see we have Marketplace as the map. Okay. Is this going to be, and I know your answer already, is this going to be the first time we've seen players utilize the market for trade, Tristan?
Nope. Not gonna happen. I'm sorry, dude. I know there's a few disappointed people out there. There's people that are like, but there's reasons for it. No, I don't think so, David. But I will tell you this. Might be the first time we see Incas on Marketplace. We have seen Mayans dominate Marketplace, but Mayans was sniped out from Hera. We've seen Aztecs dominate Marketplace. Aztecs sniped out. If you play Incas here, you have a really solid chance you're up against a civ like maybe Franks or Britons. And I find Incas to be a pretty solid matchup if things go well early castle. So that's what I'm thinking. But another thing I need to bring up, we have so much to say, man. Isn't it beautiful how typically we, as viewers and casters, want to see unexpected things because it's a surprise and it wows us. And that's what, on some level, we desire about Age of Empires too, where there's all this variety that can shock us and wow us. But isn't it beautiful how the level's so high between these two that there's really none of that, and it's this awesome? We know what's coming, but we love it.
Yeah, the level here is at a level that it probably has never been before, especially with this Empire Wars game mode. These two players have seen the past 3 iterations of this tournament. They've seen the games this tournament. They've figured out the meta, and they're just killing it at the moment. And saying that there was stuff we're not expecting here, I'm looking at the civilizations, and we see a civ that we have not seen so far in Red Bull Wololo 4 in the Malians, and it's going to be matching up against the Ethiopians, which actually might not be a bad civ matchup.
Ooh, it's an interesting one. Malians are overall more flexible, so if it goes for an extended castle age, they have the much better knights to combine with their crossbows. Ethiopians probably have the most insane power spike in the faster firing archers leading to arbalests, but at the same time, Malians have the champions, right? Could be cool to see
good old
that.
Champ Scarls.
The Champ Scarls could make an appearance. I think that it will be fun to see Hera with an Archer Civ trying to do early age damage against Liereyy, because that was not going to be the theme of this best of 7. Happened in game 1 with Liereyy. We know that he's capable of that. Now it's Hera's turn to try.
The thing is, on Marketplace, though, like, if Liereyy goes for walls right away, it's so difficult to find an opening, right? You almost have to open scouts just to give yourself an opening for the archers to do damage. If you just go archers straight away, it's pretty easy for a player to defend against that if they're planning on making their way to the castle age pretty quickly or getting a nice boom behind. Marketplace is relatively closed off compared to a lot of the other maps we've seen, so maybe it's going to be difficult for Hera to get some damage in early, especially against a player like Liereyy. We are about to make our way into game number 4 here. It will be Marketplace. It will be Liereyy as the Malians. First time appearance for the Malians this tournament. Let's hope they're not nervous. And Hera with the Ethiopian civ that we've seen a lot in Red Bull Wololo 4.
Imagine a Civ being nervous. Like, if you play a Civ for the first time in a tournament, they somehow perform worse or something.
Shaking. Shaking.
Well, as you can see, Malian's not off to a nervous start as the scouts are very even here. And for now, Hera is behind by 3 HP. This is going to be fun to watch. Oh, wait a second. Things have changed. Things have changed.
Oh, my goodness.
That's... What? Like, I feel like Liereyy made a mistake there, Dave, honestly. It seems like he tried to click back a little too late, had the lead, and Scout goes down.
Yeah, he was hoping to pull him into the Spearman, but unfortunately, Hera was just within range, and Hera wins that first little interaction. I mean, a Scout is still pretty low HP there, but that's going to give him a lot of exploration potential as well.
Oh, important hit here. Dude, adding scouts against an archer civ is so risky. You have to get damage in this game mode because the enemy's just going to wall up, save their food, and try and get castle age. And so here comes Liereyy. He probably wishes he had that starting scout. He's going to go in for the wall of villagers. Both scouts here have lost some HP, but it is more than enough to get kills.
Yeah, Hera protecting that one villager over there, making a house, taking wood at that lumber camp that is in a dubious position as well at the front side. Luckily, he has a couple other lumber camps that have been automatically generated. And we can see Liereyy with the archer range follow-up there. So maybe this is what I was talking about, Tristan, where you open scouts to try and get an opening in your opponent's walls for your range units that are the follow-up. But we see skirmishers instead of archers for Liereyy.
We're about to see a real epic play here. Hera has recognized as always, got to be careful with the Vil.
Liereyy? Hello?
Okay, that was weird. He maybe wanted to stop this, but real quick, there's a sneak of archers on the other side. All the action's been on the left so far, and Hera's trying to sneak archers on the right, which is a good call because he knows that Lierey's probably not going to see that. Could be a big moment for Hera.
Liereyy did deny the wall, and we just saw him get one villager pick over there. And Lierey's going to miss these archers coming into the woodline with his scout. It's going to be in Hera's base by the time Hera reveals himself. Liereyy potential to lose villagers, but Hera potential to lose villagers as well, as a good number of scouts are in on his eco. Here comes a scout for Hera to supplement those archers. I think Lierey's going to lose a villager, but in Hera's economy, he's very, very distracted at the moment. Has a spearman there, has 2 spearmen, sorry. And he picks off a villager from Liereyy.
This is crazy. Liereyy hasn't reacted to the woodline, and Hera, at the very least, I think should be able to get walls down, so the scouts cannot offer anything for Liereyy. And so with Hera saving all these resources, it's going to be even with the Vil kills, and he's going to probably be in Castle Age first.
He's getting villagers there, but look at all the red dots wandering around Hera's economy. There's another scout over by the gold. That villager's going to go down. There's an archer on the gold as well. The spearman went down outside the walls, and there's skirmishers there to deny the villagers from potentially building any future walls. This game is insane. Both players showcasing their micro skill here.
Yeah, dude, I didn't think Liereyy was on the other side. I wasn't even able to look. I'm not even playing. Oh my God. That was ridiculous that Hera does click up to the next age, but not before a lot of damage was dealt. Certainly was awkward. The ecos couldn't have been perfect.
Yep.
But this is what we're talking about with Ethiopians. Liereyy has invested so much food into Scout Skirm. He hasn't finished off Hera. How does he defend from crossbowmen?
I think you just got to keep producing in Feudal Age, right? Hope to get a good position, hope to whittle those numbers down early, and just hold Hera here as long as possible. You saw Liereyy go for that wheelbarrow upgrade, so he was planning on staying Feudal for a considerable amount of time, and he has to suspect that Hera's already on the way up with the amount of archers that he's seen, and the fact that Hera is Ethiopians, like you said.
It'd be so fascinating if Hera switches sides again. He switched his focus to the right. He now is expecting a lot of aggression. He doesn't want to be anywhere near those skirms right now. Lierey's going to go all in, and those other scouts that were on the left, it's taken about a minute, but they are on the way.
There's potential here.
Armored. Yes.
There is potential here for Liereyy to just wipe everything. If Hera gets out of position, Liereyy could take a really good engagement here before Hera gets all the upgrades. I can't see Hera doing that, though. I think he needs to pull the villagers back off that gold when Liereyy comes in. And here comes Liereyy. Lots of weak scouts in there, but like you said, they're armored, and he has the skirmishers behind. The villagers are forced to leave from the top side. The ones on the bottom side still going, and there goes a villager down. But the archers are going to remain safe for the time being.
Hera needs to defend his woodline. I was really surprised he didn't pull the villagers from the side of that gold earlier. So he took some unnecessary losses there as the pressure's on. And let's see what damage control is like for him as he goes for the triple house, make a quadruple house. He is going to be able to make a knight. He is going to have crossbows with Bodkin. Has Liereyy done enough, Dave?
Well, Lierey's still producing feudal age units.
Wow.
And with the stable there from Hera, with the knight coming out with the crossbows soon in, I think he needs to reconsider and maybe stop making feudal units and think about going up to the castle age himself. But he still has scouts in the queue. Oh boy, this is looking dicey for Liereyy. He just needs to buy himself as much time as possible here.
Yeah, if he can take out the crossbows, everything else I think he can deal with. That's got to be the key here. He's trying his best, but it's just such a better composition for Hera.
He's still queuing units, Tristan.
I feel you kind of have to. If you stop, you're going to die to knights and crossbows in 30 seconds. You have to produce and somehow maybe use the market. I don't even freaking know, and get up. But the thing is, Dave, he's making inferior units. It feels like any unit he makes is going to die to this composition, and that's why Hera played this opening the way he did. He knew it was all about defending himself. He knew Ethiopians shine here.
He saves that knight. He saves that knight.
3 HP.
Oh my goodness. Back in the day, that is a play that we would only see from a player like TheViper, but Hera obviously, expanding his game, and he's going to use it to scout. Oh, maximizing the efficiency on every single unit on the field here for Hera as he's coming forward with these crossbows. And this defense is going to feel real bad for Liereyy as he has so many scouts in the queue. He's going for the full feudal defense here, and there's potential for this to work.
It's weird, right? Because if it does kill this army, there's going to be plenty more where that came from, and it's very expensive. It delays his castle age time even longer. I think Hera's going to be very happy to see this, but at the same time, he's got to micro insanely well here, Dave. He has done so. Look at the amount of scouts that have gone down. The skirms are probably not going to be enough. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Liereyy can whittle this down to a number where Hera maybe needs to back up a little bit, which will buy him even more time. Hera still hasn't gone for that second TC and still doesn't have Wheelbarrow himself. So Lierey's economy not looking bad. After the first initial hits from Hera, there's finally the second TC just going up now. And Liereyy continues to produce scouts, but he is on the way to the castle age. He successfully defended against this somehow, Tristan.
Yeah, now you essentially have to stop production for a little while because you've invested that, and now we see if he can defend from this wave. If he can defend from this wave, I still think advantage Hera because Hera will have town centers and all that, but it's doable for Liereyy. But man, what a game here. So many people would have died to early castle there. Liereyy held on. I feel like the balance was right. And I think he's shifting towards a comp which can work for him. Skirm Knight is going to be so much stronger than crossbow and knight from Ethiopians if he's able to be alive when he gets to the castle age.
Here comes the army now from Hera. The knights are going to be the problem here for the skirmishers. They're going to tank a lot of fire. The crossbows, though, the main unit for Hera, as he can micro them behind. But that is so many scouts from Liereyy here. He's got 3 staples, Tristan. And he's going to continue the production. Once he gets up to castle age, gets those to light cap, Hera's going to have to be careful with this crossbow army.
And the villager just died to the left of the barracks there. Liereyy even tried to quick wall. I don't know how you try and go for a quick wall in this type of a situation when you've got a castle age army next to you, but he did try and he did fail. And actually that's the 3 HP knight just chilling there.
Yep. Value gets a skirmisher.
Yep. Well, Dave, I think Hera's made the right approach. I'm really interested in if he backs up in 10 seconds because he's on 3 TCs. I think the only way he loses is if he loses momentum and loses military.
Yep.
So does he back up or does he push here?
Peek a little bit, see if there's any opportunities, and then go back. I think would be very Hera-esque here. But I think, to be honest, I think he's gone maybe a little bit too deep here. The scouts can utilize their mobility once they get to light cap. Maybe they can loop around all the way behind. There's potential here for Liereyy. I think like you said, Hera should have gone back maybe 10 seconds earlier. Liereyy will loop around and try to cut these off. There is a significant amount of knights now for Hera. If he gets in a good position, he could potentially defend, but the skirmishers for Liereyy are going to be behind.
This is the spot for Hera. If he's going to take a fight, and he's being forced to take a fight, that choke point's going to help him. No elite skirm for Liereyy, as Lierey's going to dive, and Lierey's fighting with mainly trash units here. He just has so many of them, and look at those crossbows. They run into that one-tile gap, but the one-tile gap's not going to help him against the skirms, and Hera is going to lose this fight. It's just, how good is his economy going to be? He's 11 villagers ahead right now.
How good is his economy going to be? It's going to be much better than Lierey's at the moment, but how much military is he going to have on the field after this? Because Lierey's going to have a big ball of momentum now coming across the field, and Hera is still relatively open on his side. We can see all the holes in his walls. His gold is open if Liereyy opts to run right past the TC. All Liereyy needs on this side to supplement this push is maybe a bit of siege. I see a siege workshop on the left side, though, for Liereyy.
Sneaky crossbow there from Hera. I like it, and he's paying attention, Dave. That's actually a really clutch decision to go for the siege on the left side, because that's going to be a side that Hera will not be looking to reinforce, and you can switch your future army over there. But I suppose you could also make an argument that siege next to your main force would be better off for you, as Hera's going to have to do damage control yet again this game. The Lyke have looping around, and he seems to be tracking this, but Liereyy could still get villager kills.
Yeah, he could, but if he engages against any of these villagers, his Lyke cav are going to go down. I think his main purpose at the moment is just to distract this army from Hera, keep it running around his base so he can get that position ready on the left-hand side. I saw he was tasking all of his future knight production over to the left, and he is producing siege over there. So maybe he wants to pull Hera's army out of position a little bit to the right and then start pushing on the left.
Really weird to me how Liereyy decided to dive against villagers that were right next to the TC. There were so many villagers that he could have gone for, and he went to the villagers that could be garrisoned. So that's a misplay for me. But when he shows his Mangonels, he needs to make sure that he has enough knights to protect them. There are camels and crossbows out there for Hera, who has a 20-some villager lead now.
Yeah, I think Hera's going to see these knights come in right there. The villager will spot them. The villager will go down. And now he's going to see the Mangonels as they engage against the gold miners. Great shot there from Liereyy. And he's going to have that hill position to attack the TC. But Hera with a decent number of knights and camels here.
Hera can counterattack on the right, which might not be able to be stopped, and he can defend on the left, and he still has a 20 vill lead. I love Hera's position. If he can just delay this, if he can take a good engagement here on the left, what is Liereyy going to do against that force that's looping around to the other side? This is, it might seem a little passive for Hera from people watching, but it was all because he had excellent aggression in early castle, and he did a lot with it behind it.
I don't think Liereyy knows Hera's pushing forward. Yeah, I don't think Liereyy knows that Hera is coming here. He's moving his skirms all the way to the left-hand side. He assumed Hera was going to defend with everything on the left, and Hera's going to show up at the wood line. One villager down, 2, 3, 4 here. Camels in as well, and Lierey's army completely out of position, fighting under Hera's TC. Can Hera defend? Can Liereyy defend? Oh boy, we've got battles on both sides of the map.
Yeah, the only chance here for Liereyy is if he kills a lot of villagers here on the other side. So he's got the Mangonels. We know the TC's going to go down. There's about 10 vills in there. Lierey's actually damaged his own knights with the Mangonels, as he's going to lose so much more. I don't know, Dave. I understand the push from Lierey's looking good on the other side. Hera just needs a wave of camels and he clears the knights. And I still don't see how that army from Hera is going to be able to be stopped by Liereyy. The Mangonels, of course, with Mangonel Micro and Monks and all those things, you have a chance. We saw Hera give himself an opportunity in the previous game, but both players just lost 20 vills just like that. What a ridiculous moment. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy, and games like this are so hectic. You can see Liereyy accidentally sending the villagers back, even though he knows the army is there from Hera. There's just way too much going on at the moment.
He didn't have the wood for a mining camp. His villagers are trying to drop off the gold. That's hilarious. And now he's trying to send them somewhere. He doesn't know where to go with them. They're just kind of in the middle. He's tracking that army. This is wild, dude.
Yeah, it is wild, but we know Hera really excels in these situations, right? 3 TCs behind this. He replaced the one that he lost. He's going to continue booming up his military while he has all this army from Liereyy distracted over here. And he also has camels on the field in defense.
Do you think Hera should be making some pikemen, or are they too slow? Because Ethiopians do get the pikeman upgrade for free.
I think you can get away with camels here for the moment, but it looks like he will be adding some pikemen. So he's reading your mind, or you're reading his mind, Tristan, as he adds a few of them, and he just needs to survive. Survive, utilize your eco lead, get up to the next stage, get your upgrades, and potentially keep sending raiding armies, small ones, into Lierey's base to keep him in the castle age that much longer.
I think for Hera, if he can stabilize one of his sides with a castle and a little bit of walling, he can then freely move out to the other side. The risk now when you're ahead is if you shift to the left or the right again, and you're out of position, then you could take more losses. So the correct move here is just defend, play safe, and he'll see the knights there, Dave, and he probably will pull some army over. And I don't see him, as long as he garrisons here. Hera. Clearly distracted, Dave. But yeah, as long as he garrisons, I don't see him losing too much on that side.
Yeah, and he's added a 4th TC now, and he's got a pretty compact base setup, so he should be able to defend with his army on both sides. It won't take him too long to get to either. It's looking good for him, and he's also on stone. He has enough for a castle. Where does this castle go? Do you put it north side on that hill, or do you put it more towards the west?
Well, the west, there's more gold for you, but the north side, you've got more exposed. So I could make an argument for either. Certainly, if you want to place it now, you place it between the TCs, but he hasn't placed it yet. He's still focused on the fight, so maybe he's pretty confident he can clear this and then get a castle on the left or the west, as you said. And yeah, Dave, I just don't... Lierey's completely out of steam here. He's behind in tech. He's behind in eco. This game's going to end here as Hera has double the population. Liereyy will know there's no way he can push this anymore. And no surprise, the GG's called, and we have ourselves a 2-2. Yeah. Oh, God.
Like, thank God. He must have been nervous after he got his Castle Age army cleared up early. Like, oh my goodness, how did that happen? But he managed to pull it out. He was in Castle Age way faster. He had the eco advantage for a very long time. Liereyy making that defense work somehow, but it just wasn't enough, and his eco never got close.
Yeah. We aren't going to have stats this specific, but I feel as though almost every game that I've seen someone try and go scout skirm in these settings against someone going archer and a crossbow, they'll do some damage, but then they're way too late to Castle Age. And for Liereyy here, he realized, oh shoot, I'm going to be up against crossbow. If I go to Castle Age now, I die. I have to produce stuff, and it's a lose-lose situation for you because you have to extend your feudal age, and the enemy can just add TCs, and you're going to have worse tech. So Malians, their flexibility maybe was what Liereyy was trying to do there. I just think that the approach of going scouts just did not do enough. He would have needed to have killed 3, 4, maybe 5 more villagers in feudal. And that's a theme. That's a theme. So keep that in mind. If players get forced into spots with these civs, as it gets down to the nitty-gritty in the final games, archer civs are going to do quite well against any scout approach.
Imagine if Liereyy had gone to that north side of Hera's base first. He went to the other side, which was easier to wall, and he kind of bounced off of it and then sent his production into that gold in the north side of Hera's base. So maybe, losing that scout early, Tristan, in that scout war came back to haunt him a little bit because it couldn't give him the information that he needed.
I think also just great job from Hera to prioritize the left because he saw the initial scout, and then logically you're going to expect the pressure continues on that side. But good overall play from Hera. In each win we've seen from these players so far, it has just been slight better execution, maybe slightly better civilizations because it's a home map. We'll see who breaks, and I could tell you that it is going to be, you know what, Dave? So it's acclivity for the next game. I'm fairly certain it's going to be Britons for Liereyy, but should he fear the Koreans from Hera at all?
We saw that from who? Nikov, I believe.
Nikov did it, and it's good against archer civs. Yeah.
But is it? I mean, it's good against archer civs, Sure, I can't speak right now. But is it good enough against the Britons? Because we've seen what people can do with the level of micro, like a player like Liereyy has, and the extra range that the Britons get on their crossbows is just amazing. And I feel like even though the Koreans are a decent archer civ, they get the armor upgrades for free. I mean, things are a little bit cheaper. Maybe they get the tower upgrades. Is it enough to counter the Britons? There's a reason that the Britons are picked on this map all the time. And like we said, going into this set, even though you know what Liereyy is going to do and you can fully prepare and counter it, you can't stop
it. Stop it
because he's just that good. Yeah.
Well, it won't be Koreans. Hera just took a couple seconds to think about what happened to Koreans in the semifinal and said, yeah, let's not do that. I don't want to be on the end of that exchange. And he is going for the Incas. So Incas, the only civilization we'll see with Eagles in these finals, because both players banned out the opposing Meso picks. Potential, Dave, good skirm upgrades. Great Eagles, certainly more mobility than Britons, but Lierey's going to have a nasty, nasty force coming forward at some point. So here's the keys for me. Hera can either go real aggressive with a couple Eagles and skirms and try and get little lead in feudal, or he is to play passive, wall up, use the market, sell all of his stone, because it's going to have to be all in, and just make barracks for Eagles. Those are his two approaches if Hera wants to win here. And if Hera wins this game, it's probably the best civ on acclivity for Liereyy. And then he's up 3-2, and he's looking really, really good with home maps available over the course of the other two games.
Yeah, I feel like the Incas match up decently against the Britons, provided that you keep that Eagle mass and you can get some momentum in the Castle Age, right? We saw, I think it was Viper, God, who did he play against? I think it was ACCM, where ACCM tried to get the momentum and Viper kept his... Sorry, ACCM was Aztecs, but it was the same type of battle we're going to see here. Yeah. He tried to kill the Archer mass from Viper, and Viper just would not let it die. And once he got to Imperial Age, once he upgraded it, it was a snowball of death that ACCM could not stop, even though he had killed 25, 30 villagers in a raid, right? So the key to victory for Hera here is going to be massing the Eagle Warriors, killing the crossbow numbers early, before Liereyy can get the upgrades in Imperial Age, and Incas definitely with a potential to do that. And also in the Imperial Age, Incas counter any potential longsword, two-handed swordsman, champion switch from Liereyy as well with the slingers.
Well, until the Arbalest show up, so I'm not so sure about that one. It largely depends, Dave. I think this is going to be a Castle Age type of a game. Big difference here, though, at the start, I should mention, is that it's common for the Meso player to make an Eagle out of their barracks. It's common for the Archer player to make nothing out of their barracks. So you'll have a little more military for Hera to be able to do things with. And it's actually a pretty open base here for Liereyy. It's not quite as compact as you would want if you're playing an Archer civ.
Yeah, he's going to have to put in some work to wall here. Usually on acclivity, we see walls coming down right away from the players, but not so for Liereyy as of yet. Just going for that singular archery range. Hera's going to spot that. No surprise there. And still no walls coming up from Liereyy.
Interesting. I mean, they really want their villagers working on resources. Do you think that this is because Liereyy saw the approach from Hera with his Eagle civs in the past? Because Hera's been going for this double barracks approach, and you definitely don't want your villagers exposed, walling, I say, as there's a villager there, if this is the case. Wrong timing on that point. Yeah, wrong timing on that point from me, as Hera's going to try and go in, and Liereyy really on the back foot.
Look at this effort. Look, he's making a line with the palisades. He's trying to quick wall this villager in. Will he be able to get it? The Eagles are on the case. I don't think Liereyy is going to be able to save her, but he will pre-wall his wood line to keep them safe, and most likely quick wall his gold. He's coming across the map now with 3 archers as well, and Hera doesn't really have anything there. All of the Eagles are forward in Lierey's base.
I think Hera should expect this to some degree because he doesn't see the archers defending for Liereyy. And let's see how Liereyy executes here. And too close to the TC, and those 2 archers are weak, Dave. Not the start that Liereyy would have wanted, as he's kind of been pulled off of gold at home.
Yeah, it's a really great start here for Hera. Has all the momentum early in this game. Liereyy unable, I think, to get that villager pick in Hera's economy. He's targeting the eagle instead of the villager.
Oh,
Escapes
man.
with the archers with a combined maybe 3 HP on those things. Amazing, but loses a couple archers at home, and the eagles from Hera still wandering around, still being very annoying in Lierey's eco.
This is an awesome game right now. Look at the food count for Liereyy. There's a chance that he could go to Castle Age faster. But then as I say that, Hera sells the stone. Both players going to try and rush to Castle Age off this. You know what is going to be a real struggle, though, for Liereyy is that he's not walled, and he's chasing half the time. You never want to be chasing when you're this civilization. You want to be pushing.
Yeah, and you want to be building your archer numbers, and we saw those 2 archers go down early. Those were really good picks from Hera, and a couple of those archers from Liereyy, like we saw before, very, very weak indeed, as Hera comes in with more eagles at the north side of Lierey's base, still pressuring the berries there on the southern side, but 2 more coming in to meet up with their friends.
I love this. This is the decision-making from Hera's so interesting here. He goes, pick one. Defend your berries or defend your gold. And every time you don't show me archers in one area, I'm going to attack there. Like right now, attacking the berries, archers are gone, shows up to the berries, and then the archers show up and he's going to run away again. It is really amazing stuff here. But at least for Liereyy, he is going to be faster to Castle Age. As I see supplies on the way. Are we going to see long swordsmen here from the Britons?
Yep, we're going to see the switch into longswords in the Castle Age. I'm not sure I love the fact that Liereyy made that barracks in a place where Hera could see that the switch was happening, so he has time to prepare for it. And we'll see if Hera actually opts to add in an archer range of his own to potentially get slingers on the map to counter those units.
I think so logically, with any other level, you want to make an archer range and make slingers here. But because of how Hera's going to play this, he's going to outrun longswords anyways. So it seems crazy and I might live to regret it, but I actually think it would be a mistake to add a range. I think you just go all in eagles and just simply don't take bad fights. Just win.
Just win. Not so easy against a player like Liereyy, as we see Liereyy saving another villager there. He's done a fantastic job not taking too much damage. With all this pressure from Hera, Tristan, all of this time he spent in Lierey's eco, he only killed 1 villager.
I wonder if the food eco is going to be there for Liereyy. He actually is clicking longswords. It is crazy that only 1 villager has died here, right? So many villagers and military units have been weakened throughout this game so far. As Hera chooses to dive, he'll get a total of 7 base attack with the eagles. And should he stay here, Dave?
Yeah, maybe a bit too deep there from Hera. Maybe a couple seconds too long under the TC fire. A lot of those eagles are weak, and the longsword tech is coming in here. And we're getting to an amount of longswords that could potentially counter the eagles from Hera. And now we're looking at Lierey's eco, and we're thinking, okay, where does Hera really hit? Where does he raid? Lierey's pretty compact now. He's got walls up around a lot of his resources. And now he's got the long swords to deal with the eagle numbers.
It's going to be tough to find a spot to hit, but you've got to think Lierey's only going to be creating more and more villagers. They have to go somewhere. Villagers are chopping wood everywhere. There might be over chops. We see a TC attempt here for Liereyy to get some control in that area. Surprised to see a monastery, double monastery from Hera. It's like he wants to go for monks to convert the long swords. It feels like it's going to be quite risky if Lierey's able to keep his archers alive long term.
Yep. And Liereyy has kept his archers alive. I love the fact he didn't upgrade the crossbow yet. He needs all of that resource to make the longswords to counter the eagles. And the eagles in again. Hera's going to pick a singular unit, but run right into the longsword. So the numbers are still dwindling here for Hera.
Hey, interesting how he went in there for a scout, because he knows he's going to have monks. Also, Liereyy doesn't see more than 1 monastery. He just sees 1 of them. I love how Hera's running around. This is exactly how you should play it. It's actually so fun to see someone not wall as well, which he also didn't do in that amazing Frigid Lake game we saw earlier.
A lot of idle TC time here for Liereyy, not producing villagers. at the moment. Maybe struggling with the food eco a little bit, with the longsword production, with all the pressure from Hera. And here come the monks on the field. That's a whole lot of eagles, but that's a whole lot of longswords too. And the archers are still around for Liereyy. We can see the crossbow upgrade coming in. Those monks cannot get too close. 7 range.
Hera killed 3 villagers. Hera killed 3 villagers with 3 eagles on the northern TC while that was happening. It was almost a split second. He started a conversion. Liereyy reacted and ran away, but he did not react to that other point. So I don't know if he tried to attack the way he did there. As whoa, what's happening here, Dave? The crossbows dove right into the eagles.
Yep, I think what happened there, Tristan, is I think Liereyy, in his mind, he thought he had Bodkin Arrow. He doesn't have Bodkin Arrow. He tried to range them from farther away and actually dove into the eagle army. He only has fletching at the moment. He's been, his economy's been pretty bare bones. He's had to be pretty stingy with the upgrades that he gets as Hera loops around and the villagers chop through the wood, but immediate quick wall from Liereyy. The level here is so high.
Look at this 1 TC commitment from Hera. What did he say? He said, Liereyy will not beat me again. He's beaten me so many times. We've been so close in these tournaments. He will not beat me again today. And look at the approach, man. It's so confident. No, not a single wall, as he has a siege workshop and archer ranges. He's going to have everything right here in the middle in front of Lierey's base. Liereyy just cannot leave his base right now.
Yeah, Liereyy can't leave his base, but for all this pressure that Hera's put on, only 4 villagers dead. That speaks to the defensive ability of Liereyy here, and he's had 2 TCs as well, so he's starting to catch up with villager numbers. Hera still with a firm advantage there. I feel like Hera is one bad engagement from all of this coming back across the map, so he's got to be careful. He's really got to pick and choose his battles.
This is so epic, especially because longswords wreck buildings. Like, all these buildings would go down as well. So the game would pretty much end if Hera takes a bad engagement. But also, Lierey's at risk of overextending. He doesn't really know what's in there. There's going to be 2 scorpions, soon 3 for Hera. And longswords will have to back away from the siege workshop. The monks are going to go in. So I'm not sure what Liereyy was thinking there, but good decision to back away as Hera's eagles are diving in. And, oh, never mind. They're going this way again. And no villager kills again.
Nope, never mind. Villager gets away. Maybe Hera chasing with 1 eagle, trying to get him. Not gonna be able to do that. And Liereyy feeling like he doesn't have enough to push this main army yet. It's just, this is insane, dude.
The thing is, I think slingers are very weak in the situation where you have Britain crossbows. So amazing job from Liereyy to keep his mass. And I also think that while the potential for eagles with the mobility,
so many scorpions so many scorpions in that siege workshop, and the crossbows are getting awful close here, Tristan.
Such a crazy fight, Dave. They both have 50 military. We're 17 minutes in. The scorpions should eject from the south side if you're Hera, but he could lose some of them.
What is this fight, Tristan? Look at how many units are on the board. We've got slingers, monks, eagles, longswords, crossbows, scorpions, a ram. So many different options on the field, and still the KD is only 22-16. So many good engagements here from the players, really conserving their units, but it looks like they're going to go all in for it. So many eagles on the board. Hera has to avoid engaging directly against the longswords. And Liereyy needs to snipe the monks with his crossbows. How is this fight going to turn out? It looks like it's going to turn out in Hera's favor.
Not enough. The slingers. It might not have been the play early, Castle Age, but they were a perfect addition from Hera. And Hera had more numbers. He had a more diverse army composition. He has been on top of Liereyy on his home map the entire game. Dave, now it's 30 military to 12. And I know that we've seen the second TC from Liereyy. He hasn't been able to produce out of it in the first place. Hera's economy is stronger. I'm waiting now for maybe even some rams just to start taking out some of these buildings.
Inca haters all around the world are just shaking in their boots right now, watching arguably the best civ on this map in the Britons get dominated by this composition. What an amazing performance here from Hera. Has to be careful though. Don't dive too deep. Don't dive too deep. Don't give any momentum back to Liereyy. You've been playing fairly conservatively here with your army until that big battle. I think you need to continue that.
Yeah, I think In many ways, diving and losing some units still maintains that momentum because it keeps Lierey's eco idle, and his army is going to be hiding in and out of TCs. So as long as Hera can produce more, I think he's going to be good here. He's just everywhere, Dave. 17 eco now killed throughout this game. You got to think that number is going to climb. It's 63 eco versus 35. This game is over, and this is the first time we're going to have someone winning on the other's home map in the finals.
Yep. And I think a big reason for that, look at the idle TC time from Liereyy. He just hasn't been able to produce villagers. So he's had the double TC, fine. But I mean, there's almost 16 minutes of the game where he hasn't been producing villagers. He's been forcing on military engagements, forcing on the longsword production, and it's been hurting his economy. And now the villager difference is looking, 30 at this stage in the game. It's just huge.
It's just so crazy what you're able to do with Incas, Mayans, and Aztecs with Eagles. The fact that Eagles cost so little food means you can make so many of them. And when you have a lot on gold, you can also mix in monks, also mix in siege. I just checked. Hera has brought in 6,500 gold, and Lierey's brought in 3,400 gold. It's just, this pure gold army is ridiculous.
Yep. And he's got such a powerful forward position there now on that hill. Like, let's look at the production buildings he has forward and available to reinforce this push. He's got 2 monasteries. He's got 2 archer ranges, a siege workshop, a barracks, plus the barracks at home, sending the Eagles across the map. I mean, even if Liereyy clears up an army here, it's going to take him so much time to clear up this forward base. And Hera, behind that, will probably think about going up to the Imperial Age. But that's a big if Liereyy can win an engagement, because right now, Hera seems to be on pace for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try what he needs to do here. He's going to send a counter in. So in these situations, you need to counterattack, which is the correct play. But you also need to defend, because Hera's going to recognize you don't have those long swords at home anymore. So we'll see if Hera reacts to that. And we'll see how he chooses to do things on the front, Dave. He doesn't have any fortifications at home. Look at all... This is amazing for Liereyy. Look at all the villagers moving away now.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, those longswords are not eagles. They're not as fast. They can't catch up to the villagers. Hera's going to send them home to the TC and continue his push on the main side here, taking out one of the barracks that Liereyy needs to produce that unit on the front side and running away from the wood line. The longswords not finding the damage that they need to.
Hera has 6 mining camps. no extra TC.
Where's Hera going with those villagers in the north? Is he going to make a castle here?
Yeah, I think so, Dave. He has the stone.
Or he's Incas.
There it is. Well,
that's the get out of my game castle.
It is. He's also losing villagers to the longsword still. It's awkward for him because his ranges are forward to get slingers at home. So he's got to be careful there. And he has a lot of villagers that have actually been moving around. In fact, he has about 30 villagers moving and not collecting res right now. It doesn't deny a gold. It doesn't deny a stone. The castle's not the best, but he's also so far ahead.
Yeah, it denies that TC. Villagers working around that TC, and that's what Liereyy needs. His eco has been struggling all game, and now everything else is going to start to struggle as Hera makes his way in with this huge military. The game might be over any second here, and Liereyy taps out. Hera winning on Lierey's home map, and with what civilization here, Tristan. What a great pick. What a great strategy for the Canadian.
It was so good. It was almost like Liereyy was shocked by how early the Eagles arrived. Remember the point I mentioned, you can't wall if the Eagles are coming in that quickly. Liereyy tried to, he lost a villager, and then Hera just kept him running around in circles. And I think Liereyy might need a couple moments, both because he needs to regroup, but also Liereyy might be dizzy from chasing so much. He couldn't create villagers out of his TCs. He had this crazy army he couldn't even take fights with. It's a real helpless feeling there.
Unbelievable performance there from Hera. And once he got those first few villager picks, Liereyy was never able to leave his base. Like, he left his base with the 3 archers at the very beginning, crawled back across the map to help defend, never fully got his walls up. And I think the most important part is he wasn't producing villagers out of his TCs. He just wasn't. The villager count was never climbing for him, even though he had double TC. He was so focused on the production, so focused on the fights, and Hera was just dictating everything that game. Liereyy never really had a moment to sit back and think what he could do to Hera's economy.
And it's not like Liereyy didn't have food eco that game. Liereyy did have food eco. In fact, it was almost identical. It's just long swords cost more food and less gold. And so when you need to get all the upgrades, and they're quite expensive, like man-at-arms, longsword, supplies, then you need to make the units. You're not going to be able to create vills at the same time. Whereas for Hera, he just had one town center. Eagles are dirt cheap. Everything's on gold. He has enough food for vill production. And it just, that's Mezzo right there. And it's such a fun thing to see how Aztecs were feared and Mayans were feared on either draft, which we'll get to in a moment. But Hera said, you know what? Let's try Incas anyways. This is probably the third best of the three, and it's still really good there. Remember that game, people, because as we go to Lierey's final home map, Hera's going to have his home map for a potential game 7. Liereyy now needs to win this to take us there. It will be Eruption, Dave, and I'm very excited. There's some awesome civs available for the players.
Yeah, what are you thinking from Lierey's side? What's the plan strategy here for Eruption? He's got Italians, Indians, and Franks left over.
Okay, so first off, you have to use Process of Elimination, I feel, because Ring Fortress would be the final game. Lierey's here to win 2 more games, not just one. So, ooh, boy. These civs are
Berbers
actually...
on Ring Fortress if you're Hera? And if so, does Liereyy think about going Indians? Is he going to make Elephant Archers like MBL did?
See, that's what I'm getting at here. I think Indians look really good for Liereyy in one of these games, but they look really poor in the other. Because if you go Franks, for example, just forget about Italians. We're not going to see Italians. So if you go Franks, you're up against either Berbers or Chinese for Hera in one of these games, and they both are excellent counters to Franks. So in terms of what's better on Eruption, maybe you go Franks here just because they have the cheaper castles. That is the only difference that comes to mind. And go like Pikeman Knight, Castle Drop. Eruption will not extend as long as Ring Fortress, and that gold's important. So either way, advantage Hera. Okay, what do you see?
Are Indians versus Berbers, so classic cavalry matchup here. I was expecting maybe that civ combination on Ring Fortress, but I guess Liereyy is going to opt for the Franks on there, and Hera is going to go for, well, I'd have to see the remainder of his civs, but probably not the Koreans. So whatever the other one is, he'll probably go for on Ring Fortress. But right now we have Indians matching up against Berbers. Liereyy needs this victory on his final home map to keep himself in the tournament. Hera looking for the win, looking to be a Red Bull Wololo champion of the 4th edition here, and we are into the game right away. What do you see here, Tristan?
I see a stable opening for both. I don't think we've seen that too frequently today, maybe once, maybe twice, but certainly has been good for Hera. The one game I remember is Magyars versus Khmer. The goals here when you're seeing Scout v Scout is get your walls down, get your spearmen in the proper positions, and hope the opponent doesn't do the same, Dave. So keep an eye out for the wall villagers. As you see Hera diving for a villager.
Get him?
Should get the vill and gets the vill. That's really important.
Yeah, that's great stuff there from Hera, just getting maximum value out of that starting scout. We can see Liereyy taking a decent engagement against the other scout from Hera, getting those downhill hits, and then he's probably going to back up once his spearman comes along. Hera looking like he wants to wall off his base fairly early with some houses there, and it shouldn't be too hard for him to do so.
Yep, both players doing the same thing, like we said, Dave. Minor differences here would be Indian villagers are cheaper. Berber villagers move around a little bit faster, so the farming's actually a little faster. And of course, if you're trying to save vills, wall, things like that, there's less time where they're moving. I do think in Castle Age, I prefer Berbers actually, because having cheaper camels is going to be strong against Indians. So Lierey's got to be hoping after losing a vill that he's able to do some damage. But do you notice the shift from Hera? He knows he's ahead. He's just going to fall back. He's just going to play defense.
Yeah, smart. Very, very smart from Hera. And he probably knows, or he probably has faith in the Berbers in Castle Age. I would favor them in general over the Indians here, as both players running away with the scouts. Okay, Liereyy takes the top of the hill and opts to engage here. He's got to watch out for that spearman, but he gets a couple good picks on the scouts from Hera.
I think it's acceptable for Hera. I think he's going to take that because it doesn't lead to a follow-up. But yeah, slightly better fight there for the Austrian. Not exactly what he would want, but he gets a scout there, and then Hera gets a scout as well. And they're just going to play this little game as we have to look at the resources. And man, oh man, is it close, Dave. I think Castle Age times will be nearly identical.
Nearly identical, but you said in the Castle Age you favor Berbers, and I feel the same way. And even into the Imperial Age, just because the Imperial Camel is a very strong unit, but it feels like so hard to get to, you know, especially against a player like Hera who's going to be putting constant pressure on you. We'll see how this game plays out, and we'll see how they decide to take control of that middle area, which is a big, big portion of this map. All of that gold in the center.
There's a world here where they both go pikemen. Not as an opener. I think opening pikemen is very, very bad because you can't do anything offensively. But mid Castle Age, I think it would make sense for both to maybe make pikemen. And reminder that Indian villagers get cheaper as the scouts are engaging. Hera gets the kill. That's annoying if you're Liereyy. Watch this little game. He's like, come on, come and get me, come and get me, come and get me. I've got spearmen here, but come and get me. That's funny. Yeah, Liereyy just says, I'm not even going to try. Screw that, man.
Yep. Another stable there from Hera. No surprise with the Berbers. And we see continued spearman production from Liereyy. And I don't see a second stable from him yet.
So here's the problem with opening pikes. It's very easy for Hera to pick up on that because he won't see the camel numbers. And then with how cheap his knights are and all the hills here, you could honestly probably win early fights against the pikemen and just make knights. And so I think it's important you open camel, make them commit to a lot of units that are vulnerable against pikemen, and then go for pikemen. But he might not get the upgrade. Maybe he just wants to match what Hera has because they're 2-2 for spearmen right now.
Well, remember, this is Lierey's home map, so probably a prepared strategy here from him, and it probably wasn't too much of a surprise to see the Berbers on the other end. So he's coming in here with a plan, and we're just going to have to trust in the plan and not second guess so much, Tristan. We'll see what Liereyy has in store for us. I know it's difficult as casters, you know.
We don't get paid. No, we don't get paid to trust in plans. We get paid to talk about the plans. All right, Dave. I spoke to Red Bull specifically. I said, "Hey, can we judge strategies?" They said, "Yes, please do it." So, you know what I think is going to happen here? I think Liereyy is going to take advantage of how cheap his villagers are, and he's going to kind of delay that middle push as he has a second TC up. And you can see Hera's approach is probably to delay that TC for the time being. 3 stable knights, even with Berbers, are actually making camels. But even with Berbers, that is a big commitment.
We'll see if Liereyy goes on stone quickly as well, because that might give an indication whether he wants to get a castle up near that middle area to secure that portion. We can't forget about how much gold is in the center. Obviously, each player has 2 4-tile groups of gold at home, and I see Liereyy with 1 villager on stone there. Looks like he's allocated a second one, so maybe just a slow build up for him.
Liereyy has chosen a strategy which gives all the advantage to Hera. Hera should never take a bad fight because he should realize he's either going to have more numbers or he's going to be led back to pikemen, which he can run away from, or monks, which he can run away from. So it's all down to if Hera can adapt properly here. And with how good the decision-making has been from these two throughout the series and the whole tournament, I think Hera is looking really, really good with position to maybe win the finals.
Liereyy with a monk there behind the walls is going to push Hera away, but like you said, Hera's got that position in the middle. He's got the production advantage over Liereyy, and every time Liereyy wants to come up to this middle area, Hera can intercept him and take a great fight with that hill advantage. So Lierey's going to be literally facing an uphill battle to get positioning in this game, but it feels like with this strategy that he's going for, he's oddly comfortable with that at the moment.
Yeah. Well, Liereyy is on stone, so there's definitely going to be a point where he's thinking about dropping a castle. And Hera has not seen the pikeman yet. Now, Dave, do you think, it seems ridiculous, but do you think it makes sense since you've committed all the stables and the upgrades that you should make knights here if you're Hera, or do you continue with camels, maybe do something else?
I think you make knights once you see the pikemen, right? Like camels,
Just a few, yeah.
aren't fantastic against pikemen. They'll win in even numbers, but camels will not. And we see Hera actually shifting here. He's got villagers coming forward, and he's going for barracks here, Tristan. So maybe we see that potential that you mentioned earlier in the game of both players having pikemen.
Yeah, it's just, I can out camel you. If you're going to make pikes, I'm just going to try and match that, right? But the stone counts are going to be really interesting here. And it's going to take Hera some time to get the pikes in. So I think that Hera's decision to go pikes was perfectly timed for his eco. I think that all of this could work out well for him, but at the same time, Lierey's got the potential. And this could be 2 donations to Liereyy. Come on, that's got to be 2 conversions, surely.
Nope. Maybe some conversions for Hera as Liereyy heads up the hill, pulls them out of range, and he's going to send the pikemen in instead. And this is the time that you mentioned. Hera doesn't have enough pikemen yet. Lierey's going to engage with his own pikemen, with his camels, going to clear up those monks, and the camels from Hera forced to run away.
Oh, man. Also, Indian camels, they shred buildings. So this is going to force Hera's hand sooner rather than later. At the same time, you always have to be so attentive to your army if you're Liereyy, because your reinforcements could be cut out, and you don't know how many pikemen are inside these buildings.
God, if you were to tell me it was going to be Indians versus Berbers, I wouldn't tell you it's going to be a full-on pikeman war with each player having 3 barracks producing in the middle of this game. But this is insane here. Hera switching it up, cutting off the reinforcements from Liereyy a little bit, but Liereyy almost with that barracks down and going after the monks before they convert his camels. Hera might be in trouble if he can't stall this out.
This is a great game. It's just a matter of time till Liereyy comes forward to drop his castle. I think Hera made the right call, but maybe didn't get the pikemen in as early as he needed. And if Liereyy just keeps the production up and can get them across the map, he's going to be slightly ahead, which could lead to a solid castle spot, denying all the gold in the middle.
And, you know, Hera maybe a couple minutes behind Liereyy with the pikeman switch, and a couple minutes behind Liereyy with that castle too. The stone coming in for him. He foresaw the need to have a castle, but he's going to get pushed back here as now Liereyy has turned the tables and has the hill advantage against Hera and pushing into his base. Hera forced to send all of his army back, and this gives Liereyy an opportunity to come forward with the villagers, to place a castle on that forward position, get a really, really great positional advantage over the Canadian.
The only thing I could say is that monks matter a lot here, and unit queue. Liereyy has been a little late to queuing units compared to Hera. Hera's had a consistent queue, and Hera's barracks are closer.
Not so many villagers, too.
Yeah, like if this engagement happens now, there's a world where Hera wins this because of the closer production.
Liereyy, you gotta make pre-walls around those villagers, I think. You gotta make pre-walls. This is just... You have to get that castle up, and we see Hera coming forward with a counter castle with far more villagers. Could Liereyy potentially be throwing this game here? Liereyy still with army on the right side, though, could loop that around and deny Hera's castle. This is absolute insanity here in game
it's not gonna happen, Dave.
6.
We're about to go to game 7. This is not gonna happen. Oh my goodness, it was so close. Hera realized the desperation he needed, but he's going to toss these villagers away. Fun fact, Berber villagers run faster to their death in these situations. I think that's a doubt castle, so we will have doubt in the finals again this year. And wow, dude. Wow, that was so sick, and that takes us to the game we wanted to see. You know, it looked like Hera was in a spot where he could see what was happening. He could make the adjustments. What went wrong? Was it 3 stables being too much? Were the barracks too late? So close.
I feel like it's just I feel like we'd be doing a disservice to the level of play if we talked about what went wrong for Hera here, true. Because everything, it just went right for Liereyy. He was about 30 seconds to a minute ahead in every decision there. It was a planned strategy for him, and it just paid off. Right, he got the military advantage. He took down a barracks, which meant less production for Hera, less pikemen on the field, and then he snowballed the numbers to victory and got his castle up with the 6 villagers building it. Oh my! How close was that? If either player gets their castle up, they win. And Liereyy got his up first. Amazing, amazing game.
The stone timing was absolutely epic from him too. If you watch the progression of the stone income, it was a little bit earlier for Liereyy. In fact, I think he ended up buying some based on what we see there with the statistics. Dave, that would sum up the whole finals, by the way. I don't think that there's ever been a situation where a player here has made a mistake. It has just been the other one out executing. Looked rough for Liereyy there, just a little awkward, but man, did he make it happen. Game 7 again. We have been here before with these players. It's either a best of 5 going to 5 games or a best of 7 going to 7. So if you want peak Age of Empires, if you want the big moments, thank you for being here, and thanks for the support of the players, the team, Red Bull, everything. It's time to speculate, but if my memory serves me correctly, I think it's going to be Frank's first Chinese for the final game.
Yeah, I don't really think we're going to see in game number 7 of a big tournament like this, after all the somewhat meta, plays we've seen so far, Italians versus Koreans on Ring Fortress. But you never really know. Potential is there. I think it's going to be Frank's against the Chinese, and I think we're in for a fantastic game number 7. I am not surprised that we were in this position right now. Both players are just on the top of their game. They're both playing exceptionally well. They both embrace this Empire Wars format more than anyone else in the scene, and they both deserve to be here.
Liereyy has just been so exceptional in these settings. He won Red Bull Wololo 2, then made it to the finals in Red Bull Wololo 3 and lost game 7. So he's no stranger of winning. He's no stranger of losing game 7s. He will do one of those things again here, Dave, but Hera has never won a Red Bull Wololo, and it has usually just been Liereyy in his way, whether it's the quarters, the semis, or the finals. Oh man, the stakes are so high right now.
And we are going to Hera's home map for the game number 7.
Correct.
So slight advantage for him. How do you think the Chinese match up against the Franks, assuming that's the civs we're going to see here?
It's weird. Chinese just seem to have the answers to everything that Franks can do. But at the same time, while Chinese get Camel, and they could always go for that route against any Knights, we've seen Knight Pikeman work really well. And I think that Knight Pikeman, a good engagement to force Chinese back, and then a castle drops on this map. I think Vinchester did it a lot. It can be strong. There's a lot of golden stone on the map, but if you've got castles in your face, not so easy. So I think Hera's got to be a little careful not to go too heavily into camels, because that pikeman switch could come.
Yeah, as we saw last game, maybe a little bit too many camels, and Liereyy adding the pikeman too soon. Oh boy, this is going to be a heck of a matchup here, and I'm interested to see early what sort of damage Liereyy can do with the scouts, provided he does open with the scouts, because on a map like Ring Fortress, especially with a lot of the generations, there's a lot to wall. You do get the starting walls in the circle, but if you don't have wood lines in the right spots, maybe Hera is going to take a bit of extra time to get those walls down, and that'll provide Liereyy the openings that he needs to do the early damage. And then create an advantage from there. So we'll see going forward. Like you said, Chinese, a lot of answers for Franks, but Franks, another one of those civilizations that are predictable, but can do something so well, sometimes it's impossible to stop.
I think Franks have a slight edge here, just slight, but it's never enough to the point where you can say Civ win, or I wish I had a different Civ at the end of it. You have to think of what's going to happen immediately. You immediately get your farm bonus. Immediately have more HP on your scouts. You immediately have a forage bonus working for you. For Chinese, the techs are cheaper, but to compete with the scouts, you're probably going to need to research bloodlines eventually. To compete economically with uptimes, you're going to need to make sure you're really paying close attention to what you're doing. So I think Chinese overall are better, but Frank have those power spikes. And this, what's funny here is this is actually a matchup you might see Game 1 Arabia in a standard tournament, but we have Game 7 in a completely different setting, and we still get these same repeat civs. So I'm pumped for this. There they are. Good friends, best friends, possibly teammates, and one has to win. One will go down, Dave. Here we go.
Game number 7, Red Bull Wololo 4. I think it's right up there for some of the best finals we've ever seen. The players are so evenly matched. We've seen that through every single game here. And we're going to be heading into Hera's final home map. Ring Fortress, Franks against Chinese. We're seeing the stable opening for Hera. And I'm assuming we're going to see the stable opening for Liereyy as well.
Should I be nervous right now?
Yes. Yes, okay. I think everyone should be nervous right now.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just talking about it. I don't know if I should be feeling the nerves that I feel. Oh my God, this is crazy. But this is what competitive sports, esports are all about, man. The big moments, the big players show up. And these are two of the biggest. Dave, I think you're right. This has been one of the best finals I've seen. The whole tournament hasn't been the best. And you want to know why? Because these two destroyed almost everyone they faced. Yep. The reason it hasn't been epic in other sets is because of them. And here is Liereyy. Hera a little out of position possibly, but has a spearman there.
Yeah, Hera keeping the scouts around that left-hand side just long enough for his spearman to be produced. So he was going to defend there. Now he can safely wall up. And now he's going to bring him over to the other side. See the awareness from Hera? He's going to keep his scouts wherever there's potential for Liereyy to do damage early and until he gets his walls up, and then he'll send them forward.
And I think this is the safe approach. You could say, oh man, but go out and get kills. Kills win games. It's war. Yeah, but realistically, Chinese just get stronger as the game goes on, and Frank's a little bit stronger right now. So really awkward 2-wall in this map because you're using partially built walls. I could see there being holes at times, but at this point, players have quite a bit of experience on this one. That is 5 scouts, though, for Liereyy. Can he run through here?
He's going to opt to attack the spearman. He gets a couple free hits on it. Now the scouts from Hera are there. He's still targeting the spearman, getting hit by the TC, but he should be able to do some decent damage to the scouts from Hera and keep wandering around Hera's base. Hera's not going to like this.
No, that hurts. Right now, the scouts are all kind of weak. And there was a hole there, but now Hera, all of the time he spent sitting back, all the time walling is kind of all for naught, man. He's got to somehow recover with military here, and you just know Liereyy is not going to take any unnecessary engagements when he has this many.
Yeah, Hera's going to be able to quick wall his wood lines or pre-wall them. A little bit of idle time from the villagers there, but pressure definitely coming from Liereyy as he can probably loop around to the other side of that lumber camp here. We might see picks, and Hera's villagers are not walled in. Lierey's going to kill 2 of them
the spears.
And then run away.
That was so good from Liereyy. He sent the scout
and another villager.
Hera went on a patrol, and the spearman chased the scout there, and that scout is now apart from the group. It's in a separate area. Big lead for Liereyy here.
Yep, and another villager went down. Mapu caught that very nicely. Another one is going to go down on that wood line, and there's still a hole into that wood line, and the scout numbers are here from Liereyy, in addition to 2 spearmen to counter the scouts from Hera. This is a disaster start for the Canadian in this game here.
Quite possibly the most lopsided game we've seen in the entire series, and it is in game number 7. Hera's got to be so frustrated with himself here. It just shows you the how perfect you have to be able to be a champion in this. If you're going to beat Liereyy, former champion, best performing player ever, you can make these tiny mistakes, and all of them, it's almost like all the mistakes that could have happened in the earlier games happened to Hera all at once. And more villagers could die here, Dave. Liereyy being patient. He is so close to the TC. Loses a few scouts there.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that all happened because of some holes in the walls at the front. That's what you were talking about. It's annoying to wall this base, right? The spearmen got in through those. The extra scouts got in through those. Hera not realizing that his villagers at the back were fully walled, and Liereyy still being around. Hera has not visited Lierey's economy once.
Yeah, also, he walled the sides of his base before the front.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, no,
Weak
Hera,
scouts,
you've
but
got to
he's
keep
back
all this.
Here.
This could be it, Dave. I don't think he can lose this many villagers. He's lost 6. Oh, man.
We'll
and the
see.
patience from Liereyy to stick around.
He is on the way to the Castle Age at a similar competitive time to Liereyy. So both players going to make their way there. Liereyy obviously with the advantage after the eco damage. We can see the eco KD already 6-0 for the Austrian player here. He's going to take that into the Castle Age, but the actual difference right now, only 3.
Well, Liereyy did research Wheelbarrow. That takes the amount of time it takes to research Wheelbarrow is the amount of time it would take to create 3 vills, so that's worth mentioning. But with the flexibility the Chinese have and with the stakes, Hera's definitely going to continue. And I think Liereyy maybe should have gone in for another villager on that wood line. A little surprised to see that only 1 additional villager went down. But yeah, he'll have no complaints, Dave. Hera finally will deal with this threat. I'm just curious about what's going to be coming next as I see a villager walking across the map for Liereyy.
Is that a bit too risky? Can you not trust in yourself to just play, standard, maybe another TC and get some stables and take some fights in the middle, knowing that you have this eco advantage? Why are you going forward with a Siege Workshop at this point?
First off, and of course they know better than me, I would like to see a monastery opening first, because you're going to probably see some camels and knights arrive before you see anything that Siege could offer you with.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, okay. He'll probably do both. You are correct in saying that this is Liereyy going for the jugular here. This is Liereyy not wanting to take a villager lead and extend that towards Imp. Maybe he recognizes how good Chinese are. It just gets easier to play Chinese as the game goes on. And so for that reason, I kind of like the approach. And we saw how Hera was running camels into a pikeman play in the previous game. I think he's opened with camel here so he could be in a very similar position.
Yeah, also looking for some picks with those scouts. Maybe he anticipated the monastery a bit farther back from Liereyy. He's going to see the monastery and the Siege Workshop from him, and he's going to wall out this initial Castle Age pressure from Liereyy while building his camels and knights from behind.
Question now is, how long can Hera avoid fighting this? Because it is an army that he would lose to if he were to have to engage. So if he's able to get a couple conversions behind walls, pick at some units here or there, get to 3 TCs, he can definitely catch up. There's no question. So he just has to be very cautious and very particular about how he takes engagements. And right there, he lost a scout. That scout was out there to take out a monk, which will come out of the monastery soon.
And this Mangonel behind is going to be very, very annoying. Hera safe from all the melee units, but the Mangonel can range that gold. The Mangonel has potential to deny walls. The Mangonel can range the monks. The monks have to continuously go back. And now there's going to be a hole in the wall for Hera. I think Liereyy might be better not to immediately push here, as he opts to take a good attack round against those knights.
Hero scout,
the pikemen first.
Hero Scout killed a villager, a monk, and actually, if it was moving, could also take out the Mangonel, but I don't think Hera can focus on that now. He needs to save himself on his main gold.
Yeah, and here comes Liereyy. He's going to send the knights to take out the monk first and attack Hera's knights with the pikemen, but I think this might be an overextension for Liereyy, as Hera has a decent amount of numbers here. The Mangonel's going to get taken down. The knights are going to get taken down. The pikemen are going to get taken down. Suddenly, the military for Liereyy just isn't here.
Let's see if the monk gets a conversion as it hops out of the monastery. Hera needs it. He's probably praying to the AoE gods, and he's going to get it. Liereyy was able to kill a little bit more in the way of villagers there, and of course, more idle time as well. The knight there, the MVP on the golds, as we see more damage being done. I think Liereyy would have loved to have won the game right there, Dave. That would be great, but it's never going to be that easy. So that fight's fine. He's still got full control. He's on 2 TCs, though. Hera does have 3.
When do you go to stone here as the Franks? You got a pretty dominant position here. Do you send a couple villagers now? The castles are cheaper. If you ever get one on the front of Hera's base, it could be just the game over moment.
Now, I think your third town center, whenever you have the time, goes on stone, and you just kind of start to think long term about it. It's a really good thing to think about. Did Liereyy switch the conversions over to the knights that quickly? Oh my god. How did he not get a conversion there? But yeah, Dave, you're right that that's a huge thing to think about, but you don't want to go too crazy on stone right now. You just got to keep your push going, maintain your lead. Hera cannot fight this. That's the problem. And he's got a monk in the monastery. He might as well try and convert before this monastery goes down. Lierey's got full upgrade
military.
Right. Yeah,
it's just crazy, the production from him just streaming across the map at all times. Pikemen, monks, Mangonel, Knights. It's just insane. And Hera's running around trying to find a good angle to engage, but he can't find it. He can't deal with the pikemen. The Mangonel's backing them up from behind, and the Knights are going to be able to take out that monastery.
Constant pressure from Liereyy. I love this too, because he could have easily gone for the town centers, like you said. He could have gone macro, but he said, nope. Hera's weak. I want to finish him off. You see that monk there get finished off as Hera's looping a little bit here.
Yeah, Hera is looping around behind. He's going to find that ram, which would be quite nice for him. Maybe thinking about a counterattack at some point, but right now, just looking to cut off the reinforcements from Liereyy. Meanwhile, Liereyy attempting to cut off the reinforcements from Hera by killing all of his production buildings. A stable's already gone down. A monastery's already gone down. That's potentially the second monastery. This is just going to stall any momentum that Hera can try to attain.
Think of the idle time. Think of the efficiency. It cannot be clean for him. But picking off reinforcements is the greatest way to be able to have a comeback here. Hera has to delete some units here, and it has kind of worked. I mean, the thing for Hera is he's pulled off of gold so many times. All the gold is right there where Lierey's at. And there have been instances where Liereyy won't even commit to the gold, but Hera would have to leave in fear of losing it.
Hera forced to remake the monasteries at the back here as he takes an engagement against the Knights, but more Knights coming around. Can't stay there for long.
2 monks went down there as well, Dave. So now the army that was picking off reinforcements will do nothing. You're honestly at a point, if you're Liereyy, where you can start diving TCs with Knights. A third monastery is being built for Hera. He doesn't have any military.
Ooh, bad position for Hera's Knights as well as he comes right back across the path of those monks. Maybe they don't have enough faith. I don't know. Liereyy opting not to convert, and Hera's going to snipe that Mangonel. But at what cost, Tristan?
Yeah, exactly. It'll cost him everything, Dave. With these upgrades, I'm very surprised Liereyy isn't diving TCs. He probably doesn't want to be overly aggressive, but I think
he's going to start now.
The finals end here, and for Hera, he still is not going to be able to pull it out and get enough of a result to be a champion. Lierey's going to return. He's made 3 out of the 4 finals. Clearly the best player in these settings, and he's going to get his second win here if this continues, Dave. I feel for Hera. I'd feel for any player who'd lose here. I just don't see what he can do.
Well, Hera still has the competitive villager count. It's just a lot of them are idle. Once this TC goes down, the villagers are going to die. He's attempting to make that pikeman switch, but Liereyy just has so many knights here. He's got so much military and Hera's economy, and Hera just can't seem to hold no matter what he does. The villagers fail the quick wall. The knights are going to clear them up. The TC is going to go down. Those barracks will probably go down afterwards. Liereyy in full control and in full Liereyy style with super aggression.
So crazy to me too, how he decided to go all in against Chinese, but the situation made sense. And well, he made it look like it works well, Dave. And Hera's just, you can maybe see a little bit more of a frantic look on his face.
Look at how many knights are in Hera's base. This is insane. The production from Liereyy, he can just engage against these spearmen. Hera's attempting to get the pikeman upgrade. It's not going to come in on time, though. So many good hits from the knights.
This is the end.
It's a never-ending Frank flood under the TC from Hera and Liereyy. It looks like we'll win Red Bull Wololo 4, the Austrian taking it for the second time. Hera will continue to fight on, but I can't see a chance here.
There's no way. He's going to keep fighting, but in a moment, he's going to pick his hands up on the keyboard and congratulate his partner, his friend, partners in training partner, of course. Oh, God. Lierey's going to say, if you're not going to resign, I'm going to take your gold. And look at Hera. He's clearly going to be so frustrated with himself and so upset. As we got some tunes coming in, but he knows Liereyy got me again. Look at Liereyy. So happy, Dave. He lost in Game 7 last time, when everyone expected him to win, and he responded against an insane player in Hera. Perfect finals.
Yeah, and Liereyy, look at that graphic right there. He is the Red Bull Wololo 4 champion. Let's get support on Twitch, on YouTube. If you're watching the video, give Liereyy a clap. I mean, he took it against an opponent that surely deserved to be there, and he proved that he is the best Empire Wars player on the planet and potentially the best Age of Empires player at the moment.
Yeah, it's The scene's so good right now, guys. There's so many big names. So when you go into an event, there's always a question of form. But I believe I was on record many places saying that I didn't think that Lierey's form going into this was quite as good as maybe some of the other players that were touted to win, just because he wasn't playing as much, and it's hard to really get a feel for it. Geez, it's funny. I can hear him listen. I know he's listening to me right now because I think I heard his keyboard. I'm really excited to hear what he has to say. Everyone should be so happy for him. We're going to send it on to the interview with the winner of Red Bull Wololo 4.
Oh, shortly.
It looks like we're ready to go. Liereyy, congratulations, my friend, the champion of Red Bull Wololo 4. It evaded you last time.
Thank you so much.
But you've brought home the goods this time, mate. You must be over the moon. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I have no idea, man. Honestly, I didn't believe in it after the 2-3 because I thought he had better saves for the last 2 maps. And those last 2 maps weren't really my favorite ones either. So the fact that I made it makes me even more happy. And, I'm just so relieved and, pretty speechless.
Well, mate, look, congratulations. What a win for you. I want to talk about that last game there, especially with the Franks. Were you thinking that just no matter what, if you just push and push and push, you were going to get across the line? Obviously, it's 3-3, all tied up, such a tense situation. What guided your hand through that 7th game?
I thought the only way I could win is if I play non-standard. If we both just boom to imp, I think he wins. So I got kind of lucky that he didn't do enough scouts and I could make use of my Frank bonus. I have better fuel edge, so I killed like 3-4 vills. And then it was just like push. You have to push. In my mind, I just wanted to boom because that's easier, but I knew that the correct decision was to boom. So the correct decision was to go aggressive. So I just went forward and, went pikes and knight, siege monk, and finished it.
Well, and the style in which you finished it, mate, such a well-deserved victory. We have had some highs and lows this weekend, my goodness me, but you've been a competitive performer the entire way through, and what a performance you've given us. Is there, before we close it out, before we congratulate you and offer you, a picture of a trophy anyway.
I saw it already. The wagon. Yeah, I saw it. Give that to me.
Is there anyone that you want to thank or anyone you want to mention? I know a lot of preparation's gone into this tournament. So who's helped you get to where you are right now?
Well, I think it started 10, 11 years ago when my family brought me into the scene. Obviously, thank you for them. They're all watching right now at home from the TVs or PCs, whatever. Some of my friends are also watching. Would like to shout out to them as well. And last but not least, obviously my practice partner, my good friend Hera. I know it's kind of hard to find words, but I've been there as well a couple of years ago. I'm sure he will hold those trophies soon enough. The effort he's putting in, smart guy, huge respect to him. I have no words, and we won't wait for too long till he holds those trophies, I'm sure.
No, I'm sure. Look, mate, and someone had to hoist at the end of the day, and Hera did a fantastic job, but once all the dust is settled, it is you, my friend Liereyy, who hoists the trophy. Congratulations to you. Let's get a look at that trophy here, the Red Bull Wololo 4 trophy.
Boy.
That is all yours, my
ship?
friend. Look at that.
That looks good,
it's a
man.
Viking
That looks
longboat
good.
by the look of things, hand carved. And Liereyy, that'll be adorning your mantelpiece.
Where's Stout Medals now?
Longer.
I want to see Stout Medal now. Where's Stout's medal now in comparison to that? No chance.
Maybe you can put that on a huge chain around your neck and wear it to Red Bull Wololo 5, mate. Oh, Liereyy, look, thank you so much for joining us, mate. Congratulations. Everyone in the chat, your champion of Red Bull Wololo 4, it is Liereyy from Austria. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Liereyy, and thanks to everyone who stuck with us throughout the entire broadcast. What a performance from him, and I'm sure we'll hear so much more about it. Right now, let's bring Dave and T90 back in for a quick post-mortem on the entire weekend, because what a weekend it's been. My goodness me, boys. Now, listen, I want to address one thing off the bat here. We've wrapped up a couple of days and I've been saying, what are you looking forward to? What are your predictions? That sort of stuff. And every single time, Tristan, he's given me a hard time. Tino's got, why do we have to make predictions? Tristan, I'll remind you, day 2, last weekend, I asked for a round of predictions, who's going to win the whole thing. And I don't know if you remember who I picked to win the entire thing. Can I refresh your
I
memory,
wondered.
Tristan, and tell you that I thought it was Liereyy. So if you're needing any of that expert advice moving forward, Tristan, mate, I'm here for you, mate.
I may need to reach out and ask you for advice. Thank you.
That's what I'm here for, Tristan. And Dave, we've had a huge weekend. We've had a huge pair of weekends, really. I want to hear about some of the highlights, some of the stuff that's going to stay with you, and the stories that will be told in hushed tones around the campfire in the years to come. We'll start with you, Dave. Dave, what was your highlight from the entire series this weekend and last weekend also?
I have a couple highlights. One of them is the dominance that Hera showed, blowing through everyone except for Liereyy in the finals. And the other one is the level of play that we saw in the finals. We didn't see many, panicky, messy games that create a ton of excitement for maybe more casual viewers, but for the classic Age of Empires fan base that keeps up with the game, that appreciates solid execution and great play. And I know Tristan and I are part of that fan base. That was an amazing display. That's probably the highest level tournament set that I've ever seen. And that's a big statement because we've watched a lot of tournament sets over the years.
Yeah.
We have decades of it, right? So it was just amazing stuff. And the fact that Liereyy could pull it off against someone like Hera that has been blowing through the competition is such a testament to his ability. And I think he can, look back on this and say, I am the best and I deserve that. And just what a performance from Liereyy. Just amazing.
What a performance from both Liereyy and Hera. As you say, Hera really looked to be in great touch and Liereyy utterly dominant. Let's talk to you now, Tristan. Some of the stuff that is going to stick in your mind, T90, in the wake of Red Bull Wololo 4.
Just the fact that so many different players tend to show up in even the earlier stages is a big thing for me. I think that Liereyy and Hera are clearly better than all the other players in the scene in these settings right now, and I think they showed that. So that's a big thing. But in terms of the rest of the competition, you had Vinchester going so far in this tournament. Not many people expected that. We've seen continuous new names cycle through with qualifiers, continuous new names do better or getting games off of players they would not have been able to a few years back. So that's the exciting thing going forward. And I think the fact that we don't have an Empire Wars ladder has actually led to some of these results. And I think eventually, per Microsoft's announcement, we will eventually have ranked Empire Wars. But the fact that you might want to make a decision, do I want to stream, play for 6 hours and play some ranked or whatever, or I want to grind out these maps no one else is playing and discover strategies. The fact that that's not part of the normal thing for Age of Empires right now, I think has led to how sick these results have been and also how dedicated players are to training. So listen, the big thing with me, it's no secret. I want players, I want skilled players to excel, obviously. That's part of the game. That's a lot of the game. But I want prepared players to excel. And we arrived to a point where Hera and Liereyy are clearly the two, I think, with the most skill in these settings, but also they showed they're the most prepared. And that is, with a strategy game, what I want to see. And yeah, man, I had such a good time casting with Dave, of course. Watching Memba Nilly was great too. Getting bashed by you constantly, Riley, was an absolute pleasure. Chat as well. I've been able to see that. Thank you. Geez, it's been brutal at times, but we've been able to push through it. And it's just been a fun event. So I'm grateful to have been a part of it.
Oh, absolutely. And look, and I speak on behalf of the entire broadcast team, not just these two blokes on your screen, but also Memba Nilly, and indeed the entire production staff working tirelessly behind the scenes. When we say thank you for watching and being part of this broadcast, we owe the success of the broadcast and tournaments like this to you, the viewer, sitting at home, wherever you are around the world. Thank you so very much for being part of it. And on behalf of the on-camera coverage team, I'd like to say a big thank you to the production staff. They are the unsung heroes of events like these. And I know the people in the chat are just as grateful as we are for the largely impeccable and flawless technical work that they do behind the scenes. It's been a pleasure to work with them, and it's been a very, very enjoyable weekend. Both professionally and personally as well, exploring this fantastic game. So thank you to everyone who's been a part of it. And I'm happy to say we all look forward to seeing you at the next one. We've got something to show you now, a small teaser, a taste of things to come. Thank you so much for being part of this broadcast. Thank you to contributing to the success of the tournament. Congratulations to our champion, of course, one last time, Liereyy. And we leave you now with a small teaser for the next edition of Red Bull Wololo. Big things are coming.
So let's see what is going to happen. Do we have something? Do we have the draft? We have the civilizations.
The investment there for Mr. Liereyy, and now tries to take sword fights against the skirm, trying to get away.
He's trying to get it, almost get absolutely everything, and at the same time, he's raiding in the north. Oh, wow. Well, this is starting to look very, very nice. Oh, no. Well, those military from Liereyy can't disappear. The score, nearly 300 score ahead for Vinchester now. He's gonna make Victoria's economy full organ guns, trebuchet, and he's building Victoria's forward on Lierey's base. This is an at home. This is fun.
Oh,
he's up.
One, yeah, it's like to go up. And what I have to say is, look at the idle villagers constantly for Liereyy in the 40s at Victoria numbers.
Yeah. Well, but now it's because he has a lot of Victorias. He need to probably delete some. Well, this is good Cavaliers numbers. He's fully upgraded in defensively. Here, trebuchets are going back. He's gonna be able to take those or not. I think Vinchester is gonna take the game. It's getting so close. The trebuchets going here.
Oh, and that is so good. And I felt like, don't attack. You have the better economy. You should know it is a way to throw this game. But he has the better numbers, and he will find so many villagers. 13.
The hole and those camel arches, he's playing very smooth, nearly.
Shot possible. Why is he diving? What is happening here, man? Holy moly, didn't know about the Stormwalls apparently. And another Bangalore shot.
Because it's a total destruction. And you can see his smile. Liereyy is the first finalist that is gonna wait Viper or Hera, nearly.
Oh, and Vinchester has to be happy with his ball. It's like the repeat again, like this out happened. Oh god, there's so much going down. No fletching there. Viper simply did not pull enough villagers. And Byzantine with a crazy tower here. Oh boy, Viper is in a lot of troubles. And GG up.
Let's go back to the stats. Oh, he blocked himself when he's there to try to palisade, and now the East is still there, still not walling. What's going on, Nelly?
Did he jump through the TC to be faster?
Oh, I think so. One down, one converted. How many is going to convert? I'm telling you. 84 bullets, 96. A lot of armor for Hera. GG.
He didn't go in. Like he's doing now, as you can see, he's in trouble, and you're going to see a backup castle here. I guess that's going to stop the rot a little bit. If he here for Liereyy, Hera has clicked up, and Liereyy is pretty far away, Dave. If you think about the situation here, he's not going to have fish coming out.
Potential for Liereyy to cause some upsets in Hera's eco as he gets a great shot there. Oh my goodness, great defense from Liereyy. What is this fight? Tristan, look at how many units are on the board. We've got slingers, monks, eagles, longswords, crossbows, scorpions, a ram. So many different options on the field, and still the KD is only 22-16. So many good engaged attack at some point, but right now just looking to cut off the reinforcements from Liereyy. Meanwhile, Liereyy attempting to cut off the reinforcements from Hera. He's going to go down. Those barracks will probably go down afterwards. Liereyy in full control and in full Liereyy style with super aggression. It looks like we'll win Red Bull Wololo 4, the Austrian taking it for the second time. Hera will continue to fight on, but I can't see a chance here.
Of course. Oh, God. Lierey's going to say, if you're not going to resign, I'm going to take your gold. And look at Hera. He's clearly going to be so frustrated with himself and so upset. As we got some tunes coming in, but he knows Liereyy got me again. Look at Liereyy. So happy, Dave. He lost